The young man was standing in front of a medium-sized bowl on a long stand, on which lay a blue-colored stone. He walked closer and thought, so this is Dullahan's magic stone. He believed that there was no one who had ever experienced such a thing. The stone glowed with a pale, faint glow. Then the power of the glow began to increase and, after a while, the stone disappeared in the light of an incredibly bright flash. When the young man opened his eyes, he saw a female goddess standing in front of him with a staff in her hand. He admired her ethereal beauty and asked her, "Is this reincarnation?" She confirmed his hunch and said that the cause of his death was just pathetic. She pointed to the gacha's life slot machine that appeared next to her and stated that his new life will be determined using this slot machine. The young man didn't see anything good in such a situation. He turned to the lady goddess and said that he couldn't remember how he died at all. The goddess replied that this happens very often. In any case, they need to start determining his future life right away. The balls in the slot machine spun with extraordinary speed and finally a golden ball fell out, a super rare one. The young man took out a note hidden inside the detachable ball with an incomprehensible inscription. Decomposition of toxins. Puzzled, he asked the goddess what it was. She replied that this skill is very strong against toxins and can easily destroy any bacteria or viruses. The young man didn't seem pleased. What is this terrible skill? Ignoring his exclamation, the goddess said that the world where he would be reborn would be like a fantasy. There will be statuses, magic, and monsters. She asked him to enjoy his new life to the fullest. After that, it disappeared. The young man woke up sitting at a round table in the room. His hands were shaking. He wondered anxiously if this was a dream or a reality. It's been 5 years. He felt that his head was splitting with pain. Then he remembered that his skill allows you to kill any viruses and bacteria. He came up with the idea to test it for mold, and as a result, the bacteria successfully died. But after using this skill, he began to have severe headaches. This was obviously a side effect. The young man pondered and thought that this was indeed a completely useless skill. He decided that he would not use it again. Then he remembered that he had forgotten about his training session with his father. He immediately left the room and ran to the training area. After the training, his father was pleased with Ian and said that he had improved his swordsmanship. Ian thanked Logan's father for the kind words, as it was a great honor to hear them from the great general of the largest kingdom on the continent. The Reinhardt family, in which Ian was born, controls the area around the port near the capital, and this has a great influence on it. The young man was sure that he was born in the family of the Count only because of his rare skill. Just as the father and son lowered their practice swords, Ian's stepmother Camilla and brother Grint came to the training area with a small wooden sword. Camilla cheerfully said that Grint had already finished preparing for the training session. Logan patted the kid's head and said he looked great and looked like a real knight. Logan turned to Ian and said that he would help Green with his training, and Green should continue to repeat the sword exercise himself. Grint was the son of his father's second wife. They were only half-blood brothers, and he was 1 year younger. Ian thought with annoyance that his younger brother had a great skill. While he has the useless toxin decomposition skill, his younger brother has a skill that only a couple of people have developed in the entire history of the Haim Kingdom. It's called the Holy Knight. Ian, as he continued to practice with his sword, thought that his father wasn't exactly a bad person, but he felt that if he and Grant were compared, the younger one was more promising. This was very disappointing to Ian. The young man approached the dummy located in the center of the training field, and the guard turned to him and said that it was made of metal and he now has no way to crumple such armor. Ian decided that if he could do it, his father would definitely notice his efforts. If that's not possible, then that's why he has to do it. Ian raised his sword and brought it down on the metal armor with all his strength. The wooden sword broke and Ian fell to the ground. After training, he walked down the street in frustration and thought that he couldn't just give up just because of the difference in talent with his younger brother. If he wants to surprise his father and mother, he should try even harder than the others. Ian went to the library and sat down to read. He sat there until the evening, when his butler called him to dinner. The old man praised him, saw a mountain of books in front of the young man. He said it was commendable. Not only does he train every day, but he also studies hard. The butler expressed confidence that he could easily become a scientist, and maybe a general. Ian thanked the butler and expressed his hope that this would happen. After that, the old man informed that the lady would be released soon. The young man was glad that his mother was in the house and went to see her. He knocked on the door of the room where she was and was invited to enter. His mother's name is Olivia, but from what he remembers from his past life, she's more like an older sister than a mom. Olivia reached out and hugged her son. She said it smelled like books. She praised him for his diligence and admitted that it was very confusing for some reason. Ian said he heard that she had finished working. Olivia confirmed this and said that because she was working, she had a lot of other things to do. She laid out the documents and thought about what she should do. Ayn thought that it was obvious that her father wasn't connected to her job, but it would take a lot of effort for a girl who worked for a large trading company to deal with so many documents. Olivia told her son that she had something for him. She handed him the status card that had just arrived in the mail. It listed his name, Ayn Reinhardt, stamina, physical strength, magic power, agility, and defense skills, and also a special skill, decomposition of toxins. The young man thanked Olivia, but expressed doubts about the usefulness of his skill and asked if his status was bad or not. My mother said that children his age only had 10 stamina points compared to his 55. Then Ayn asked what the phrase gift of learning at the end of his card meant. Olivia replied that it was a skill that reduced his fatigue and allowed him to better tolerate pain. After listening to this, the young man thought that his status wasn't too bad. Then Olivia said she had an errand from her grandmother. How about we go for a walk together? After all, they haven't done this for a long time. She wants them to buy the tea they usually drink from the merchant. Ayn asked if this wasn't something that servants should do, and why should his mother do it. Olivia replied that her grandmother thought she had good taste. She asked her son if he would mind keeping her company. The young man happily agreed and said that he would certainly go with her. When they arrived at the merchant's shop, Olivia asked him to show her some varieties of tea. While she was inspecting the samples presented, Ayn noticed a magic stone that was placed on the counter. The merchant asked the young man if he was interested in the stone. Ayn replied that he was a little interested in the stone. Magic stones are usually located in the bodies of monsters. Their magic is crystallized in stone. They have many uses, from being used in magical rituals to creating accessories. High-quality stones can contain a huge accumulation of magic that harms the body, but they are cheap cores that are used to create tools. The merchant handed the stone to Ayn and explained that nothing would happen to it, even if he touched it with his bare hands. He noticed that this stone smelled very sweet, like honey. For some reason, he thought that this stone might taste like candy. The young man even licked the stone and was surprised by it. He had never heard of magic stones being licked before. Even though he's only 5 years old in this world, he definitely hasn't heard of such a thing. He decided to try again while no one was looking at him. After trying it a second time, Ayn was quite sure that it was candy. When the merchant was free, the young man asked, feeling guilty for licking the stone, if he could buy it. The merchant was very kind and said that since he liked it, then he would give it as a gift in gratitude for their patronage. Olivia chose 3 types of tea and they went for a walk. While walking, Ayn noticed that the yellow magic stone had turned completely colorless. The next day, he was back at the training field to improve his swordsmanship. When he made a few moves with the ball, he felt that today he had a real surge of energy. Ayn approached the iron dummy again, and the same guard warned the young master about the dangers of practicing with it. Thus, you can easily injure your wrist. Just like last time, the powerful impact caused the youth's wooden sword to break, but this time it didn't knock him to the ground. Furthermore, the iron armor broke apart and fell to the ground. The guard who was watching this event was surprised. The young master cut through the iron armor with a wooden sword. When Ayn Reinhardt returned home and looked at his status card, he saw that his stamina had increased by 10 points, his physical strength by 18, his agility by 24, his magic power by 3, and his defense by 9. Ayn Reinhardt sat primly in the padded chair of the covered carriage. His mother, Olivia, was sitting next to him. Opposite, Father Logan and Brother Grint. Olivia was annoyed and even angry. Ayn understood perfectly well why his mother was angry. She couldn't accept what was about to happen. Today there will be a meeting of the nobles, where they are now heading, where all the families will present their children. His father is about to announce that the future head of House Reinhardt will be his second son, Grint. He will also announce Grint's engagement to the Marquess's daughter, Shannon Blauenow. Olivia thought it was too early to announce the engagement now that Grint was only 4 years old. She turned to Ayn and said she was sorry that his father cared more about Grint than him. Ayn, in truth, was a little hurt, but most of all, he was upset by the sad and lonely look of his mother. He leaned on the padded back of the carriage seat and thought that for the sake of his father's recognition, he should try even harder. In the end, he still didn't understand what had happened that day when he had used the wooden sword to cut through the iron armor in the training field. Everyone says that it's just worn-out armor. Then he bound his increased strength with the fact that he licked the magic stone that day. His thoughts were interrupted when the carriage stopped at a magnificent manor where a meeting of nobles was to take place. This manor was the sole Archduke of the Heim Kingdom. My father said they should go and greet Grint's fiancée and her family. Logan asked Olivia and Ayn to wait in the lobby. After Logan and Grint left, Olivia asked the butler if Ayn didn't have the right to attend the meeting. What does it mean? The butler expressed regret and said that there must have been some mistake in making the list. Each family is allowed to bring only one child to the meeting, and the Reinhardt family is already there with Mr. Grint. Olivia said it wasn't their fault. Maybe he could let Ein in. However, the butler did not allow such a possibility. He thought it was probably Aunt Camilla's fault. She did this so that he wouldn't get in the way of Grint. Ein walked over to the small balcony that overlooked the garden and was struck by the extraordinary beauty of the view. He said it would be great if they could walk around in it. The butler immediately decided to ask his master for permission to visit the garden. When he was gone, Olivia asked the boy if he was very upset about this misunderstanding. Ein said yes, but again admired the Archduke's garden. It was really amazing. There were so many beautiful flowers in it, shining like his mother, so instead of meeting, he would be happier if they were to admire these beautiful flowers together. Olivia hugged Ein and told him that if they were at home, she would do it even harder. At this time, the butler returned and reported that the Archduke had given his permission to visit the garden, but he had ordered someone to accompany them. Accompanying them was a nice girl who met Ein and said that her name was Klein. She was the granddaughter of the head of the August house, Count August. The youth asked, "What is the Archduke's granddaughter doing here?" The girl did not answer the question, announcing that she would accompany them today and expressed the hope that they would have a good time together in the garden. They went into the garden and found that although the garden looked beautiful from a distance, it was even more beautiful up close. It was simply mesmerizing. Meanwhile, inside the Archduke's house, a crowd of nobles were engaged in bloodshed. Have you heard the news about the Reinhardt house? The next head of the house will be the second son, the one with the Holy Knight's skill. It's just a gift from heaven, considering what a terrible eldest son they have who doesn't know manners. Apparently, in the near future, the kingdom of Haim will flourish with such an heir of the great General Logan. Klein didn't think so. She thought it best not to believe any rumors. And among the other nobles, Ein gave the impression of being a true gentleman. Ein, looking at Klein, thought that this girl was very beautiful. The young man was struck by the beauty of one of the roses, and the girl explained that it was red-blue roses, a type of flower that can bloom at any time. They are known for being very difficult to grow. You need a perfect balance of water, light, and land. But Klein warned the young man to be very careful with them, because the thorns of these roses contain deadly poison. It is said that one drop can kill 1,000 people. The poison causes unbearable pain and fever, and so they are sometimes also called fire blue roses. The name has a certain meaning, but these flowers can be a great decoration. Ein asked the girl, "So these flowers are used as an interior?" She replied that she meant real jewelry. The poison of such flowers is also able to crystallize. She had heard that if the poison is extracted from them, they will become a work of art in their own right and will be called star crystals. Rumor has it that such crystals look like the starry sky. They are also considered the best decoration in the world. They are very expensive and there are only 2 of them in their kingdom. Ein was surprised, because there are so many roses in the garden. Klein explained that the process of removing poison from flowers is very complex and the method itself is very expensive. She believes that the cost will be equal to half of the annual taxes from their territory. Then the thought occurred to him that he had the ability to decompose toxins. It is strong against poisons and is able to destroy any bacteria. If only there was no side effect. He thought it would be enough if he just fainted afterwards. Perhaps he was destined to use his skill. He turned to Lady Klein and asked if she would like to see this piece of jewelry. The girl replied that this is her dream. Ein wanted to believe that even someone like him was capable of something. So he touched the flower with the fingers of his hand and understood. At that moment, Klein screamed in horror at him not to touch those flowers. However, Ein had already pierced his finger with a thorn. He felt as if he was drinking soda and it was refreshing. He thought that using toxin decomposition was very pleasant. But why didn't he feel the kickback like last time? If that's the case, it's right. Just like the goddess said, his skill is strong against poisons. After a few seconds, instead of a prickly rose, he had a star crystal in his hands. He apologized to the girl for scaring her by using his skill. She reproachfully told him that even if he had a skill, he shouldn't be so careless. She had never heard of a person who could take a red and blue rose. He presented the star crystal to Lady Klein and said that it had fulfilled her dream. He asked her if she would accept it. And then I wondered if he'd just said a stupid platitude. Would she want to make fun of him for that? Klein asked the young man in disbelief, would he really just give it to her? Ein replied that he would be offended if she didn't accept the gift. Still, she accepted him with joy and thanked him profusely. He turned to her and asked for permission to take another flower for his mother. The girl allowed it. Ein did the same with the second flower as with the first and presented it to Olivia. After that, Klein escorted them to the hall and told them that she had to go. Mother and son thanked the girl for the fact that they were able to have a great evening. Ein personally went over to thank Lady Klein, but she warned him that there was no need to be so formal. If he continued to speak stiffly like that, he might not speak to her again. The young man nodded in understanding. At this time, all the families started to leave the Archduke's house, but Logan and his son were nowhere to be seen. Olivia asked a maid who was passing by if she knew where her husband, Count Reinhardt, was. She replied that Count Reinhardt had gone to a late-night party and therefore left a little earlier than the others. Olivia was a little upset that he hadn't even warned her, and Ein wondered if he was really that useless in his father's eyes. Then his mother asked him if he liked his father. He replied that he was grateful to him for raising him, but he can't forgive him for how badly he treats her. He thought for a while and said that to be honest, he couldn't say that he liked his father. Suddenly Olivia smiled and said she was glad to hear him say that. She can't bear to watch him suffer anymore. She took his hand and told him to go with her. When Ein asked where they were going, the woman replied that they were going to the most beautiful place on earth, their home kingdom. Ein sighed and wondered what his mother was talking about. Ein Reichardt was a little surprised. What was his mother talking about? What kind of home kingdom is she talking about? Meanwhile, Olivia took the ring off her ring finger, and the young man asked his mother why she did it. The woman replied that she no longer needed it. Then she put the ring to her lips and said clearly, as if speaking to someone on the phone, that she was coming home and asking to be picked up from here. After that, she offered to return to the port city. They went there in a carriage and returned to the manor before midnight. However, the carriage did not stop near their house, continuing to move. Ein was very surprised and asked Olivia why they didn't stop. She said he just needed to wait a little longer. Suddenly, the young man heard an unusually loud noise outside the carriage window. Something extraordinary was happening in the city. People seemed scared and excited. Suddenly, he saw a huge warship in the port, and its length was more than 200 meters. Olivia took Ein's hand and they got out of the carriage, heading towards the ship. People gathered on the embankment and asked Lady Reinhardt what kind of ship it was. Meanwhile, the ship docked and hundreds of knights descended the gangplank, forming up in front. Olivia reassured her son that everything was going well. Meanwhile, a bare-headed girl was walking along the line of knights, helmet in hand. She walked over to the youth and knelt down on one knee. She told Ein that her name was Christina Wernstein and that it was a pleasure to meet him. The boy noted that she is incredibly beautiful, so they are not enemies. Olivia smiled and said she hadn't seen Chris in a long time. The knight girl replied that she was glad to see Lady Olivia again, and that she had come here immediately at her first summons. Her mission is to bring Princess Olivia back home. Ein was startled, and he asked his mother if she was a princess. The woman promised to tell him about it during their voyage. After that, they went up the ramp to the ship. At Duke Augustus' estate, Count Augustus sipped from a cup of coffee brought to him by his granddaughter, and said, so the 5-year-old child took care of the mistake that their family made. It seems that the eldest son of the Reinhardt family has an outstanding personality. Klein completely agreed with her grandfather and said that he managed to give her an incredible charm that he made out of a rose. The head of the family took a deep breath and thought. He asked why. Then, did they want to make the second son the next head? Do they want to break their promise? My granddaughter asked my grandfather what kind of promise it was. The count asked the girl to keep everything a secret, and he said that if you took a ship in a port city and went on a 2-day trip, you might come across a continent. Klein must know what kingdom is there. The girl confirmed that she was aware of this. This continent is called Ishtar, and the only kingdom on it is the United Nation of Ishtalik. This is a great kingdom to which they are losing in science, technology, and military power. The granddaughter looked her grandfather in the eye and asked him, but what does this have to do with it? Count Augustus replied that Lady Olivia was not just the heiress of a trading company. She was the representative of Ishtalika, but not a mere representative, but the daughter of Silvard von Ishtalik himself, the current king of Ishtalika. She is the second princess. Olivia von Ishtalika is the true identity of Mrs. Olivia. Klein smiled broadly and asked her grandfather, so Ein Reichardt is of royal blood. At this time, in the luxurious cabin of a huge ship, my son and mother were sitting on soft sofas. Olivia apologized to Ein for keeping something a secret from him. Ein asked his mother why a princess of such a great state would marry the head of the Reinhardt family. The woman was about to answer her son when Chris entered the cabin and addressed Lady Olivia. Princess Ishtalia whispered in Ein's ear that she couldn't answer his question just yet. Christina Verstein, meanwhile, asked the lady a question. She asked her, did she get the star crystal from the Reinhardt family? Olivia said that Ein had given it to her, and it was really very beautiful. Chris said she believed her, of course. This, obviously, explains how carefully she treats this gift. But offering a star crystal as a gift to the opposite sex means a marriage proposal. Ein clutched his head in horror. So that was why Klein had reacted so strongly to his gift back then. What should he do now? He didn't mean anything by it, of course. Although if it's Klein, why is he thinking about it? The young man was extremely confused. Olivia asked Chris when they would arrive in the capital. The girl replied that when they arrived at the port, they would change to a water train and they would be in the capital at about 11 o'clock in the morning. Ein wondered again if there were any trains in Ishtilik. Chris replied that it was called a water train, and that it moved by heating the water produced by the water magic stones. The young man realized that this train works thanks to the steam generated. He thought of the extraordinary development of this kingdom. Compared to the Haim kingdom, its development is on a completely different level. Chris Verstein was surprised by the young man's knowledge and asked him if he was well versed in the operation of a water train. Then apparently he was a good student. Ein replied that he had just read about it in a book. The boy thought that he had almost revealed his knowledge, which remained with him after rebirth. Christina said that there is still a little time before arriving in Ishtilika, and advised the mother and son to have a good rest. They soon arrived at the port. The new kingdom surprised Ein with many interesting things. It wasn't just the achievements of science and technology, it was the first time the young man had seen so many people. In addition, Ishtilika was a multicultural country, and therefore both people and other races coexist here. The new arrivals boarded a train and very soon arrived at their destination. Vice Captain Christina Wernstein of the Imperial Guard escorted them to the palace. Ein really liked Christina. Even though she was very formal, she looked really cool. She warned Mrs. Olivia and Mr. Ein to be careful and watch their feet. But at that moment she slipped and almost fell. Ein and Olivia pretended that nothing had happened. Did the princess ask Chris what her father knew about their return? Chris said she hadn't told him yet, but Ms. Marka had told everyone to behave as usual when they met. Olivia replied that this was exactly what she expected from the brand. She wanted to make sure her father wasn't distracted from his work. Chris continued and said that if they made a fuss, they would disturb His Majesty. Olivia suggested that Mark might be angry with her. Ein asked his mother who the brand was that they were always talking about. The woman replied that she was a servant who took care of her when she was little. She explained that Marka might seem scary, but she was a good person and she would introduce him to her later. Chris reported that His Majesty was in the meeting room and it would be bad if they interrupted him in the middle of a meeting. She offered to greet him later. Still, Olivia showed a desire to enter. When they opened the door to the meeting room, they saw the white-haired king at the head of the round table, and Olivia shouted loudly that she was back. Olivia's father rose from his seat, and sheets of paperwork flew off the table. It was the king of Ishtilika, a great kingdom. Ein Reinhardt was strained by the aura surrounding King Ishtilika. He approached his daughter and asked her what was going on. Why is she here if she got married on another continent? And who is this child with her? After saying this, Ein gulped down his saliva and loudly said that he was pleased to meet you and his name was Ein. He was formerly a member of the Reinhardt family. The king finally realized that this child was his daughter's son. He leaned forward and introduced himself. He is the king of Ishtilika, Silvard von Ishtilika, and he is his grandfather. At this time, a knight came up to them and said that he and His Majesty were looking forward to meeting them. He introduced himself and said that his name was Lloyd Galatia and that he was the Grand Marshal of this country. He is always ready to give his life for them. Then His Majesty asked Ein why he said he was a member of the Reinhardt family. Olivia answered for her son and said that they were divorced and she didn't want to go back there anymore. Silvard von Ishtilika asked her irritably why she had done this. Olivia replied that she was sure Ein wouldn't be happy staying there. The king turned to his courtiers and said that the meeting was adjourned. He also ordered everyone to keep what happened here a secret. After that, Silvard von Ishtilika ordered Warren and Kadima to be called in because they needed to discuss this. The king ordered Marshal Lloyd to gather his troops, and he told His Majesty not to worry. Mr. Logan may be a veteran, but in his eyes, he's just a knight. He would easily end it. Ein noticed his grandfather's unusual aura again. Olivia turned to her father and told him not to worry about it. After all, they can't attack them because of the promise of the first king of Ishtilika. The king asked Kadima von Ishtilika, the first princess and Olivia's older sister, what she thought of this. She replied that she agreed with her younger sister. At this time, she thought that the Reinhardt family had given up on the boy just because of the skill he was born with. What kind of antediluvian thinking is this? Olivia asked her father if she could explain everything to Ein now. Warren Lark, the Prime Minister of Ishtalika, said he wants to do it himself. Warren said that the main reason why Olivia got married there is because Haim has the sea crystal that Ishtalika needs. These are crystals made from the bones of monsters living in the sea. In Ishtalik, they use them to create magical items. In other countries, sea crystals are not used. They create items from magic stones that can damage the user with their power. But Ishtalik uses a special method of using the sea crystal to control this power. With this, they can allow everyone in Ishtalik to use magic items for free. However, all the crystals around Ishtalika have already been mined, and finding them has become more and more difficult. Therefore, finding no other way out, they began to request them from other countries. Ayn nodded in understanding and asked, "So my mother married for the sake of the people of Ishtalika?" Olivia replied that it was her duty. The Prime Minister added that in exchange for the stones, they should provide protection, and Mr. Ayn should become a count of the Kingdom of Haim in the future. The king said it was the best solution. He wanted to get his daughter and grandson out of the sea dragon's path. Lloyd turned to His Majesty and said that it was time for them to start looking for a new magic crystal. Olivia chimed in and said it wasn't necessary. She has already found out about possible suppliers. Even if she does what she wants, it doesn't mean that she has forgotten her duties as a princess. She collaborated with the mage and adventurer guilds to search for suppliers and eventually found one. After that, she handed the paper report to the Prime Minister and I promised to read it. He opened the report and was surprised to see that it showed a country north of Haimajira. But they should have checked everything out by now. Sea crystals from the depths of the sea began to appear in shallow waters. He thought about how it looked like Olivia had been searching while hiding her identity through the Mage Association. The results are simply amazing. It's something with something. The first princess happily exclaimed that she had expected this from her sister. The king was also pleasantly surprised. Only Ayn could guess how much time and effort his mother had put into it. She perfectly fulfilled the role of the count's wife, and the inhabitants respected her and even called her a saint. But after Grint was born, everyone forgot about her, but she still continued to smile. And no matter how busy she was, she spent a lot of time with him, and he can't even thank her enough. Silverd von Ishtalika apologized to his daughter and expressed his admiration for what she was able to do. Olivia put her hand on Ayn's shoulder and told him that he was the most important thing she had. No matter how hard it was, she would do her best for him. She is very happy that she has Ayn. Christina noticed that Mrs. Olivia was not only prettier, but also stronger. The king announced that they now needed to take a break to reward Olivia for her hard work. He immediately signed the decree provided by Warren, and the two princesses did so after him. Then the Prime Minister officially confirmed the legality of this decree. Then, on behalf of Silverd von Ishtalik, the recognition of Ayn as a member of the royal family was announced. Ayn couldn't believe what he was hearing. If you tell this story to other people, they will think it's a joke. He was born into the family of a count of a kingdom much smaller than this. It didn't matter how hard he trained. No one recognized him. He was even removed from the position of heir. But that wasn't all. The king has announced that Ayn von Ishtalika is being appointed crown prince. Overnight, Ayn became the crown prince of a huge country. The capital of Ishtalika was agitated by recent events. Everyone was discussing the latest news that it looked like Princess Olivia was back. Everyone wondered what had happened in Jaime. It was speculated that her son had also returned with her. It was also speculated that he might be able to become the crown prince. I wonder what kind of person he is. While various rumors were circulating in the capital, Ayn was already practicing with the sword under the guidance of Lloyd Galadius. Grand Marshal Ishtaliki said after the first training battle that it seems that the young man put a lot of effort into his training. Thanking the knight for the compliment, Ayn said that he wasn't worthy yet anyway. Even now, his younger brother can easily beat him, even though he only started training recently. He did his best to be recognized by his father and others, but in the end, he gave up and fled to Ishtalika. How would anyone be able to recognize a good-for-nothing guy like him as the crown prince? He wishes he had a better skill. At this time, Lloyd noticed that the young man's clothes were torn. The knight took out a thread and, without touching the clothes, put a seam on the torn fabric. He said his skill is called sewing. Doesn't Ayn think that he is absolutely unsuitable for a soldier like him? This skill is also quite embarrassing, but thanks to his efforts, he was able to become a Grand Marshal. So it doesn't matter how strong his innate skill is. Without his own efforts, he would have achieved nothing. The Marshal placed his hands on the young Crown Prince's shoulders and confidently said that with enough effort, he could become anything. And if he continues to work on himself, he will soon realize that all this was not in vain. Suddenly, Kodamar ran out to the training ground and happily announced that she had finally found Ayn. She grabbed his arm and pulled him along, leaving Lloyd baffled. The girl dragged Ayn into the library and sat him down at the table. The young man asked why the first princess needed him. The girl replied that Olivia had asked her to check it out. Then she asked if he was ready. Meanwhile, Chris brought tea for Lady Kadima, and Ian thought that it was easy to get along with her, because she was just an ordinary cat. The girl took a sip from her cup and turned to Ian, asking him to show her his status. He handed her the card. The first princess took a look and wondered how with such a status, he wasn't chosen as the family's heir. Ian looked at his status and was surprised that it had improved significantly. All of his skills had grown. In addition, the skill absorption appeared. The young man was surprised by the appearance of this skill, and the girl said that this is not surprising at all. It proves that he is Olivia's son. This is the racial skill of dryads. Ian asked Kadima if dryads were not tree spirits. Was he one of them? The girl chuckled and asked, didn't he know about this? She thinks he might try to turn into a plant, just like Olivia. In the tree of the royal family, you can find representatives of various races. They're dryads, like his mother, a man like his grandfather, and a cat like her, Kadima. And very often children are born with the genes of their long-standing ancestors. So until the baby is born, no one can be sure what race it will be. The royal family has a very strange bloodline. After that, Kadima looked up his status again and asked him if he knew about why his skills had increased recently. The young man replied that he had been training hard all this time, although this did not explain such a sharp jump. The princess smiled enigmatically and said that she thought it was because he had absorbed the energy from the magic stones. Ian asked her why she thought that. She replied that monsters increase their strength by eating each other's magic stones, but humans can't use this method because it harms their bodies. But with the toxin decomposition skill, it might be possible. She asked if he had any thoughts on the matter. Ian replied that he first saw the magic stones when he went shopping with his mother. The stone that he found in his possession was so appetizing that he accidentally licked it, but it was just a small stone. It couldn't affect him that much, and he didn't run into rocks after that. Chris, who was nearby, said that she felt like Lord Ian was absorbing the energy of the magic stone inside her. The young man protested and expressed doubts that Chris' body contained a magic stone. The girl smiled and said that she was actually an elf, and every demi-human has a magic stone in their body. Ian said in confusion that he must have the stone, too. Chris Verstein said that she felt it when they were heading to the capital. Later, she realized that she was very tired and almost fainted. Ian thought back to how she almost fell down in the palace because of her clumsiness, but in reality, she wasn't feeling well. He was horrified. He turned to Chris and said, "But what about her magic stone? Was she badly hurt?" Chris said she was fine. Then Kadima said that they now need to test her theory. First, they should try to start with 2 boxes of magic stones. She threw off the bedspread that covered the 2 drawers on the table. The first box contained cheap stones worth 5,000 gold, and the second box contained expensive stones worth 90,000 gold. Ian took one of the stones from the first box and said they would start with the cheap ones. He tasted it and soon got over it. The princess expressed surprise at how quickly he dealt with it. She noticed that the stones had lost their color. Kadima suggested that the young man try expensive stones. Ian wondered what the stones tasted like. It turned out that the expensive stones tasted like walnuts, but he didn't like them. Chris wondered how a dryad could not like nuts. The first princess objected and said that Master can't randomly absorb energy from magic stones and allowed herself to explain everything. She said that you need to understand 2 things. The better the stone, the more it will raise its status. But each type of stone has a limited amount of energy that it can swallow to improve its status. Ian said thoughtfully that it wasn't as simple as he thought. Kadima reassured the young man and told him that he had already absorbed enough stones. Ian felt a bit foggy in his head and said that it looked like he got a new skill. The first princess expressed a hunch that it was because he had absorbed energy from a high-level monster stone. Chris asked the young master if he was feeling well. Ian assured her that he was fine, but when he first used the decomposition of toxins, he suffered from a severe headache. Why is he okay now? Kadima replied that it was thanks to his gift of learning skill, which strengthens his body and improves his immune system. Just then, Olivia came into the library. She hugged her son, embarrassing him. After that, the older sister reported to Olivia that she did not find any problems with her son. After that, Olivia took Ian to see the king. The 3 of them then went to the royal treasury. My grandson asked my grandfather why they had come here. Silvered von Ishtalika replied that as a reward for his achievements, Olivia asked him to give him something. This something is a national treasure of Ishtalika. This is Dullahan's magic stone. More than 500 years ago, the Demon King appeared on the continent and Dullahan was one of his minions. With his sword, he could split heaven and earth. He was a strong black-robed warrior who made it into the annals of history. Olivia added that their ancestor, the first king, defeated all the demons and founded the kingdom. He was recognized by everyone as a hero of the world. Ein couldn't contain his excitement. This story sounded like a fairy tale to him. His Majesty turned to Olivia and asked if she would change her mind. After all, this is still a national treasure. She replied that it may be called national, but, in fact, it is a treasure of their family. After that, Ein went up the steps to the pedestal, where the stone was placed in a bowl on a long stand. The mother advised her son not to come closer, because the magical energy of the stone could harm him. The stone glowed with a bright light. The king and Olivia saw the poison disappearing around Ein. So that's how powerful he is. The young man realized that this magic stone was different from other stones, and he felt a great power in it. Ein walked over to it and picked it up. His Majesty rushed towards his grandson, ordering Olivia to stay behind. And Ein felt that even without absorbing it, the energy was pouring into him by itself. The king shouted to the youth that he already had enough energy. He needs to stop this. After the incredible play of energy and light, Ein felt that his body was full of strength. He looked at his status and was stunned. Stamina, physical strength, agility, magic power, and defense have all taken on incredible values. And now he had 5 special skills: toxin decomposition, gift of learning, black night, absorption, and mist. It was deep evening in the Heim Kingdom. In Archduke August's manor, a single girl, Klein, was standing on the balcony, looking at the sky with stars appearing in it and thinking about meeting Ein. Klein sat at the table in her room and sighed sadly as she looked at the open box with the crystal that Ein had given her. How could you disappear immediately after being presented with such a lovely gift? It's not fair. Her sad thoughts were interrupted by a maidservant who came to check on the progress of her master's work. The girl replied that she had already done everything, and all the papers were on the cabinet. She can take them to him. The maid was surprised because she had heard that this job should take at least 1 week. Klein smiled and said that she just focused on her work and managed to get everything done in 2 days. She asked the woman to tell her father to give her a harder task next time. She promised to pass on her request to her father. She thought to herself that it still wasn't enough. It needs to get better. She thought that the next time she met Ein, she should be able to support him in a difficult time. Then the maid remembered the letter that the young lady had received from her master. Klein realized that this letter had come from her grandfather. What is it this time? Horse racing, dancing. She ordered the maid to just deliver it to her schedule. Here the woman related what Count Augustus had said when he had given her this sealed letter. He told her to prepare a letter for a character she knew. Klein was extremely excited. She reproached the maid for not saying so right away. This is much more important than some work. 1 minute she was frantically searching for a pen and paper. Then she ordered top-quality writing papers to be brought to her. Klein picked up the paper she had brought and couldn't decide what she should write to him, because she had never written a letter to a man before. The maid noticed that it was the first time she had ever seen the young lady so confused. She advised Klein to consult her host first. The girl thanked the maid for her advice and decided to follow it. She made her way out so quickly that the maid had to warn her not to be in such a hurry. The master wasn't going anywhere. Klein thought about Ina with excitement. If only he knew how much she needed to discuss with him. I wonder what he's doing right now. At this time, in the residence of the king of Ishtulika, Olivia was hugging her son. Silverd von Ishtulika proudly said that this is a complete success. He urged his daughter to look at his status. He just soared up after absorbing the power of the stone. Then the old man turned to his grandson and urged him not to let the numbers turn his head. He must remember to train hard so that his body can withstand all this incredible strength. After that, the king turned to the second princess and asked her if everything went according to her plan. She, the person closest to her, knew exactly what he was capable of. Why had she kept it from him? The king suspected that she had planned all this from the beginning. Olivia replied that at first she was only thinking about fulfilling her duty as a member of the royal family. However, after the death of their closest ally, the former head of the Reinhardt family, she began to feel insecure about their future, and as a result, she was unable to decide to speed up with Logan. She gave birth to Ein like a dryad. She confirmed her father's guess and said that she had planned it all from the beginning. Let him forgive her like a father. After that, Silverd asked his grandson to come out because he had something to discuss with Olivia. Ein joined Kadima and Warren Lark, who were sitting at a table on the huge balcony, drinking tea. The Prime Minister said it may have been a mistake on their part to send Olivia to Heim. The first princess replied that she had thought about it since she read about the first dryad in their royal line. Ein eagerly asked, "What is this acceleration?" Kadima, smiling slyly, replied that this is the usual conception of children. However, unlike other dryad races, conception is a more serious matter. A dryad can only have one partner in her entire life, with whom she must share her life energy. This is called acceleration. Ayn asked, "Didn't Mom say that she didn't dare to do this? Then what about his birth?" Kadima replied that this was one of the characteristics of dryads. They all have one amazing ability. Just once in a lifetime, they can give birth to a child without a partner. Simply put, he's only Olivia's son. He doesn't have a father. He was born from her branch. Warren added that when the time came, as a member of the royal family, she should have a descendant. It was a difficult decision for Olivia to make. The first princess calmly said that dryads also had the skill of hypnosis, so it wasn't hard for her to trick hubby. He probably didn't notice anything. Olivia was so suddenly overwhelmed that he had to forgive her. Ayn agreed with his aunt and said that he was even glad that Mom didn't take root with this Logan guy. The main thing is that her life is not in danger, and he does not care about the words of others about it. Kadima said that although this method is not often used, she is sure that Olivia went through a lot for him. The Prime Minister considered it important to add that the Reincarnated family also failed to fulfill its part of the agreement on his becoming the next head of the family. But Haim remained silent. The young master expressed the opinion that it was unlikely that anyone would blame Olivia. His spirits rose considerably, and he expressed a desire for something to eat. The Prime Minister noted that the young man's nerves are much stronger than he thought at first glance. Kadima leaned in the young master's direction and advised him not to go into the reception room, because there is another national treasure of their own, the Demon King's magic stone, as a decoration. Did the young man specify the same Demon King that the first king defeated? The Prime Minister nodded his head and said that it was true. The first princess turned to Ayn and told him that there was a theory that when he was hungry, he could accidentally absorb the magical energy of the stones near you. Just like that time with Chris, so he can't even go near it. Ayn remembered that when talking about the first king, his mother said that he was so strong that he was known as a hero. Lark confirmed these words and remarked that in their country they loved him not only for his strength, but for his big heart. He was a really strong man. The young master asked, "Does this mean that someone as strong as the first king will be famous in other kingdoms like Haim?" The Prime Minister said to forget about James. This man will be known all over the world. Ayn said with sadness in his voice that he had been thinking about this for a long time. My mother had sacrificed herself for him so many times, but he hadn't lived up to even a small fraction of her effort yet. Maybe it's because he became the crown prince, or because his status had increased dramatically as a result of that treasure. He still hadn't fully returned to reality, but he wants to show everyone, including the Reinhardt family, that he is worthy. He knows it won't be easy, but he wants to be as great a king as the first king was. This is probably funny to hear from a child. Warren Lark respectfully said it wasn't funny at all. He, for his part, wants to help him in this matter. Fencing lessons can be left to Chris and Lloyd, but how about he teach him the rest? The young crown prince happily exclaimed that he was glad that the Prime Minister would take care of him. Kadima immediately chimed in and said that then she would be responsible for testing his power and studying it. When the young men had left, old Prime Minister Lark sighed heavily and muttered that Mr. Ayn looked so much like him. Ayn continued his daily training. The days passed quickly, and now it was summer. He had already been in Ishtalik for 8 months. Lloyd Galatia told him that he would be fighting forest monsters in training today, and unlike the soldiers in the castle, they would be trying to really kill him. He urged the young man to be careful. Soon, the first monster appeared in front of him. Chris turned to Ayn and calmly said that it was a forest rat. She wanted to explain to the young man how he could defeat her, but the crown prince said that it would be better if he could figure out how to do it himself. Everyone knew that this was the master's first fight. Ayn, seeing the monster approaching, thought that he didn't want to feel its claws and fangs on him. When the rat jumped up and charged, Ayn easily sliced its body open with his sword. That wasn't all. The young man had to fight a few more rats. After that, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and said that it looked like there were no monsters left in the area at all. The Grand Marshal complimented him on his excellent performance, and Chris noticed that the master could now fight with several castle soldiers, and she expected this result from him. At this time, another creature rushed at him, but the young man used a phantom hand. This was Dullahan's real strength. This is the Black Knight skill that he learned in these 8 months. He can now set this arm's length and strength with an infusion of energy. With Kadima's special equipment, you can absorb energy from the stone, even if the creature is still alive. He called it the Black Chain of Doom. Lloyd thought respectfully of the young master, that he had created something very dangerous and serious. He's already afraid of Ayn with that chain of his. He can't wait for his future growth. As he and Chris and Lloyd rode in the carriage through the city, Ayn noticed a store located in the corner of the building. He asked the girl about it. Chris replied that it was a well-known magic stone shop called Magali's. All the stones in the castle were bought here. The Grand Marshal suggested that we go to this store. Ein and Chris left the carriage and went inside the store, while Lloyd stayed outside, warning the young man that he was forbidden to lick rocks in the establishment. Behind the counter, they saw a strange guy smoking a long pipe. He greeted them warmly and even winked at Ein. Of course, the seller in such a store cannot be ordinary. The owner of the magic stone shop that Ein entered looked like a lady in extreme suspenders. The young man turned to Chris and told her that he wanted to visit a magic stone shop, not a shop for people with specific preferences. The girl replied that it was true that the shop owner had specific tastes, but it was the most famous magic stone shop. Besides, she noticed that he had nothing to worry about. The man was very kind. This guy in women's clothing turned to Ein and said that he already thought that he had come to play a joke on him. Ein excused himself, and Chris greeted Miloika-san warmly. He recognized the girl and asked if she was really looking after this kid today. Chris Verstein confirmed his hunch and asked him to stop there. The salesman was understanding and asked, so they came for magic stones. Ein replied that they really came here because he wanted to look at the magic stones. Miloika expressed his admiration that the young man is interested in such a wonderful hobby at such a young age and expressed hope that they will become friends with him. He invited the guests to look around, but asked them not to touch the magic stones and crystals of the sea because they might harm them. Ein was happy to feel that thanks to his poison absorption training, he could only smell faint scents, even though he was surrounded by magic stones. Previously, even the cheapest magic stone had such an enticing smell that it gave him a headache. The young man went to one of the stones, worth 45,000 gold, and the extravagant seller praised him for choosing it. He told him that Ein was quite sensitive. This is the magic stone of the white wyvern, a monster whose meat is usually used to make top-grade steak. Ein felt an overwhelming urge to eat the stone. Miloika, given his familiarity with Chris, expressed a desire to sell the stone to the young man for only 30,000. Ein thought for a while and said that he had received some money from his grandfather the other day, and it would be good if he added a few more to this stone, including for 100,000 gold pieces. The seller with special preferences expressed a desire to immediately pack them for the young man. While the salesman was packing up his purchases, Ein couldn't wait for him to start devouring them. Suddenly, his eyes fell on one of the rocks that he hadn't noticed at first. The seller saw that this magic stone had attracted the buyer's attention and said that it was known as the cursed gemstone. Rumor has it that it stalks its owners in their sleep, talking to them. And even the display case for him was made of special glass to seal his power. Ein turned to Chris and said it was a strange story. After all, magic stones can't talk, so it's true that he feels some strange energy coming out of him. But somehow he thinks she's not evil. He turned to Miloika-san and asked if he could sell this magic stone along with the ceiling showcase. Chris tried to dissuade the young man from buying such a thing. She was afraid that something bad might happen. The seller remarked that it looked as if the stone had subdued the young man. But the young crown prince replied that it wasn't, he just wanted to buy it. The seller finally agreed to sell it along with the display case and asked for 300,000 gold pieces for it. To Chris' horror, the young man laid out the money. While accepting the payment, Miloika-san said that if anything bad happened, he would just let him return it back. He also asked Chris if it suited her. She realized that in that case, there was nothing she could do about it. She also thought that His Majesty would approve of it, since Miloika-san was the one who sealed this stone. When the young crown prince went to see the rest of the magic stones, Miloika-san said that this guy is a very brave person. Chris replied that she didn't understand what he meant. Then she asked Miloika-san to keep everything that happened here a secret. He replied that of course he wouldn't tell anyone about it. After that, the customer left the store. Ein was pleased to think that his first visit to the magic stone shop was simply gorgeous. When they got home, Ein collapsed on his bed and decided that he could finally get some rest. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door, and a girl came in with a smile on her lips. It was Marka-san, the maid who had come to help him change. The young man was confused and said that he could easily change his clothes, but the girl said that she is Olivia's personal servant, and therefore, her duties also include taking care of her son. Ein was forced to agree and asked, "Doesn't Mark-san have other more important responsibilities?" The girl replied that he should not worry about it. After she helped him change, the maid informed him that she had something to pass on to him. With that, she handed him a letter which, however, did not contain any information about who sent it. The stamp explained that this letter was sent by an aristocrat from Jame via the Euro Kingdom. Because of what happened to him and Olivia's son, Ishtalika severed all her ties with the Hame Kingdom. Therefore, this email was sent via another country. The girl added that she did not consider this letter to be something important, since it came from Kaima. so if he doesn't know who might have sent it, then she should get rid of him immediately. Ayn thought that it was hard to imagine that they would go to so much trouble just to insult him. A letter from the high aristocracy. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he eagerly opened the envelope. This letter was from little Klein. She wrote how that night she remembered the very day when he had given her a beautiful piece of jewelry that even the most expensive of jewels paled in comparison. Ever since he had given her this beautiful gift, she had not once forgotten his promise. Ever since that day, she had always treasured the flower that he had given her. She apologized for not being able to write her real name here, but if the Ishtalikas greeted her good-naturedly, she would be happy to tell them her name the next time they met. Ayn guessed with some excitement that Klein was heading for Ishtalika. The girl who made his heart flutter is heading towards him. Ayn Reinhardt held Klein's letter in his hands with excitement and couldn't believe that she was heading to Ishtalika. Marka asked the young man if he intended to answer the letter. The young man replied that of course he was going to answer the letter. After all, she treated him and his mother well, but wouldn't it be difficult for her to get to Ishtalika from Kanma? The maid replied that it was possible. Besides, this girl seems to be on good terms with Olivia. The young man agreed with her and said that he thought Warren would have said the same thing he did. Ayn really wanted to meet Klein soon. Time also continued to fly by unnoticed by Ayn. He didn't even notice that summer had passed and autumn had arrived. During all this time, the wind picked up, gradually getting cooler, but he did not stop classes and training. His swordsmanship skills increased each time, and he was already able to defeat some knights. His teachers were pleased with him, and Ayn was immensely grateful to Lloyd and Chris for teaching him how to fence. The Grand Marshal summoned the soldiers who were supposed to protect the prince and ordered them to run until the sun went down, once around the city walls. The young man asked Lloyd not to be so strict with the soldiers, because he won against the knights because of his ability to become stronger by absorbing magic stones. The marshal replied that one of Ayn's abilities, the gift of learning, allows the wearer to strengthen based on how much effort they put into training, and it was only through this skill that they were able to deal with the former decomposition of toxins. This means that he became stronger due to his own efforts, not his skills. After that, he suggested that the young man fight with him at any time when Ayn was ready for it. Ayn made the decision to start the fight right now. The people outside the castle were terrified, thinking that an earthquake had occurred. They saw smoke coming from the castle, but it was the effects of the marshal and the prince clashing. Lloyd Galatia was pleased that the young man was able to dodge his monstrous attack. He said to Ayn that he was slowly but surely closing the gap between himself and the first king. Ayn sat on the ground and shivered. Chris brought him some water, and he drank it greedily. The young man thanked the girl, but said that it would be better if she didn't approach him right now, because he was so exhausted that he could unconsciously absorb some of Chris Sand's magic stone again. The marshal suggested that we finish our training for today. He turned to Olivia and said that he thought that with the current level of strength, Ayn would be fine. The second princess didn't understand what he was talking about. She turned to her son and said that this winter he will be 7 years old and therefore she believes that the best time to start his training is to go to the academy. Chris had advised her, there is a royal academy in the capital, where her father, the king, is the head of the board of directors, and, since it is located in the capital, they can easily get there by water transport. So, Ayn won't be in any danger, it's perfectly safe. Ayn cautiously thought that studying at the academy as a crown prince wasn't easy. Just thinking about it made him nervous. Chris turned to him and invited him to take a little walk. They came out on the picturesque seashore. Ayn had no idea that there was such a beautiful beach behind the castle. Chris explained that this beach is used as one of the escape routes, so it is closed to the public. She told him that she would take the entrance exam tomorrow. What field of study is he going to choose? The young man replied that he wanted to choose fencing. The girl noticed that this is not the best choice in her opinion, but she is sure that she will easily win. After all, he had defeated the knight. Ayn hoped so too, because his teachers were Lloyd and Chris. But something's bothering him. Will Chris and Lloyd win if they come face to face with his father Logus? Chris seemed to have been waiting for this question and decided to show the young crown prince something. She said that now she would throw her sword on the ground and please let him not lose sight of her until the sword touched the ground. She let go of the sword and disappeared. The young man asked in surprise, "Where is she?" The girl took him by the shoulder and said that she shifted when the sword touched the ground. She's sure Logus wouldn't have been able to follow her movements any more than he could, so she thinks he knows exactly what that means. As for Lloyd, he can hit Logus on the head during battle. Ayn sat down on the sand and thought that it was good that he decided to become stronger than the first king. But now he understands that to do this, he needs to become stronger than Chris and Lloyd. He told the girl that he would make every effort to do so. He asked Chris, did she pull him outside to help him relax before the test? The vice captain laughed and said that he had guessed correctly. They took the train to the test site. Ian was surprised by the huge number of people on the street. Chris explained that this street is called Akademicheskaya, so it is always full. But there are not only students here, but also their security guards and several researchers. After walking along the beautiful buildings, they came to a magnificent palace. It was the Royal Academy building, Kingsland. They said their goodbyes at the entrance, and Ian went on alone. Chris advised him to give it his all on the test. He went inside the building, looking for the test room. When he opened one of the doors, he saw the examiner hit the girl who had fallen hard. He told her that if she didn't have any motivation, she should just go home. He thought that the man was very rude, but maybe this was a test of their mental toughness. Holding his sword on his right shoulder, the examiner asked who was next. Ian knew that during the entrance exam, a candidate was not allowed to give their name. This rule was introduced to ensure that the exam was 100% fair. The examiner said that during the exam, they can certainly use their sword. He took down another student and told him that even the weakest monster would easily beat the shit out of him. Did he really think that he could serve under His Majesty with such movements? The examiner continued and said that they can also use martial arts and their skills as long as they are not ranged attacks. He called for the next test. It turned out that Ian was the last examinee. He thought that because of the unique nature of his skill, he wasn't eager to use it yet. He decided to prove his strength with his blade. He pulled out his sword and spoke to the examiner, asking him to take care of it. The man looked at him and ordered him to come to him. The young man rushed to attack and the examiner immediately said that he was quite good. Ian decided that he had to make sure that the teacher couldn't predict his next strike. He must use his speed to come in from behind and deliver his punch. The examiner confusedly said that he thought too much of himself and he did not have even a grain of the necessary equipment. Ian realized that this man was much stronger than the knights, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a chance to win. Besides, it's just an exam, so you don't have to win. The teacher, meanwhile, asked him if he really thought that such stupid tricks would work against him. Looking at his puny technique, he is sure that his master is just as puny as him. Then he offered to finish the exam, but Ian said that he wanted to continue testing. The examiner replied that he should not even think about holding back because he was an examiner. These are the rules. He added angrily that a non-entity like him who didn't even know how to use his ability was obviously raised in a family of scum. Let him approach him to learn a few lessons from him. Ian asked if he could use his skill if it wasn't magic or ranged. The teacher said that this is allowed by the rules. Ian thought about how he couldn't let it go. If this rude man not only insulted Lloyd and Chris, who taught him swordsmanship, he also insulted his mother. He can't forgive him for those insulting words. The young man used the Phantom Hand skill and the Dark Knight skill. The examiner was terribly surprised. He could not understand what these pseudo-hands were. He asked the young man to explain it to him. However, Ian wasn't going to do that, since he didn't have to explain it. He didn't recall such a rule. Ian stepped towards this evil man and asked him to get ready. The examiner thought uneasily that he had no idea what kind of skill this kid had. He told him that if 1 or 2 extra hands would help him become stronger, then so be it. After saying that, he charged at the young master. The teacher noticed that the youth's attack frequency had increased significantly, but he knew what to do about it. A few seconds later, Ian saw how easily he had dealt with the Phantom Hand. Isn't even that enough? It should absorb even more magic power. The man was slightly surprised. How can this kid increase his strength in the process of fighting? Ian concentrated and said that this time it would be him who attacked. After the young man charged, the examiner warned him not to use his might to smash the entire training field. He also noticed the incredible speed of his movements, but he also saw that the youth was pretty exhausted, constantly strengthening his phantom arms. The teacher was forced to defend himself with both hands under the pressure of Ian, which the young man pointed out to him. The examiner realized with horror that there was something wrong with this child. This was the first time he had fought face to face with such a person. He's still on his feet. This person is really something. And the young man was ready to continue the battle. The examiner approached him and said that there was no point in continuing this exam any longer. This was the first time he had ever destroyed an exam site so badly during an exam. Ian Reinhardt bowed to the master and apologized for not being able to restrain himself out of anger and destroying the playground like that. He thought that no matter what it looked like, he was seriously screwed right now. The man's words angered him so much that he wanted to defeat him at all costs. He foolishly failed the exam. The teacher with the broken sword approached the boy and said that he was well aware that he had angered him with his words. After that, he handed him a certificate confirming that he had passed the exam. Ian was surprised and said, but wasn't he being arrogant towards him? The master replied that it was not worth paying attention to, just that they would leave it between them. Ein, with the certificate in his hands, happily went to the exit to share his luck. However, he could see that the vice captain was extremely angry with him, even though she had congratulated him on passing the exam. He asked her why she was angry. She replied that he had used it, but he had promised not to. She could feel his aura even here on the street. Ein replied that even though he knew it was just an exam, he couldn't just let someone speak ill of Chris and the rest of the people he cared about. Chris replied that he shouldn't have used his skill anyway. You can't just show this skill to the first person you meet. Ein boasted that he still hurt the examiner badly and even asked if he would be fine. The girl replied that the academy has a very experienced healer, so the examiner is always ready for such an outcome. In addition, the examiners are experienced retired adventurers, so they are very hardy. A poet who can personally injure an examiner will still get a couple of extra points. Then she said that an incident of this magnitude would definitely reach His Majesty's ears and warned Ein to be prepared for anything. A few days later, in the palace of the Ishtalika kingdom, His Majesty turned to his grandson and said that they had not made it public before, but he was already 7 years old and should start getting used to behaving like a crown prince. So he plans to send him to practice in the port city of Magna. This will be his first job as crown prince. Ein was both excited and anxious at the same time. On the deck of a modern ship, Silvert von Ishtalika was giving his grandson his final instructions. He asked him to try to take a good look around here. Chris, who was standing nearby, added that what he was looking at right now was the pride of the Ishtalika Navy, battleships. Ein looked at the magnificent and beautiful warships moored in the port with delight. He could feel their immense power. But in the back of his mind, the question constantly stirred, what is waiting for him next? After all, this is his first public case. Eyeing the bay filled with a large number of ships, Ein asked, so there is also a military base located in Magna. Chris replied that she was responsible for protecting their borders. The port city of Magna is one of the 3 largest cities in Ishtalika. Usually in the morning, the shops are crowded with fishermen selling their catch, and one of the military bases is literally within walking distance from them. Ein's first job today was simply to monitor the ships and the condition of the city itself. He was supposed to oversee the first shipment of magic stones to the port, which arrived from Europe according to the contract signed by his mother. The dockworkers were just unloading one of the containers of magic stones with a crane. Chris drew her sword and said to Ein that she wanted to show him a couple of raw sea magic stones. She deftly opened one of the boxes filled with sea magic stones. The young man picked up one of them and said that they actually resemble rock salt. Grandpa laughed and pointed out that he was right. Then he said that this was the end of his public work. Ein stated that it really was an interesting and informative experience. He thanked His Majesty from the bottom of his heart for the opportunity. The king of Ishtaliki thought for a moment and said that they had a little more time and his grandson could go and look around for a while. Ein decided to find a souvenir for his mother. She was very upset that she couldn't come here with them. The young man remembered that his mother decided not to go after reading the letter sent to her by her grandfather. I wonder what it said. The grandfather asked his grandson to wait for him and Chris while they finished their business at the port, and the young man gladly agreed. Silvert wanted to arrange for a room for the crown prince, but he refused to be in it and said that he rarely went so close to the sea and therefore wanted to get a closer look at it. Chris was absolutely against it. She said that even being on a military base is still dangerous. But the grandfather calmed her down and handed the pendant to his grandson, putting it around his neck. It was a great earth ruby, a powerful magical artifact that can create an impenetrable dragon defense around the wearer. It is able to protect its host in any case. After that, Chris agreed to let the young man take a walk, but she asked him not to go too far. Ein stood on the edge of the pier and admired the calm sea and the unusually clear sky. Small fish swam serenely at his feet, and birds flew in the sky. It was already truly autumn, but today was a very warm day, and if he wasn't the crown prince, he would have enjoyed sleeping in the open air right here. Then it occurred to him that of course he could sleep here and no one would know about it. After all, no one has ever announced that he is a crown prince, so this is his last chance to do it. He lay down in the shade of the crates and found it very comfortable. He felt very good, and the sound of the waves sounded like a lullaby. As he drifted off to sleep, he thought of Roundheart, which was also a port city. He dreamed of the huge flower garden where he had walked with Olivia. The flowers smelled very nice. Suddenly, he felt like someone was tickling him. He saw the girl through his half-closed eyes, but decided it couldn't be because he wanted to take a nap on the pier. But this floral smell was familiar to him. The girl leaned over him, putting her knees under his head. The young man opened his eyes and was surprised to recognize this girl as Klein. They held hands and smiled. Klein said that she was very surprised when she found out that he was a member of the royal family. Ein laughed and replied that he was also surprised when he found out about it. The girl bowed her head and confessed that when she found out about it, she thought that they would never see each other again. Ein hugged her and said, "But they're talking to her right now." Then he asked if Klein had arrived alone. It turned out that she had arrived with her grandfather and several maids. She pointed at them surreptitiously. At the far end of the pier, he saw Duke Augustus with a strange aura. Klein explained that her grandfather is already a former archduke, because he is old and passed the primacy of the family to her father. After her retirement, her grandfather took her to the trading town of Birdland, but in the middle of the journey, they went missing. At least, that's what everyone should have been told. After that, with Olivia's help, they boarded a boat from Euro to Ishtolika. Otherwise, if anyone in Jame found out that part of the Archduke's family had gone to a country that had broken off all relations with it, my father would have had problems. At this time, Chris appeared on the pier, and Ian wanted to introduce her to Klein. However, she claimed that she had already met Klein and her grandfather while Ian was sleeping on the pier. Chris asked the young man never to do such a thing again. Then she suggested that they go back to the magma, and if Klein wasn't tired, she could join them. The girl agreed with pleasure and curtsied to ask His Highness the Crown Prince if he would allow her to accompany him. Klein sat across from Olivia at the round table. The girl said to the second princess that she was very grateful for the help she and her grandfather had given her and for being able to prepare everything for their journey. Olivia asked Klein not to address her as a princess because she was getting sad. Couldn't they talk the same way they did when they first met? Klein agreed and wanted to know what Olivia had to say to her. The second princess sighed and asked the girl what her future plans were. What was she going to do? Right now, it's just the two of them in this room, so there's no need to hide anything. Klein thought that before meeting Ein, Warren had asked her a similar question. She had received a gift from the Crown Prince, so she crossed the ocean to meet him again. But then she was asked what brought her to Ishtolika. Now Olivia asks her about her plans. Klein thought that Olivia wanted to know what her intentions were with Ein. The girl replied to tell her the truth. She is not sure that she has the right to do so. Then Olivia asked the following question. Is she going to live in Ishtolik for the rest of her life? Klein honestly replied that if that was her question, then from the moment she left Augustus Manor, she was prepared for it. The second princess seemed very pleased. She said if that's the case, there's no problem. She promised to put the girl in one of the academies from next spring. This academy is slightly different from the one Ein entered. This is a women's academy, where her mother Korolva works as a director. Their royal family will prepare the perfect place where a diamond like Klein will be polished to a high gloss. If it can shine brighter than other diamonds, then no one will dare to refuse or object to it. Then, taking the girl's hands, she asked her to let her help her shine. Tears welled up in Klein's eyes and she agreed. Ein Reinhardt was in the home library, and he was busy completing the tasks he received to prepare for the academy's training. Marcus-Anne, the maidservant, drew Ein's attention to the fact that it was already dark. She asked him not to overexert himself so much. The young man thanked Mark for his concern and said that he would now finish one exercise and finish it. As soon as he finished the task, someone suddenly put an arm around his shoulders. Ein started. It was Klein. She asked the young man, isn't he overdoing his studies here? In turn, Ein asked the girl what she was doing here. She replied that her classes were already over, so she decided to stop by and check on him. Ein expressed a wish that she would greet him in a more normal way because she had scared him. Klein replied that in the end, he didn't notice her coming because he was too focused on his studies. Then she said that she felt that she should put more effort into learning. They talked about various things for a while, and then Ein said that it was probably going to be a homecoming celebration soon. The girl nodded her head in understanding and reported that Varan Sama had already invited her and Grandpa as guests. The young man expressed doubts whether he will have the opportunity to attend this celebration. After all, no one has yet announced who he is. Klein said conspiratorially that there were several good ways around this obstacle. She whispered a few words in his ear, which delighted the young man. Then he asked the girl when she intended to go to bed. Klein replied that she was just about to go to the bathroom. Ein noticed that the bathroom was really big, so she should really enjoy it. The girl made sly eyes and asked him if he would like to join her. Ein was outraged by this suggestion and said that he didn't want to do it and told her to go take a bath immediately. Klein replied that then she puts it up for next time. Finally, it was the day to celebrate Olivia's return. A large number of people were gathered in the palace. Ein was waiting for Klein in the hall. Soon, he saw her fluttering around in a beautiful new dress. She apologized and said she hoped he hadn't waited long for her. She needed to keep her grandfather company and meet some people, so she stayed a little longer. The young man replied that everything was fine and this dress looked great on her. The girl, in turn, praised him for his beautiful appearance in a formal suit. When they were in the hall with the guests, Ein said that it was really a great celebration. Since his arrival, there hadn't been a single thing that didn't surprise him, even this water train. This was his first ride, and it's not even surprising that this is the case, but that absolutely anyone can ride it. And also these city lights, they are so mesmerizing and beautiful. It feels like he's looking at some beautiful jewelry collected in one dark box. Klein added that in addition to all this, she is struck by the way magic stones are processed in this country. Just to think that magic stones can be used in your daily routine. She's even a little taken aback by how much common sense in James differs from here. Ein noticed that she didn't really have anything to worry about. As long as it doesn't touch the stone, nothing will happen to it. Then he added that this was his first experience of attending such parties. After all, no one had said anything about him yet. The girl asked the young man if he had not been told when he would be announced to the whole of Ishtilika. Ein replied that it would happen next spring. They said they would do it before she and he officially went to the academy. Klein advised Ein to prepare a special speech. She asked him, how about we take an example from the people he admires? Ein confessed that he would like to be like the first king. So, apparently, he will have to learn to speak in a rougher, older voice. The two young men were so engrossed in the conversation that they didn't notice how the guests in the hall were whispering animatedly. Many people didn't understand what the Prime Minister was thinking. Why did he invite people from Haim to this party? They only stained the floor of their castle. After hearing such conversations, Klein reassured the young man, telling him not to worry, but instead just enjoy this party. She tugged on the young man's sleeve and said that she had recently seen some delicious-looking dishes. With his permission, she would take some, and he should wait for her here. As the girl left, Prime Minister Warren approached Hein and asked where his friend Klein was. Ein replied that she had gone to get some food. Warren said that he intended to tell him that His Majesty had prepared some gifts for Ein that he would be able to see in a while. It's about that dinner party in Jaim. It seems that His Majesty is really worried about that incident. The Prime Minister added that he agreed with his grandfather that it would be a good idea to talk about him and his status at this party. At this time, they heard the sound of a plate breaking. Ein saw Klein accidentally break a plate of food taken from the table. Some nobleman called her a hillbilly from Haim and asked her how dare she come to this party. Warren Lark glared at this noble and said that he would take care of him now. At this time, the brute reached out to Klein with a threat to punish the girl. Then Ein caught the nobleman's hand and asked if he had any business with his guest. The evil nobleman didn't let up. He accused the youth of interrupting him. Ein asked him, wasn't she personally invited by the Prime Minister? He replied that he didn't know whose child he was, but there was a line he definitely shouldn't cross. But if he really likes and thinks about Ishtilik, then it's normal for them to hate Haim. Ein recalled the situation when he and his mother didn't have a place in the palace. Everything was repeated exactly. Ein stepped forward, covering Klein with his body, and told the nobleman that if he felt dislike or annoyance about Haim, then let him voice all his complaints right now and he would definitely listen to them. Is he displeased with the crown prince who was stripped of his status because of Jaim? The man replied that he didn't have any grievances or complaints towards the crown prince, and the young man stated that he also had no intentions of blaming him for it. Ein thought about how the trouble in the past was because he was weak. He was a burden to his mother. He was an order of magnitude weaker than his younger brother and was abandoned by his own father, and as a result, deprived of his own inheritance. So it's normal for them to despise someone like him. However, in the end, he met Klein and got the opportunity to prove to himself that he was worth something. Ein apologized to everyone for his earlier weakness and insecurities, but assured them that it wouldn't be a problem for him anymore. After that, he walked over to the stone in the center of the table and picked it up with both hands. The people around him shouted that he obviously wanted to die, but the young man calmed them down. After that, the energy of the stone itself surged into his body. Everyone present at the party froze in amazement. The blue magic stone turned transparent. After that, Ein said that now he would not lose to the monsters in strength, and this magic stone would help him in this. So he wanted to ask them all something. Who here thinks that Ishtilika has no pride? Then he turned back to those present and said that if they still had any complaints directly to him, they could come to the castle at any time. He held up the stone in his hand and said that his name was Ein von Ishtilika, and as crown prince, he promises all of them that he will become a king who will rule Ishtilika just like the first king did. Everyone was in utter amazement. No one thought that this little man was the crown prince, His Highness. Then Ein took Klein's hand and said, if they can accept him, they should accept this girl too. It turned out that the unintentional announcement was successful, and was successfully accepted by everyone. Ein has officially become the crown prince of Ishtalika. A couple of days after Ein von Ishtalika announced himself as the heir to the throne at a party in honor of his mother Olivia, he was also announced to all residents of Ishtalika. The opinion of the country's elite was on his side. The nobles were saying that the prince was very bold at the last party. He hadn't even flinched at the boundless power of the magic stone. He really is a great person. The women said that he was so bold that he stood up for a lady who came from another continent. The scene really struck the female half of the population of Ishtalika to the core. The king was also pleased, even though it was unexpected, but he was glad that the announcement about Ein went smoothly. The prime minister expressed confidence that the nobles highly appreciated the prince. Apparently, there were rumors about his performance at the party. Silverd von Ishtalika would have liked to punish him for this, but he had already put him through a lot in the circle of his past family. Warren Lark noticed that Ein's speech at the party was still very similar to the first king's speech, and he'd never told him about her. But, most likely, Ein was very interested in the first king, and therefore read a lot of literature about him. The king replied that he had recently received a reply from Lady Klein. She promised to give it her all when she entered the Women's Academy next spring. And to help her out a little, he decided to give her the opportunity to choose from 3 types of training. The prime minister asked which type she had chosen. His Majesty replied that the first type is the path to becoming an official, the second is the path to becoming an erudite queen, and the third is the path to becoming a princess who will influence people's lives. She chose the path of becoming an erudite lady who has a significant influence on people's lives and is able to protect the king himself. In short, she chose all 3 types. It seems that not only Ein, but also Klein is an advanced person of the new generation. The prime minister agreed with the king. Ein told Klein that they were going to different academies, but they still had to give it their all. Olivia considered moving to the academy campus in order to see more of Ein, but it turned out that it was forbidden by the rules, and if she did, there would be an incredible amount of noise and uproar. Finally, after much fuss and chatter, Ein and Klein went back to their respective academies and wished each other luck. When Ein and Chris arrived at the academy building, the young prince felt that the place was even more crowded compared to when he was taking the entrance exam here. He couldn't even imagine walking through this street every single day. Chris told him not to worry and vowed to make sure that he could get to his school safely every day. Therefore, do not worry so much, because this road is the only difficulty on his way to knowledge. And when they got to school, he would feel really at ease. Hein again expressed doubts that he would feel at ease at the best Ishtalika school. The young man seemed excited, as he would be attending this school starting today. At the entrance, Chris said goodbye to him and again advised him not to worry. As long as he stayed in the academy, there would be another person to take care of his safety instead. Ein wanted to know who the man was. Chris called a young man to her side, who knelt down and said that it was a great honor to meet His Highness. The vice captain of the guard introduced the prince to Deal Gallant, son of Lloyd Sama and Marky San. Ein was simply amazed. The marshal and the maid are a married couple. They are an abnormal couple with an unthinkable difference in weight and height. After recovering from a serious shock, Ein greeted Lloyd and Marky's son warmly. Chris noted that even though he was still a novice knight, he was still a cut above his peers. She believes that Dill is able to protect him while he is on the academy grounds. In turn, Dill Gallant expressed his pride at being chosen to be His Highness' bodyguard. Then Chris remembered that she had a message for him from the king. She told him verbatim that the king had advised him not to be formal or modest when dealing with Deal. Remember this whenever he wants to thank him. Simply put, His Highness wants him to train while interacting with Deal. Ein turned to Gallant and said that since they would always be together from now on, he could call him by his first name. However, the young man apologized and said that, being his bodyguard, he could not afford to address him like that. Chris said that when his classes were over, she would be waiting for him at this very spot. And don't let him go home with Dill without waiting for her. Let him never forget it. With that, she left. As Ein headed to the classrooms, he asked Dill if this school had an official reception for new students. The bodyguard replied that there was no such thing in this academy. He added that classes would end at noon, so he would give him a tour of the academy after lunch. Ein informed him that in that case, he would be waiting for him in his classroom. The door to his classroom was very large, as expected of the Royal Academy. The young prince asked, "Doesn't it stand out too much compared to the other classes?" Dill replied that only the best students can study in the first class, so the academy shows the difference between them and the rest of the students by using the size of the door. This class is a place for those whose abilities and skills will be used for the benefit of the nation in the future regardless of their origin. This is what the Kingsland Academy really is, putting the students' skills and abilities above everything else. After hearing these words, Ein said that then he would have to try his best. After that, they broke up. He was surprised to find that there was no handle on this door. How could he open this door? Just as he was thinking that, the doors opened. He wondered if they had installed an automatic mechanism for the classroom door. There were already students in the classroom, no more than a dozen students. It turns out that all of them are already assembled. Ian thought that since there were only a few students here, if he couldn't get along with any of them, it would be over. Then the teacher entered the room and announced that he was glad to have all the students in their seats. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if someone missed the very first day of training at the academy. The teacher said his name was Rook. He teaches magic engineering at the academy, and as of today, he is also their homeroom teacher. In fact, their class teacher should have been another teacher. However, due to certain events, he was forced to retire. But they shouldn't take that into their heads. This is a special class, so it only expects one thing from them. This will only show the best of the best results. After that, he announced that everyone was dismissed. Then, remembering something, he said that as long as their results were satisfactory, they might not attend classes. However, they will still need to take tests every 6 months. If they need anything, they should simply contact their teachers or other staff. They can also freely use all the equipment located on the territory of the academy. Ein was slightly surprised and asked, "Is it even normal that they are given so much freedom?" A man who looked like a cat approached him and said that his name was Roland, and he was happy to meet Ein. He reported that he passed the magic engineer tests during his admission. Then he asked what tests he had taken. Ein, looking at the face of the new acquaintance, assumed that it was a half-human or a werewolf. The young man replied that he had passed fencing. Roland jumped on the spot and exclaimed, "So he's the guy everyone's talking about." The examiner who took his swordsmanship test is known for his extensive experience as an ex-adventurer. And now there are rumors that one of the examinees not only defeated him, but also destroyed the arena. Ein thought about how if he didn't do something, they would all think of him as someone who could get mad because of a bad mood. He replied that they could laugh, but that time the examiner's words made him give it his all. Roland objected and said that no one would laugh at him in any case, because he is incredible. At this time, everyone whispered that a 6th-year student, Dill Gallant, had entered the classroom. Roland looked in the direction of the entrance, where Dill was moving along the corridor, and said that this is the Grand Marshal's son. Why did he come to their class? Everyone noticed that he was walking towards them. Dill Gallant approached them and addressed His Highness. He told him that he had completely forgotten that this year they had introduced a free education system for those who entered the first class. Everyone in the audience flinched. Gallant then invited the prince to come with him and show him around his academy. Ein asked Roland if he would like to join them because Dill was going to show him around the academy. Roland excitedly declined, saying that he still had some paperwork to do. When Ein and Dill left, Roland plopped down in his seat and stammered, "In that case, this guy is the crown prince." At the end of the tour, Dill Gallant said that he showed him all the most necessary and important places in the academy that he needed to know about. Ein thanked him and said that this place was just full of interesting places, so they were also the size of a royal castle. Then the young man asked Dill what would happen to his knowledge and training if he had to accompany him to the academy all the time. Dill replied that he would sometimes not be able to accompany the prince, however, he would do everything possible to minimize this time. Ein said it wasn't worth it, because he couldn't ignore his study schedule and his free time. The young bodyguard asked the prince not to pay attention to these details, because his protection is in the first place. Ein thought respectfully that the man was very stubborn. To lighten the mood, Ein asked Dill what kind of girls he liked. Does he prefer girls with long hair? What about their characters? Does he prefer soft and kind girls? While asking these questions, the prince thought that discussing girls is the easiest way to get close to a guy. He was sure that with this, he would be able to get close to even a stubborn person like Dill. But then he noticed the very dark look on his bodyguard's face. "What's wrong with him?" Dill asked the crown prince why he was asking this. The young man replied that he should know at least something about the person who will be next to him most of his free time. Dill nodded in satisfaction and said that in that case, he would prefer a girl who was stronger than him. Ein thought about how Dill is several times stronger than any of his peers, so the only thing that comes to mind is Chris Sam. The youth continued to speak. She must be at least about the same height as his father, and also have a developed physique. Ein happily exclaimed that in this case it would be very difficult for him to find someone matching his description, but he is sure that Dill will succeed. The young man thanked the crown prince, but said that every time he tells his friends about it, they start laughing and say that it's impossible. Therefore, he is very grateful to His Highness for such words. At that moment, Ein realized that the distance between him and Deal had narrowed. This may be just a small step on the road to their friendship, but it is a very important first step for him. He calmly asked Dill to have lunch with him, because there was something else he wanted to talk to him about. When he sat down at the table, Dill did not sit down next to him, but stayed to make sure that no one interfered with the crown prince's enjoyment of his lunch. Apparently that step was too small, and at the Leva Klein Women's Academy, female students were attacked with offers to meet their brothers. Klein thanked them for their invitations, but said that she was just a commoner's daughter. She has no right to have a relationship with someone from the nobility. The girls objected and said that it was recognized by the Prime Minister himself, and this is very, very valuable. Every noble would fall to their knees just by seeing her beauty. Klein replied that she was flattered by their concern. However, if she gets into any trouble, the Prime Minister will be responsible for it. The girls understood what she was driving at and apologized for their inappropriate suggestions. Klein expressed her appreciation for their appreciation of her. She said they could get along. Klein thought that she should do her best to gain the knowledge that Olivia Sama had left behind in the past. She can't waste time on seconds. Right now, she needs to give it her all. There was a commotion in the dungeon on the outskirts of the Ishtalika kingdom. A prisoner escaped from custody. He escaped by breaking through a special magic door that cannot be opened without the necessary magic device. None of the knights on duty at the camera noticed anything suspicious. The warden ordered that the incident should be immediately reported to the castle, and that the lists of the knights on duty in the dungeon should be brought to him. A dangerous serial killer who kills people for money has escaped. Adventurer freed Sloth, a member of the rarest, even for Ishtalika, race of demi-humans, vampire. Ein waved to his new friend Roland and left the academy after saying his goodbyes. As always, Dill met him on the street. He said to His Highness that it had already been a week since he entered the Imperial Academy. Does he feel any dissatisfaction? The young prince replied that he liked everything here. However, if there is one thing to highlight, it is excessive freedom, which sometimes makes him think about what he should learn here at all. He also noticed that there was a rumor that the first grade had recently changed teachers. Ein turned to Gallant and asked him if by any chance he knew anything about this. The loyal bodyguard flinched at that. He grudgingly replied that the matter could not be open to the public. But the former first grade teacher was fired because he had some problems with his ideals and actions. His name is Wolf Magnus. He is the third son of a marquis family, and his relationship with the gallant ducal family is more than friendly. Wolf is very well versed in medicine and alchemy, and is familiar with the so-called monster poison firsthand. In the past, he was caught discriminating against commoners who entered the academy, which goes against the academy's own policies. Since Ein had decided to enroll in this particular academy, they began a thorough review of all working personnel, at the time of which numerous violations on the part of Wolf Magnus were revealed. He, Dill Gallant, had also taken part in this inspection, and after reading some of the papers, he realized that this man did not have even a small part of the dignity of a noble aristocrat. After hearing this story, Ein asked Dill, "Where is Wolf Magnus now?" The bodyguard replied that, despite all his violations, he was still staying with the marquis family members, so instead of being severely punished, he was sent out of Ishtalika and assigned to the post of knight in a border castle. Dill Gallant felt that for all his actions, he should have received a more severe punishment. As Ein listened to the young man, he became more and more convinced that he undoubtedly had a very strong sense of justice. Meanwhile, Gallant continued. Even though he was a member of the royal family, it never even crossed his mind to humiliate or discriminate against people of lower status. He thinks that very soon everything will change, and no one will humiliate anyone. Ein noticed that he too had never seen the difference between common people and members of noble families. For him, they were always equal. Dill emphasized that these are His Highness' wonderful thoughts. Ein suggested that Dill omit all formalities when communicating with him, but the young man insisted that he could not afford it, since he was his bodyguard. Just then, they arrived at the place where Chris was waiting for them. The bodyguard bowed and left. After a minute, Chris apologized to Ein and told him that she had something to do with the patrolman, and it required her to leave the young man for a moment. She left him alone and promised to come back quickly, telling him not to go anywhere. Ein stood on the sidewalk and thought that this city was really crowded. He'd never seen so many people in one place before. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside a small shop window. In the midst of the noisy crowd, he saw girls in uniforms similar to the one Klein was wearing. The prince realized that they were students of the Academy of Noble Maidens. 3 burly men molested 2 girls, offering them the services of bodyguards. One of the girls said that they do not need such services. The big man began to threaten her in public. Ayn couldn't help but interject. He stood between the girls and the bullies and said to them, "Can't they see that they've scared the girls a lot?" He invited them to stop. The leader of the trio advised the young man to just go on. Didn't his mother teach him to mind his own business? Does he want to make himself look like a prince to these little girls? Then the biggest bully threw himself at the young man with his fists, saying that he would teach him a lesson so that in the future he would think 3 times before meddling in the affairs of adults. However, Ayn easily parried the big man's blow and twisted his arm back. The man screamed in pain, and the prince noticed that he was the first to attack him. The bandits noticed the uniform of the Royal Academy that the young man was wearing. They decided that it was just a child, and if they all attacked it together, they would simply crush it. Ayn tried to calm the bullies down, but they mistook his politeness for weakness. They told him that even if he knelt before them and begged for mercy, it would not help him. Ayn advised the stupid bandits not to move and stand still. However, they didn't listen to him and charged at the young man here, after which the 3 of them instantly sprawled on the sidewalk without moving. At this time, Chris came back and said that although it was a noble thing to do, couldn't he warn her about it first? Why does he always get into such trouble? Ayn, embarrassed, replied that he just couldn't stand by and watch them bully the girls. He promised to report the incident to His Majesty himself. After Ayn reported everything to his grandfather, he was panting as he regained consciousness in the hall of the palace. Chris calmed him down and said, "Isn't he glad it ended with a 50-page essay and a little scolding from His Majesty?" Olivia, patting her son on the head, admitted that this time she was really worried about him. Ayn replied sheepishly that he must have been a little hasty this time. At this time, the Queen of Ishtalika, Laurel, came up to him. She gave Ayn a cheeky wink and said that it might be the right thing to do, but she thought that the young man had done a very cool thing, which was to be expected of a prince. However, at the same time, she agreed with His Majesty and Chris Sama that his actions were too ambiguous as for the crown prince. But today, his grandmother wants to give him something, not punish him. After that, they descended into the treasury, and Laurel led him to a magnificent artifact, a pitch-black, expensive and exquisite dagger. The queen said to the youth, "Wouldn't this be a perfect addition to the Dullahan magic stone that he had absorbed? It's perfect for the Black Knights." Ayn asked, "Isn't it normal that not only did he absorb a national-level magic stone, but he should also receive this unimaginable gift?" Laurel replied that he is the crown prince, so isn't it normal to use everything that the state has accumulated to strengthen it? Ayn took the dagger in his hands and felt as if its steel had merged with his hand, and he had become a true extension of it. The queen asked him what he thought of it. The young man was delighted. He thanked his grandmother for such an incredible gift. Later, when he was sitting on the soft sofa in his room next to Klein, she said that this dagger was perfect for him. At this time, the first Princess Kadima came up to them. She apologized for interrupting the conversation and asked me to listen to her and then discuss the gift. She was referring to that cursed magic stone that Ayn had bought at the magic stone shop. The crown prince asked briskly, was there anything she could find out about him? Kadima replied that, to be honest, she couldn't even study it properly. She asked Ayn for his ideas about this. He suggested that some information might be found in the library of Kingsland's Royal Academy, which has far more books than the castle. The first princess replied that she had actually read all the books about magic stones that were kept here for a long time, but she did not remember that at least one of these books wrote anything about this stone. Ayn agreed that they would probably have a problem with this stone. Kadima sighed and said what a useless crown prince their country had. Ayn flinched at these words and grabbed the princess by the ears. She screamed loudly and asked me to let her go, because she has very sensitive ears. Afterward, she told him, not unkindly, what a hot-tempered nephew she had, and Klein expressed her displeasure with the young man for immediately resorting to violence. Ayn excused himself and said that this was how unexpected things usually happened to him. And this time, things got out of hand. Kadima advised to stop these conversations and said that she had one way. She pointed to a rock on the table in front of them and asked Ayn to suck on it lightly. The crown prince looked at his aunt suspiciously and said, didn't she want him to do this as soon as she called him here? The princess noticed that he was not as hopeless as she had thought. She believes that nothing will happen if he just tries, but if something happens, they can easily seal the magic stone. The prince sighed and said, well, if that was the only way to find out, he was ready. After all, he was the one who had brought this cursed stone to the palace, so he should at least try it. After that, he asked Klein to move to a safe place. Kadima happily announced that she was then removing the Majolica ceiling glass. When the princess removed the upper window, nothing happened. Then she asked Ein to take the stone in his hands. The young man took it and felt a strong pulsation inside the stone. Suddenly, a voice rang out, announcing that he had finally found it. The girls were startled by this strange voice, and Kadima ordered the prince to quickly return the magic stone under the protective glass. But as soon as the young man tried to return the stone to its place, his phantom hands were activated, and four at once. No one understood what was going on. Klein shouted to Ein that he didn't need to activate the phantom hands. He just needed to put the magic stone back under protection. The prince replied that he did not summon the phantom hands, they appeared on their own. His body is absorbing this magic stone by itself. Right before his eyes, the stone was shrinking in size. Kadima rushed to her nephew, and the young man warned her not to touch the stone. At that moment, the stone dissolved. Ein was surprised that his body felt very heavy to him. The princess said that he used his phantom hands at the same time as absorbing the stone, so it's quite understandable. Klein stared at him in horror. Then she pointed out to the young man that something had happened to his arm. Sure enough, his right arm took on the fantastic appearance of an armored mechanical monster. Ein looked down at his steel hand and asked, "What's going on here anyway?" Ein exclaimed in surprise, "What is this armor on his arm?" Kadima turned to the prince and said that he had consumed more than she had asked for. "She only asked me to absorb a little of it." Ein replied that he actually just wanted to hold it. He had no control over his body as it tried to absorb the magic stone's energy. Now he understood what Majolica-san meant. This is the resonance of magic stones. It is only possible between special magic stones, because even creatures with magic stones inside have some kind of connection with other creatures while they were alive. Majolica found it very romantic. He realized that the magic stones of Dullahan and the Demon Lord had a strong resonance between them. In the past, 24 people had witnessed an incredible burst of magical energy when these two magic stones were placed side by side. The release of energy is a sign of resonance between the stones. According to witnesses of this release, the stones seemed to be trying to get as close as possible to each other. It looked like the stones had their own consciousness. That was why the magic stone seller had asked him to be extra careful. At this time, an excited Chris knocked on the door of the room and asked Kadima if everything was all right here. She had just heard a loud sound from inside the room. The first princess whispered to the young man that Chris would be very angry if he saw him like this. She asked him to quickly make this armor disappear, but he didn't know how to do it. The first princess then asked Klein to try to apprehend Chris. Klein went to the door and spoke to Chris-san, saying that the room was a bit messy right now, so she couldn't open the door. But the vice captain of the guard herself opened the door and said that this room is always a mess. When Chris entered, the armored arm disappeared. How it happened, no one knew. Everyone suddenly noticed that Chris was holding a box. Kadima curiously asked her what kind of box it was. The girl replied that the package was addressed to Kadima personally. The first princess threw herself passionately at the box and tore the packaging apart. After that, everyone stared inside it. There was a book. Kadima happily announced that the book she ordered a month ago had finally arrived. Then she reached out and asked her to send something in the mail. Ein admired the beautiful cover of the book Kadima had taken out of the box. He asked his aunt how much it was worth. She replied that the book was worth a year's salary. Klein asked what was so interesting about this book. The first princess replied that this book was written by an elf who had devoted his entire life to writing it. Kadima opened the book and offered to see what was so interesting about it. The princess's smile changed to a grimace of displeasure. It turned out that she couldn't read anything. The book was written in the ancient Elvish language, which is very, very difficult to translate. Consequently, only a few of the living elves can speak it. Ein suggested that Chris-san was an elf, and maybe she could read the ancient Elven language. Kadima replied in frustration that Chris had lived in the capital for a long time, so it was impossible. She needs to find someone who can transfer her. Suddenly, Klein drew Ein's attention to a picture that was in the book. There was a portrait of a man there, and Ein guessed that it might be Dullahan himself. He looked like a man. Klein noticed that Ein bore an extraordinary resemblance to this portrait. Kadima was terribly agitated and upset. She said that she did not want to look only at pictures. She needed to understand what was written here. She was determined to leave. Ein and Klein followed her out. As the first princess was leaving the room, she asked Chris to look after the package. The girl noticed that Kadima had left the book from the package on the table. She was surprised at this carelessness, because this book is very expensive. Chris wondered what was particularly interesting about this book. She said the name first. Biography of the Demon Lord and His Minions. She looked around and opened the first page, which had a portrait of a beautiful girl on it. Then she remembered the package. In the first class of the academy, students were given leaflets on which the tasks of the district academic competition were recorded. It was an annual event that was held to build relationships between academies in the area. Public speaking, fencing, magic. There were a lot of contests here. Ein asked Roland which of these competitions would their class participate in. However, his companion replied that they weren't participating because their Royal Academy, or rather the first and second grades, had too big differences in abilities compared to other classes of their age. Therefore, only third grade students will take part in it. Hay asked in surprise, why was he so casual about it? Now he understood why they had only been told about the contest a week before it started. The prince decided that since homeroom was over, he would go to the training ground. There, he found Instructor Kaiser, whom he asked to take care of him today. The swordsmanship instructor was exactly the same examiner that Ein had fought in the entrance exams. He looked the young man in the eye and told him that he had come here after all. Is he also going to fight the bison on the summoning platform today? Doesn't he realize that this isn't normal at his age? Ein's examiner in the past turned out to be a swordsmanship instructor. He was slightly uncomfortable, but after a few training sessions, the feeling passed. A bison appeared in the arena and the instructor warned that although there was nothing to worry about, because the monsters on the summoning platform could not kill it, but its attacks could still knock it down. Therefore, if he suddenly gets hurt, everything will be solely on his conscience. The youth nodded his head and replied that he had already defeated the red bison several times before, so this time he wanted to check something out. As the buffalo charged furiously, the prince threw his sword aside. When the beast approached the young man, he managed to throw the monster to the ground. Instructor Kaiser was very angry. What sane person would come up with the idea of taking on a red bison? He called the young man an idiot, to which Ein replied that there are times when someone needs to stop a strong monster with their bare hands. The instructor asked if it would not be wiser to dodge him rather than try your luck and try your strength against him. In an outdoor cafe, while sitting at a table waiting for an order, Ein told Chris that today's training session was very tiring for him. The girl praised him for his good work. Then the prince expressed regret that he probably would not be able to take part in the inter-academic competition. Chris turned to His Highness and asked if he would like to cheer on Dill, who was going to fight the winner of the fencing competition. Ein gladly volunteered to cheer for him. Just then, Klein entered the cafe. She pouted resentfully and sat down at the table behind them. Chris noticed that Klein's Sama seemed offended. The girl ended up sitting at the same table with the female students that the prince had recently rescued near this place. The girls asked Klein if she could tell them a little bit about the crown prince, since she often visits the castle. Klein replied that he might seem like a problem maker at first glance, but he's one of the few people who always cares about others. He's also very brave. She can't tell you how happy she is to be able to stand on the same side as him. The girls were delighted. They thought he was really noble. Then they asked Klein what he usually does on weekends. Chris suggested that the prince stop Klein if she was embarrassing him with her words, but Ein replied that he would just put up with it a little longer. Klein continued and said that the crown prince gets along well with the first princess. The other day they even. At this time, Ein broke down and asked her not to talk about it. The girls recognized the prince and began to thank him for the day when he saved them from bullies. The prince felt uneasy and replied that he had done almost nothing back then. Then he turned to Klein and asked if she would come to the castle today. She responded positively and said that she was just coming back from school. Ein held out his hand and asked her to return to the castle together. The girls from the Noble Maid Academy were stunned. Ein and Dill Gallant were admiring the academy arena. The prince said that together with the square, it seems to be the size of a small castle. The bodyguard approached His Highness and said that he had to leave him temporarily to prepare for his performance at the competition. Ein assured him that he would cheer for him at the fencing performances. Dill thanked the prince for his support. Then he asked Dill if he was a little worried. Gallant once again apologized to the crown prince for showing him his weakness. Isle calmed him down and said that he would just feel better knowing that he was as nervous as he was. Then he asked him again to call him by his first name, not by his title. However, the young man was unwavering. He said that this is completely unacceptable behavior for an ordinary bodyguard. Ein replied that he was trying to persuade him another time. When Dill left, Chris came up to the young prince and said that she didn't think that Dill would ever go along with emotions. He confessed faster than she thought. He seems completely calm now. However, Ein noticed that he never addressed him by his first name. Chris volunteered to escort His Highness to her seat at the stadium. She informed him that His Majesty and Mrs. Klein were waiting for him. Ein replied that he still needed to go to his classroom, because he had forgotten the pen that his grandfather had given him, and it was very dear to him. The vice captain of the guard still insisted on an escort, because there was still a long time before Deal's performance. But the young man rejected her offer and said that he would return immediately. After that, he quickly went to the academy. He was thinking that this place is so big that it looks like a giant. Along the way, he heard several scents that blended into one. When he entered his classroom, he saw Roland in the hands of a man. Ein asked, "Isn't it the day off for the academy students?" Roland replied that he had simply left something behind and asked the person holding him what he intended to do with him. He replied that he didn't need it, so he would let it go. However, he must not forget that he is as good as a bounty on someone's head, so he can do whatever he wants with it. Then he told Roland that he was a vampire and hadn't drunk anyone's blood in weeks. You can't think of a more unpleasant and irritating effect of hunger. He can drink some of his blood. However, he is now so hungry that he can drink all his blood without a trace. After saying that, he grabbed Roland by the neck and lifted him into the air. Ein took a deep breath and said that's why he thought something was wrong in the academy. He turned to the vampire and ordered him to release his friend. The bandit snarled that what he hated most in the world was being annoyed by something, and this kid infuriates him more than anything else in the world. The young prince calmly suggested that the bandit surrender and then nothing would annoy him. However, the vampire replied that he wasn't going back to prison. Then Ein pulled a black dagger from his belt and said that he would stop him himself. In the first few seconds of the fight, the vampire realized that this was not an ordinary boy. He was quite fast. The prince asked the monster who he was and why he was trespassing on the academy grounds. The vampire replied that they were simply ordered by one of the aristocrats who had a grudge against the academy. He wondered who it might be. Meanwhile, the bandit suggested that he leave it at that, because if he stayed here any longer, he would get into trouble again and get even more irritable. After that, he threw a smoke grenade, and nothing was visible in the room. The invisible vampire laughed and said that he was a former adventurer, and that his useless kids, like him, had already warned him recently. The prince received an unexpected blow. He still couldn't get used to this vampire's fighting style. In addition, there was very poor visibility. Then he remembered Chris's advice, always telling him not to show off your strength unnecessarily. However, this scoundrel wants to kill his friend Roland. Suddenly, a vampire appeared from behind the smoke screen with a sword in his hand and shouted that he would cut off his head and suck all his blood until his corpse dried up. Ein had to use his ghostly hand. The smoke instantly disappeared and the prince told the vampire that he had treated Roland very cruelly, so he had to neutralize him. The bandit chuckled and said that he only managed to get it once and was already so sold out. How dare he underestimate him at all? Instead of answering, Ein used his second phantom arm, which surprised the vampire, who was soon immobilized. The young man rushed to his friend and brought him to his senses. Roland asked the young man in fright, "Where is this scary monster?" Ein calmed him down as best he could, and thought that his friend hadn't seen anything because he'd lost consciousness. "That's good." Roland asked why he had attacked them in the first place. Did he have any reasons? The young prince replied that he had said something to him before he passed out. Then he remembered what Gallant had said about a teacher who'd been fired for unacceptable ideals. Combining this with the vampire's comment about an aristocrat hating their academy, the young man came to understand who ordered this crime. Then he remembered the strange smells he'd seen at the street cafe. Suddenly it dawned on him. He ordered Roland to hurry to the main gate and tell Chris to come to the street cafe immediately. After that, he quickly walked towards the establishment. Ein saw Wolf Magnus, a former professor, sitting at one of the tables. He asked him if a person who was dismissed from the academy had the right to rest gracefully on the cafe grounds. Magnus got up from his seat and said that he didn't think His Highness the Crown Prince knew about him. He wouldn't remember them discussing it with him. Ein replied that he had only confirmed his guesses. It's just that he can't imagine any other aristocrat. Wolf Magnus asked the young man what he was up to. The Crown Prince replied that he could smell them. He had come to the cafe not only to meet him, but also to make sure that there was a large amount of magic stones at the bottom of this lake. Was he trying to detonate a magic device powered by magic stones? Among his acquaintances there is one person who often arranges explosions during his experiments, so it's not new to him. The former professor was surprised at how quickly His Highness realized exactly where the bomb was. Magnus then asked the prince if he thought the current academy and the monarchy itself were rotten through and through. Mere, worthless mortals infest their lands. The line between them and the blue-blooded aristocrats was almost blurred. Who knows, they might one day make a gentleman like him stoop to their level. Isn't it time for them to protest against the monarchy? They have to prove to them who is really worthless. To my father, my brother, and the director of this academy. We need to prove it to all of them. Finally, he must teach a lesson to the son of the Gracier family, who put him in prison, such a lesson that he will remember it for the rest of his worthless life. The young prince asked Wolf if he and Deal had a mutual dislike, but he loves Ishtalika and this academy. That's why he won't let it go so easily. With that, he bared his black dagger. The former professor replied wearily that he was very sorry that he could not get his approval. However, he spent a fair amount of resources on this bomb. The power of its explosion is directly proportional to the quality of magic stones. He asked the prince what he thought would happen if the best quality magic stones were placed in such a bomb. Wolf Magnus answered his own question. The bomb will tear the academy into small pieces, and the reaction in the magic device is already triggered and no one will be able to stop it. Today, it will wipe out everything here from the face of this earth and start a new Ishtalika. This is a revolution, your highness. Wolf Magnus looked like a madman. His eyes were burning, and he shouted in the young prince's face that it was in his hands that Ishtalika would be reborn in a true and righteous form. Holding the famous black dagger tightly in his hands, Ein told Wolf that he was deeply mistaken, and if he continued to stand where he was, he himself would be caught in the shockwave of the explosion. Was he in a hurry to die? Wolf Magnus chuckled and said that there were magic gems on his clothes that would protect him from any explosion. From this spectator's seat, he will observe the moment in which Ishtalika is transformed. The young prince rushed to the terrorist and cut the magic gems on his clothes, which rolled on the ground. Now the former professor had nothing to defend himself with. After that, Wolf Magnus tried to escape, claiming that he still had a whole bunch of unfinished business. However, his wish did not come true. The prince had enough strength to twist the old man and lay him on the ground. After that, he tied him tightly to a chair and, taking off his outer clothes, threw himself into the lake. At the bottom, he saw a large container containing a bomb. It was very large. Ein realized that he couldn't disarm her. Then he thought that since it was powered by magic stones, with his skill he could absorb them. When he tasted them, they tasted really bad. Individually, they might have been delicious, but collectively, they were simply disgusting. After he managed to absorb the rocks, he climbed up and lay exhausted on the floor of the street cafe. Just then, Chris and the patrolman arrived. She anxiously asked the youth if he was injured. Ein replied that he was fine, but he seemed to have eaten a little too much. Wolf Magnus was arrested by the patrolman, bound, and the former professor couldn't believe that the prince had defused the bomb so easily. Because of his nervous breakdown, he could not say anything, but only giggled disgustedly as the soldiers led him away. Chris asked Ein to tell her more about what had happened here. The young prince said that this man had planted a bomb at the bottom of the lake and was going to set off an explosion. Ein reflected that no matter how powerful the bomb was, Wolf wouldn't have been able to achieve his goals by installing it in the academy. To actually stage a coup, he would need to get rid of the big shots of this country. And today, a huge number of people gather in Aken-Gorodok, including these notable people. It suddenly occurred to him that this bomb was obviously not the only one. At that moment, he heard the soft voice of Wolf Magnus telling him that they were a little late. Chris grabbed the former professor by the throat and ordered him to name the location of the second bomb. Ein guessed that maybe she was in the arena, so they needed to hurry. When they reached the arena at a run, there was a lot of fighting going on. The round that Dil Gallant participated in was just taking place. The opponents just exchanged 1 point each. In the box sat His Majesty and the Prime Minister. Dil glanced around the podium and realized that His Highness wasn't there, even though he had promised to cheer for him. However, the bodyguard knew that the prince wasn't someone who didn't keep his promises. Something must have happened, but Christina must be there to protect him. At this time, the third round was announced, and Dil took up his sword. Meanwhile, Chris and Ain were running towards the main gate and frantically wondering where the terrorists might have planted the second bomb. Most of the people were at the main gate, so the bomb must be there, but where exactly no one could know, and this was a problem. Ain asked Chris what was near the back gate. The girl replied that since the station appeared in Aken-Gorodok, the rear gate is practically not used. Only a large park and a statue of the founder remained there. Ein saw the statue and smelled a strong smell from under the bushes behind it. He told Chris about it. The girl could see that they were running out of time. In desperation, she turned to the prince and asked him to do something. The young man rushed forward with all his might. The battle continued in the arena, and Dil's opponent felt that Gallant could not fight at full strength because he was distracted by something. Dil kept looking back at the podium, looking for the prince. Suddenly, he heard his name called out in Ein's young and clear voice. Out of the corner of his eye, Dil saw the crown prince on the podium with Chris, and he swung his sword and defeated the opponent. It was immediately announced that the victory was awarded to Dil Gracier. The round was up to him. Isle was quick to congratulate his bodyguard on his brilliant victory, although he had every right to congratulate himself because he prevented a coup d'etat. As a reward for taking care of Wolf Magnus, Grandfather Silverd allowed him to take a short walk. Taking Chris and Klein with him, the young prince went shopping in the castle town. After visiting a number of expensive stores, Ein asked the girls, is it okay that they bought so many outfits? Klein noticed that they all looked very good on him, but he said that wasn't what bothered him. He's worried about how much money they spent. It was much more than he had expected. Chris confidently stated that the crown prince wasn't supposed to wear cheap clothes. The wind from the sea was getting stronger and it was very cold. Chris expressed concern that Ein might catch a cold, and he didn't even have a scarf with him. The young man agreed with her and said that it was really quite cold. A scarf would be very useful to him. The trio stopped at the embankment railing, where they had a beautiful view of the port and the sea. Klein noticed that the capital's port is very crescent-shaped and very beautiful, and Chris said there seemed to be an awful lot of reefs out at sea. When their country was first founded, its shores reached all the way to these reefs. This is exactly the shape the harbor took after the monster attack. Ein wondered how big the monster's army was. The vice-captain of the guard replied that he was alone, a sea lord with a gigantic power that could control the waves. His body was larger than Ishtalika's warships. It was a sea dragon. The young prince was surprised and asked, could it be that just one dragon could change the shape of the mainland? Chris confirmed this and said that he sank countless boats and claimed the lives of several tens of thousands of civilians. The sea dragon has caused harm second only to that of the Demon King in the entire history of Ishtalika. It has been subdued, but still it continues to appear once every 100 or 200 years. Chris looked at the horizon and said with a tremor in her voice that she wouldn't be surprised if he showed up in the near future. She turned her gaze to her young companions and assured them that their country's technology had advanced so far that it was no longer a big deal, and they were still looking for ways to counter the sea dragon. Now Ishtalika will definitely protect herself. Then the girl caught herself and said that they were on a walk and her stories completely distracted them from this activity. Klein noticed that this was very valuable information. Ein asked the girls if they wanted to go out again. Klein said that she actually wants to visit one store. Chris also expressed a desire to buy something. Then they immediately went to the place where Klein dreamed of going. It was an expensive store with a wonderful atmosphere. Ein knew that Laurel herself, his grandmother, the Queen of Ishtalika, often came here. The girls expressed a desire to go up to the second floor, and the young prince wanted to look around on the first floor. He wanted to buy something. The castle was incredibly fun and festive. Gorgeous tables were set and guests were invited. His Majesty was completely relaxed. He was in a great mood, because it was his grandson's birthday. He was 8 years old. Olivia gave him a pen engraved with the Ishtalika coat of arms, and Klein gave him a silver bracelet. The prince thanked them both profusely for their gifts and asked if they had seen Chris. She wasn't there at the beginning of the ball. Where is she? Klein noticed that she is a very shy girl. What can I take from her? After a while, Klein asked Ein to come out on the balcony. When he did so, he found Chris standing there looking confused. She had come to the birthday party after all. Just then, it started snowing. It was an amazing coincidence. Ein asked the girl where she had been all this time. Chris replied that she needed to help Marcasan with all the household chores. The young prince was surprised. Isn't Marcasan at the ball today instead of the work shift? He noticed that the liar with Chris was a lousy one. The girl was embarrassed and put a magnificent scarf around the prince's neck, congratulating him on his birthday. She apologized and said that she had never given gifts in her life and was now looking for the right moment. But she couldn't find a place out of excitement and so she hid. Ein realized that the girl had bought the scarf from that store. He smiled and said that in truth he also bought something from that store. After that, he pulled a box out of his pocket and presented it to Chris. Inside this box was a beautiful necklace. The young prince said that he was very grateful to her for everything she did for him. He also bought separate gifts for Klein and his mother, but decided to give the first one to her for all her help. The girl said that she couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Ein asked her sternly, how dare she refuse the crown prince's gift? After that, she accepted the gift with dignity, and Ein said that he would wear her scarf every day. Ein noticed that Chris was flushed. The girl replied that it was because it was cold outside. 4 friends, students of the Royal Kinsland Academy, were making great progress on the lonely island. They honed their movements and speed while battling the magical beasts that lived here. The 4 of them had come to this lonely island in the coastal waters of the Ishtar mainland as part of an event at the academy. One of the 4 young men was the Crown Prince of Ishtalika, Ein von Ishtalika. A month earlier, their homeroom teacher had handed them documents indicating that a hike would be organized at the academy in the new year. The teacher said that for sure some people already have the wrong idea about this. However, the training in their academy is somewhat different from the usual ones. To participate in the campaign, they will need to create teams of 4 people from students of both classes. Each squad will be assigned an island. Their task is to complete it in 3 days. He further encouraged the students to listen carefully. The island is home to monsters in large numbers. In addition, they will get their own food. It is forbidden to bring food, beverages, magic artifacts, or weapons with you. They must distribute themselves among the units independently. Ayn carefully examined the document given to all the students in their hands and was surprised. Already in the lower grades, they were offered something like survival. Of course, this is the Royal Academy. He wondered where he could recruit people for his team. Just then, 3 students approached him. They asked the prince if he would like to join their party. Their names were Butz, Leonard, and Roland, who was already familiar to Ayn. The young prince happily agreed. He was just looking for allies. So their group of 4 people got to one of the islands. Dilgracier was assigned to accompany Ayn's squad. Leonard arrogantly stated that they had an excellent team, so the victory was already in their pocket. Ayn shook his head in disbelief, and Dil said it was too early to relax. The threat on the island is not only monsters, and his carefree attitude is very frustrating. It was already getting dark on the island at this time, and it was necessary to make camp before nightfall. This was entrusted to Leonard, who, using his special skills, quickly did it. Ayn praised him and said that he was very good at creating barriers that could protect them from monsters. And the rabbit he caught on the way will do for dinner. Unfortunately, they don't have any water. It was necessary to find out if there was a reservoir with drinking water somewhere nearby. It turned out that around the water is only dirty. Then Roland offered his services. It can purify water with artifacts. Leonard was surprised and said that it was forbidden to bring artifacts with you. However, Roland smiled and said that he would just create them. It will adjust the magic stone vector of the monster killed along the way and change it to purify. Soon the artifact was created. It was enough to dip it in dirty water to clean it. After they experienced this artifact in practice, the water seemed very tasty to them. In addition to cleaning the water, Roland also softened it and added minerals to it. It was brilliant. Ayn turned to Dil and asked him if it was really possible to create a magic artifact just like that. He had to admit that this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Ayn thought of his team with respect. He and Bats are fighting monsters on the front lines, with Leonard and Roland supporting them. They seem to have made a great team. Butz opened his backpack and said he'd found something recently. His companions saw at the bottom of the backpack some exotic fruits dotted with thorns. They looked unrealistically poisonous. Leonard noticed that they didn't look very good, but they were actually fruit. But this fruit has a poisonous, similar analog. Bats firmly stated that first we need to find out if they are real, and then they are already. Ayn thought that then, with the help of his skills, quietly so as not to burn, with the help of improved poison analysis and absorption, he would find out. The young prince touched the fruit and felt nothing. He said that everything is fine and they can be eaten. Leonard asked Ayn in amazement, can he really tell them apart? The prince replied that he had just remembered what the fruit looked like in a book he had recently read. Butz was very proud of himself, because thanks to him, they now had one more dish. After that, they built a fire and roasted the rabbit. Everything looked very appetizing. Leonard called Dil to the communal table, but Dil declined, saying that he had his own food and advised them not to bother about him. Ayn said it would be a pity if they didn't eat everything and he didn't help them. Dilgracier didn't refuse any more and agreed to share the meal with them. Then he expressed a desire to add something to the general meal. He took out some tea leaves from his backpack. However, Leonard reminded the guide that it was against the rules of the hike. Dil agreed with him, but said it was almost a tradition and the academy was turning a blind eye to it. Everyone realized that they would not be punished if they relaxed a little and tasted tea. When dinner was in full swing, Butz turned to Leonard and said that he had heard that he had a fiancée. Who is she? With this question, he extremely embarrassed his comrade, and it cost him a lot of effort to get out of this situation. After a hearty meal, all the expedition members fell asleep. In the morning, the island was covered with a thick fog. You had to be very careful not to get lost. The party marched in a column, and they soon felt the fog grow even thicker. You couldn't even see your feet. Butz asked Roland if he had any artifact to dispel the fog. He replied that he could create it, but not now because he didn't have any materials. Just then, he stumbled and fell over the edge of the chasm as Ayn grabbed him by the arm. After Roland was pulled up, he thanked Ayn profusely for saving him, and the prince remarked that this fog was even more dangerous than previously thought. He wanted to say something to Dil, but suddenly everyone noticed his absence. No matter how the squad members shouted and searched for Dil, he was gone. Suddenly, he didn't sense a hostile presence. Ein and Bats took up battle crouches, drew their swords, and the prince ordered Roland and Leonard not to stray far from them. The attackers were crow butterflies, monsters that were not found on this island. Leonard anxiously asked Bats how strong were these crow butterflies. He replied that he was much weaker than the red bison they always fought at the summoning ground. However, they attack in packs. He noticed the sheer number of them. Ein thought about using the phantom arm as a last resort, but not now. Bats warned the prince, who was already waving his sword, to watch out for their tentacles. If they catch him, they will immediately paralyze his body and lay eggs in it. The easiest solution was to escape before they surrounded them. With incredible effort, they broke away from the pursuit, and tired, they sat down in the clearing. Bats told Ein that shouting in such a situation is tantamount to suicide. Their cries attracted the attention of these crow butterflies. The prince apologized and explained his action as concern for the fate of Dill. He just couldn't control himself. Roland expressed the hope that everything will be fine with him, because he is the strongest fighter in Akane Gorodok. Leonard said thoughtfully that there were dangerous monsters on the island that shouldn't be here. This is just an extraordinary situation. Roland asked Ein, by any chance, if Christina-sama was secretly protecting him. The young man said he didn't think so. He had heard that today she had gone to the capital with her mother on business. Bats suggested moving on. In the fog begins the territory of crow butterflies. It's dangerous to stay here, too. They were already halfway across the island, and there must be adults at their destination. Ein said that they needed to get as far as possible today. Now they will rest a little and continue their journey. After walking a considerable distance, they decided to set up camp. During the day, they ran enough, fighting off monsters. Ein, exploring the area, found a cave and offered it to his friends as a shelter. However, Bats, after examining the pebbles in front of the cave entrance, noticed that it was purple and melting, exuding miasma. In such a cave, old mana is mixed with the corpses of monsters. This place might add to their troubles. This miasma is poisonous to everyone except those who originally lived there. For both humans and monsters. Roland asked Bats how he knew so much about monsters. He replied that his dad had fought monsters in various dangerous places and taught him all sorts of things. His father is Baron Klim. When they all lay down to rest, Ein sat thoughtfully in front of the fire and thought. Still strange. Dill can't just get lost. After all, even Warren Sen had guaranteed that the trip would be safe. They wouldn't have missed such dangerous creatures as crow butterflies, if it wasn't the island itself that was strange, but the situation they were in. Suddenly, he understood. He quietly woke Roland up and asked him to spare him a moment of time. He thought it was time for the changing of the guard, but the prince asked him if he remembered a magical artifact that could hold water. It can absorb something other than water, like miasma or something, right? Roland rubbed his eyes and said that he had the opportunity. Ein asked him for an artifact, and he immediately handed him the stone. After that, Ein wished Roland a good night. He now had a plan. In the morning, the crow butterflies attacked Ein's squad again. While fighting off the clingy monsters, he asked Leonard if his barrier could protect him from poisons. He replied that only for 20 or 30 minutes. Ein happily replied that he had calmed him down. After that, he ordered Leonardo to deploy the barrier. Bats asked the prince what he was up to which the prince replied that something had occurred to him yesterday after talking to him. At that moment, the tentacles of one of the monsters wrapped around Bats and he fell to the ground with numb limbs. Fortunately, at this moment, Leonard finished putting up a barrier that the monsters couldn't penetrate. They all thanked him profusely, and the prince suggested that they rest and drink some water while he subdued the crow butterflies. He took the artifact he received from Roland with him and rushed over the barrier. It was as if Ein was teasing the crow butterflies, suggesting that they attack him. He lured them to a field of miasma and the monsters almost all died after being exposed to it. His companions were surprised that he wasn't affected by the miasma at all. Ein admitted that he has the poison resistance skill, so he's resistant to miasma and all that. Leonard went to His Highness and asked him not to do such terrible things again, because they were all very worried about him. Ein suggested that they move on as quickly as possible. They soon arrived at their destination. They saw the sea ahead of them. They were met alive and unharmed by Dill Glacier and Christina Verstein. Dill got down on one knee in front of the prince and told him that his intelligence and the way he dealt with his enemies was amazing. The other guys also clearly showed their personal qualities. They have a wonderful squad. Ein was struck with a hunch and asked Dill if Grandpa and Warren San had set this up. He confirmed the prince's guess and said that it was for the sake of further developing his abilities and with the permission of the families of his comrades. They went into hiding with Christina to ensure their protection. Ein turned to Dill and said that he made him very worried. If he did this again, he would rush to his aid no matter what. Dilgracia replied that he would not allow it, as he was the one protecting the prince. Ein replied that he was not yet old enough to divide people by chain of command and did not want to become one. So he demanded a promise that Dil wouldn't make him worry like that again. Dilgracia looked apologetic and said that he didn't think he would give him so much trouble. He humbly apologizes for this, and the prince replied that it was good that he understood. And since he made him worry, let him call him by his first name now. Dil had to agree to that. Ein's mood rose considerably, because he thought that his ploy wouldn't work this time either. Dilgracia called the prince by name and expressed his desire to continue serving him. Chris was also pleased. She declared the campaign completed and offered to return home to the capital. As they stood together on the deck of the great ship, the prince asked her if she had been watching him from the forest all this time. She confirmed his guess and said that she was hiding with the help of a magical artifact. She was very frightened when she caught his eyes on her. The young man explained that he had caught a familiar scent among the crow butterfly magic stones. Suddenly, Chris was startled and asked Ein to go back to the cabin. A monster is discovered from the open sea. The kraken could already be seen on the horizon, but something was wrong with it. Chris ordered the cannons to be prepared to shoot at the monster. It was simply monstrous in size. However, something had left a through hole in the monster that was much larger than their ship with a single blow. Healthy fins the size of an individual creature. Sharp and long fangs, capable of breaking a small boat with a single bite. It created a huge whirlpool in the sea, and dragged caught prey into its center, not giving them a chance to escape. It was none other than the sea dragon that Chris had told me about not too long ago. While the sea dragon was busy with the cracker, they needed to get out of here immediately. Fortunately, the sea dragon didn't try to chase the ship, but news of it reached all the way to the capital. However, even after a few months had passed, he didn't show up again. It's been a year and a half since the sea dragon showed up in the coastal waters of Ishtalika. Nothing particularly important happened during this time, and Ein just continued to study and train as a routine. The prince was 9 years old, and he safely entered the 3rd grade. As always, Chris met him on the way out of the academy. She said that when they got back to the castle, he would have swordplay lessons and art classes waiting for him again. Warren herself, Ein suggested that the girl stop by for lunch on the way, but she refused. They stopped on the way, and Chris carefully adjusted his twisted tie. At this time, 2 knights came up to them and whispered something in the girl's ear. She told them that she was going there immediately. Chris apologized to the prince and said that she had urgent business to attend to, and these guards would escort him to the castle. She asked him not to go anywhere on the way. Ein anxiously thought about what could have happened so serious. He asked the knights to tell him about it. They reluctantly reported that a national disaster-level monster had appeared, and Christina Sama went to deal with it. When Ein arrived at the castle, he immediately asked the guards where His Majesty was. He was informed that the king was in the great broadcasting hall. As the young man went there, he noticed that there weren't many knights in the castle, and that everyone's faces were sad. Is it really that bad? The young prince entered the hall and loudly informed His Majesty that he was back. The grandfather asked to continue the meeting without him and went out into the hall with his grandson. Ein asked me to explain what was going on. Silverd von Ishtalika reported that a sea dragon had appeared in the waters of the port city of Magna. The prince asked why the measures against him had not been strengthened. After all, 3 whole years had passed. Why such a panic? His Majesty replied that the situation had taken an extraordinary turn. 2 sea dragons appeared. They can't predict how much damage they might do this time. But if they don't at least act, Magna could end up at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, the high command was handed over to Chris. Ein wondered, since the situation was so serious, why was it just Chris? You need to fight with all the castle symbols. Grandpa replied that they had already sent all the military power they could. The strongest equipment, as well as the entire fleet of the royal family, 90% of the castle knights, and even requested the help of adventurers. In such an emergency situation, only Lloyd and a few other knights are left to guard the castle and the capital. Apart from Chris, they have no one else to entrust this matter to. Ein couldn't agree with that. He thought there must be another way out. He could still see the terrifying figure of the sea dragon. His legs felt weak every time he thought about it. Of course, Grandpa didn't say anything wrong. He straightened up and addressed His Majesty. Ein stated that he would go to Magna and fight the sea dragon. Grandpa called him a dumbass and asked him what he could do on his own. Lloyd Galatia supported the king and said that he is the crown prince and his body belongs not only to him. Ein replied that he was fully aware of this, and he thought that as the founder of the clan, he would do the same. He can't just stay silent and wait. Olivia also tried to talk him out of this dangerous matter, but the young prince insisted on being sent to where Chris San is now. The king of Ishtalika realized that it was useless to dissuade his grandson, and he quietly ordered Lloyd to do something. He struck the young prince, knocking him unconscious, and carried him to Cad. Olivia yelled at her father because she didn't ask him to use violence. His Majesty summoned Mark's maid and asked her to take Olivia to her chambers. In addition, the king ordered that Ein should not be allowed out of the room until he gave permission to do so. There's no way the crown prince can go to Magna. Crown Prince Ein von Ishtalika was locked in the first princess room. Ein was arrested. In vain he pounded on the door with his fist and demanded to open it. He could have broken down the door in no time if he summoned his phantom hand. But somehow he couldn't do it. He was thinking that there were 2 sea dragons, which meant that Chris San and everyone else might get hurt. He told himself to calm down and think carefully about this problem. Kadima, who was in the room as a security guard, was also thinking about this problem. She was sitting on the sofa directly opposite the young prince. A powerful seal was currently placed on her room, blocking the magic energy. Only a Demon King class power holder can thwart it. She turned to the young man and said that she understood perfectly well how he felt. But while she was protecting him, she needed to pray for Chris's health. Ein knew that he was powerless right now. He prayed to the Lord to grant him the power to save Chris San. A voice ordered him to take a good look around. He couldn't make out what that voice was. Is this a goddess? The voice repeated it to give him a good look around. Ein glanced around the room and saw the stone under the protective glass cover. He begged Kadima's forgiveness, removed his protective hood, and picked up the cursed stone. Instantly, a phantom hand came out of it, and the first princess was very surprised, because this could not be because the room was sealed. Truly, this stone is very suspicious. The girl wanted to go to the prince, but she couldn't move. Her whole body seemed to turn to stone. Kadima was surprised to see that the prince had absorbed all the energy of the stone. After that, Ein put out his hand and broke the seal. This meant only one thing: the prince had gained a huge amount of power. He opened the door despite the first princess' loud protests. When Ein left the room, he found Crone standing outside the door. She greeted him and asked him if he would go there even if she asked him not to. The young man nodded and promised to come back. The girl kissed him and said it was a blessing from the goddess. Then she wished him luck. Lloyd Galatia and his knights blocked his way out of the castle. He asked the prince where he was going. Ein replied that he wanted to take a short walk to the port. The Grand Marshal declared that the prince was a treasure of their nation and he would not allow him to leave the castle. To which the young master replied that he would leave anyway. Lloyd tried to stop the young man, but the powerful magic immobilized the knight. His warriors were also unable to move after being affected by this huge power of magic. The marshal resigned himself to the inevitable, telling the young man that the prince was going there to do what he saw fit. He asked the prince not to forget all the responsibility placed on his shoulders. After Ein left, Lloyd and his men were able to move as well. The Grand Marshal smiled and said that this guy is a very outstanding person. Ein finally left the castle, but he couldn't get very far on his own 2 feet. He thought about finding a horse, and to his delight, he saw Dill leading a horse. A loyal bodyguard has expressed a desire to accompany his master. The 2 of them mounted their horse and set off towards the port. Dill explained his action by saying that of course he was serving for the good of Ishtalika, but above all, he had sworn to serve the crown prince personally. He would be overjoyed if the prince took him into his service. Dill informed the prince that he could take him to White Rose Station, but then he would have to take a water train to Magna. Otherwise they would waste a lot of time. The young man asked if they would let him take the train. The young man replied that it would be difficult because His Majesty had ordered that he not be allowed to enter Magna. Dill added that there is only one way. It is an order from the royal family, an absolute right held only by members of the king's family. He, as the crown prince, can issue an order that overrides His Majesty's usual order. However, due to the fact that it has a high legal force, its application will be submitted for consideration later. If he is deemed inappropriate in the process, in the worst-case scenario, he will be excluded from the royal family. I hate to admit it, but he thinks it's a good idea. Ein agreed with his bodyguard and said that then there was nothing else to do but take the water train. Then he thanked Dill for the helpful information. Soon, they were racing on the train to save Chris as soon as possible. On the sea, Chris fought a tough battle with 2 incredibly strong and dangerous monsters. She was standing on the deck of the command ship, watching one of the dragons that had a magic stone embedded in its forehead. All it took to win was to smash it. However, this task was not an easy one. Already, more than half of Ishtaliki's fleet had been lost, and only one dragon brought them such losses. Chris knew that if they dragged on, there would be nothing left of them. You must first stop the first dragon, and then proceed to the second task to deal with the second. Chris turned her binoculars out to sea and saw the dragon rise to the surface again. She ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. As the dragon approached, the fleet ships opened up cannon fire. One of the projectiles landed squarely on the sea monster's forehead, breaking its magic stone. Chris, seeing the joy and jubilation of the sailors, advised them not to relax and keep the formation. The sea dragon, even with a broken magic stone and on the verge of its death, created huge water waves that caused problems for the remaining fleet. Suddenly, a thick fog appeared around the dragon. In addition, there was still one dragon left. Suddenly, she saw the crown prince on the deck of the ship, who told her with a smile that he wanted to hear her voice one last time. Ein said that he had restricted his field of vision with the thick fog skill. Ein was confused. Why did he come here? She ordered him to return to the capital immediately. But the prince said that he was issuing a royal decree in the name of Ein von Ishtilik. He will fight the sea dragon, and she must support the rear. Chris asked him if he even knew what the royal decree was for. The young man turned to her and said that she had no right to contradict the crown prince's order. He ordered her to do as she was told. Then he announced that he was leaving the ship to Deal's management. At this time, it was reported that the dragon was approaching. Ein took a step forward and shouted to the sea monster that from now on, he would fight him. Phantom hands appeared around Ein, pouncing on the sea dragon's face and restricting its movements. Training with Red Bison together with instructor Kaiser was not in vain. With the help of his phantom hands, the young prince was placed on top of the dragon's head. The magic stone was embedded in his forehead, but he didn't know where exactly it was. If he knew that, he would simply devour it with his black chain of doom. Suddenly, the dragon dived into the sea. Ein followed him into the depths. He thought that a normal monster's magic stone would be absorbed into him in a matter of seconds, but no matter how much he absorbed this one, it wouldn't end. He turned to the dragon and said that he would continue to fight it even underwater, until the very end, and he will undoubtedly win. Ein felt that his defense, mana, and oxygen were already at their limit due to the phantom arm. He decided to convert the energy of the absorbed magic stone into mana. He didn't have much time left. Then, he pulled out his black dagger and stabbed the sea dragon's head with all his strength. A monstrous roar rang out over the ocean. The sea dragon ceased to exist. There were smiles from the crew and hugs from Chris waiting for Ein on deck. Ein was so exhausted that he couldn't even move his arms. He was badly battered. He had a strange feeling in his hands. So, sooner or later, he will be able to move them. Dill noticed that the prince wasn't a healer. How could he be so carefree about his wounds? Ein replied that he got off lightly. He was lucky to be back alive at all. Chris told the prince that it was not a small matter. Let him look at his chest. The young man glanced at the earthen ruby he had received from Warren. Only a small piece of it remained. It's broken. Chris added that this stone responds to threats to life and protects its wearer. It turns out that the stone was activated because Ein was on the verge of death. Christina took the crown prince's hand and tearfully asked him never to do that again. Ein apologized to her and said that the sea dragon magic stone was very delicious. He was able to taste the seafood properly. After that, the young prince was put to bed to rest. After a while, Chris reported to His Highness that the ship would be arriving in the capital soon. Ein got out of bed and found that he could walk. After he got dressed, Ein thought that when he returned to the capital, he might be executed for going against the king's wishes. However, he had done his duty, so he has nothing to regret. Chris asked the prince if there was anything she could do to help him. Ein was met by the Prime Minister himself. He congratulated him on his return and asked him to visit His Majesty, who was waiting for him in the castle. In the great hall, Sylvid von Ishtilika sat on a high throne surrounded by courtiers. Ein walked in and reported that he was back. The king turned to him and said that he had a lot of thoughts going through his head. But first, he, as the king, must announce that the prince has accomplished the feat of defeating the sea dragon. The king expressed a desire to tell everyone what he had achieved. Of the 2 sea dragons, one was neutralized. His remains cost the same as their state's budget for 20 years. The city of Magni, of course, received almost no projected damage. In addition, most of the pacification squad and Commander Chris Dono managed to return safely from the battlefield. The king declared to the crown prince that he had truly done a heroic deed. However, at the same time, his actions brought harm of a different kind. The royal water train and the Glacier family ship were almost destroyed. The king expressed a desire to listen to the person who was complicit in his actions. Dill Glacier was called. There was a determination in his eyes to accept his fate. At this point, Ein asked His Majesty to wait. He confessed that he was the one who gave Dill the royal order to help him. If anyone is to be punished, it is only him. Immediately Lloyd interjected and said that the first thing to do was punish him, because he was the one who failed to stop Hain. The king held out his hand and said that there was no need to worry so much. He turned to the crown prince and said that since he had used the king's order, Dill really wasn't to blame. At the same time, he sees no great sin in his feat. Therefore, his punishment will be house arrest in the castle for 2 months. Ein thanked his grandfather for such a generous punishment. Then His Majesty turned to Lloyd and relieved him of his position as admiral. From now on, he will be the head of his personal guard. Chris was promoted to the rank of admiral as a reward. The king then announced that the trial was over. As everyone began to disperse, the prime minister approached Ein and said that it was too early for him to relax, because he was going to be punished by Olivia and Crone. But they had nothing to do with him. Ein stepped out onto the balcony and saw Crone standing there. He noticed her tear-stained eyes and asked her if she had been crying. The girl asked him if he had finished talking to His Majesty. Then she said that she didn't cry at all, but believed that he would keep his promise and come back. After that, she punched him lightly in the chest and said that he was a fool. He apologized to her, and she asked if he'd seen Olivia yet. The young man replied that he was just about to go to her. The girl asked him to go there immediately, because there was trouble. Ein went to the door that led to his mother's chambers, opened the door a crack, and said that he had returned safely. Inside the room, he saw huge tree branches and roots that entangled everything. Among these roots, Ein saw his mother, who was very happy that her son had returned. She told him that she was so worried about him that she made a mess. She is very ashamed in front of him, let him not look there. Ein asked her, are these the characteristics of dryads? Olivia told her son that he had done his best. You don't need to worry about anything anymore, and you don't need to be afraid of anything. He has completed his mission, but in the end, he is only a boy. There's no one else here. The woman hugged Ein to her with great tenderness. Kadima von Ishtalika took Ein's hand and told him how reckless and unruly the prince was. Sometimes he loses his senses, sometimes he consumes the cursed stone when he is told not to. The young man replied that he was very sorry. The first princess let go of his hand and asked him how he felt now. Ein replied that she was moving normally now. At least he can eat now without anyone's help. Chris turned to the prince and told him not to push himself too hard. She will take care of him until he is completely recovered. Kadima chuckled and asked the young prince to show her his status card. She was wondering how she had changed after absorbing the cursed stone and the sea dragon stone. Ein also expressed a desire to see it, because he completely forgot to check it out. They saw that the prince's status had changed significantly. Ein von Ishtalika's named profession had 4,055 health points, 473 attack points, 395 agility points, 7,367 mana points, and 952 defense points. In addition, he now possessed 7 skills: Dark Night, Great Dark Magic, Sea Current, Thick Fog, Toxicity Analysis, Absorption, Gift of Learning. Chris was delighted. These are the numbers. Kadima said with a smile that this was to be expected, since he had absorbed 2 national relics and the prince's development was proceeding at an abnormal pace. Ein, looking at his status card, simply said that he would like to increase his stats even more. Then he asked the first princess what kind of profession is called. She said it was one of the demon professions. Then she asked him ironically when he had given up his humanity. About the status of the prince, she is already silent. The youth asked, is Sea Current a sea dragon skill? So he got the Great Dark Magic from the Cursed Stone. Kadima explained that this is a skill that was once possessed by the strongest wizard living in this world, the demon Vich. Ein asked if the magic stone belonged to Vich. Chris confirmed that Vich's skill was called Dark Magic, and the Great Dark Magic must have belonged to the Elder Lick. The first princess was surprised to ask Chris how she knew all this. The girl replied that it was written in the book that the princess received in the mail. The ancient elven texts in this book seemed familiar to her, and she casually glanced at them. Kadima almost exploded with rage. Why didn't she say earlier that she understood the elven text? Had the elven expert been right under her nose? Chris sheepishly apologized to the princess. Kadima quickly grabbed the book and handed it to the new admiral. She asked the girl to read what was written in this book about the senior lick. Chris opened the book and said that this demon was a senior lick. Then she quoted, together with her husband, she supported the Demon King and made a great contribution to the development of his lands. Ein exclaimed in excitement, so the Elder Lick, whose stone he had devoured, and Dullahan were consorts. Kadima agreed with his guess and said that she had been preoccupied with one thing for a long time. This dagger in the picture in the book is exactly like the one that is in the prince's possession, from the royal vault. Chris, reading the text of the book, said that it was probably the Elder Lick who created this dagger. She built it from her core and then gave it to her husband. That's what the book said. The power of this dagger was so great that it could only be compared to the might of the Demon King. and at that moment, she delivered the final blow to the sea dragon. Kadima said that everything was now clear to her. The young prince also understood. A dagger and a cursed magic stone. Dullahan's power brought them together. Magic stone of two lovers. These were the words that Ein heard when he absorbed the cursed stone. What do they mean? At that moment, Crone entered the room. She apologized and asked if they were probably treating Ein, and she interrupted them. Chris replied that they were already done and asked the girl how she could help her. Crone said that Grandpa sent a messenger from the August Trading Company. He wants Chris to go with Lloyd Samo to the port immediately. Augustus Trading Company is currently busy butchering a sea dragon. Unfortunately, she doesn't know all the details, but something that looks like eggs was found in the remains of the sea dragon. Lloyd, Chris, and the Crown Prince arrived at the port as quickly as they could. Lloyd apologized to Graf Dono for the inconvenience of waiting for them and asked if the dragon egg story was true. The messenger replied that he was in doubt and wanted to ask him to find out what it was. He led them to the place where the two eggs found in the dragon's remains were. As soon as they all reached them, the shells on them began to move. Chris ordered the knights around her to draw their weapons and asked the prince to stay away from these eggs. When the eggshells fell to the deck, everyone saw two baby dragons that had hatched from two eggs. They squeaked defenselessly and slid awkwardly across the deck. Ein asked Chris if they were going to kill them. The girl replied, which goes without saying. Why should they let them live? Lloyd had already unsheathed his sword. The young prince noticed that this was all wrong somehow. He asked Lloyd to wait and then went to the kids. Chris had warned him. Although they are small, they are still sea dragons. Meanwhile, Ein crouched down in front of the dragons, and they clung to him with their small bodies. To the surprised people around him, the prince said that they must have mistaken him for their father, because he had absorbed their parents' magic stone. Ein raised his head and asked Lloyd if it would be easy for him to kill these little ones. The warrior replied that he would put an end to them in one blow. Then the young prince asked the same question to Christie's, San, and Dill. Ein stood up and said, it seems that not only they, but the castle guards are ready to deal with these little ones in 1 or 2. Lloyd asked the young prince what he was up to. Ein, holding the little dragons in his arms, said that he wanted to ask his grandfather for permission to keep them. The dragons had an excellent appetite. After that incident, Ein brought the sea dragons to the palace. He had to argue with his grandfather, but in the end, he allowed them to stay. The king, of course, was greatly shocked by the news. The young prince even gave the dragons names. My sister's name is Noel, and my brother's name is Owl. Crone also loved these little sea lords. They seemed cute to her. The girl was happy to feed them. Crone came up with an idea and asked Ein to take part in her experiment. She gave him a magic stone, which the prince licked and said with satisfaction that it tasted very good and had a sweet and sour taste. The dragons watched greedily as the prince devoured the magic stone. His injured arm was almost healed. He started practicing his swordsmanship, and everything was going great. Olivia expressed a desire to brush his hair, but the prince replied that he could do it himself. However, the mother insisted on it and said that she was doing it because she wanted to. The king came into the room and said that even a hero who defeated a sea dragon couldn't beat Olivia. Then he turned to his grandson and said that his house arrest would soon end. On this occasion, he would like to entrust him with one case. He wants to ask him to visit Euro as the representative of the king of Ishtolika. He asked the prince if he remembered the trade deal with Euro. Olivia brought back some sea crystals from there. Sea crystals are essential for the operation of magical artifacts, so Euro is currently their most valuable partner. If he went there in person, the visit would be too much news for both their kingdom and Euro. The grandson interrupted his grandfather and said that's why he wants the crown prince to do it. His Majesty reassured Ein and said that Warren would help him with the trade negotiations and other small matters. As his guard, he plans to introduce almost the entire guard, led by Chris and Deal. The prince protested that he was relieved to have so many men with him, but if he sent almost the entire guard with him, would the remaining guards be enough to defend the castle? The king replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Most of all, he worries that he may start acting rashly, as in the case of the sea dragon. The prince swore to his grandfather that he wouldn't do it again. Ein was very proud to be given his first official job. He will now have a huge responsibility as a deputy grandfather, but he can't wait to see this country faster. In the castle library, the first princess of Kadima sat over a book, engrossed in reading the translation Chris had made. At the moment, she was looking at the portrait of the demon lord girl. Looking at her portrait, it was impossible to tell that she was a heartless demon lord. As written in this book, the demon lord possessed incredible power, and battles with her resulted in countless casualties. In the end, the story ended with the subjugation of the demon lord, Dullahan, and the elder Lick. However, the two people closest to him sensed suspicion towards Dullahan and the elder Lick. Why did Dullahan know his enemies and do nothing? Why didn't the senior Lick attack, but instead concentrate on protecting the humans? Since the beginning of the battle, they had made no attempt to kill people, so much so that they were ready to face death. If they had wanted to, Ishtalika would have been crushed and destroyed, so why didn't they want to? One more circumstance is worth mentioning. Another close associate of the Demon Lord, a demon in the form of a human red fox. Originally, the Demon Lord didn't have such a warlike nature. They say that when the fox appeared, the Demon Lord's behavior began to change. The identity of the red fox is still full of mysteries, but only one thing is known for sure, that she loved to turn into people and indulge in amusements. Kadima believed that there was a high probability that she was the one who provoked the Demon Lord's rage. She remembered that in Euro, someone with the name Red Fox was supposed to be revered. The first princess glanced at Chris, who had fallen asleep at the next table right in the middle of translating. Just then, she woke up and offered her apologies. Kadima advised her to go take a break, because she would soon be moving out on a mission, and she would continue translating for her. The princess asked where she was being sent this time. Chris replied that they were going to Euro for a few days with Ein. When the girl left, the first princess said thoughtfully that she really hoped that nothing had happened there. In the neutral trading city of Bardland, a duel between Lorgas Dono and Edward Donna was taking place in a huge arena. Edward said that Lorgas Dono was once again stronger than he had been 3 years ago, barely able to parry another attack from his opponent. The knight replied that it sounded like a mockery. Edward noticed that it would be hard for his decrepit body to directly deflect another one of his blows. However, these words turned out to be a simple disguise. It was soon announced that the winner of this battle was Edward of the Euro Principality. The two men shook hands, and Edward said to Lorgas that it was a great fight. His opponent replied that he always wondered how he could beat him. In the box of honor in the arena, Knight of the Kingdom of Jame Grint Roundheart told his mother that his father had never lost in Jame, and then he lost to that bastard. He assured his mother that one day he would definitely avenge his father. Camille nodded her head and told her son that she would look forward to it. He is the chosen one and has the power of a holy knight. His fiancée Shannon will also help him. The third prince of the Heim Kingdom, Tiger von Heim, slammed his fist against the wall of his chambers in frustration. It was never found. Harley, Father Crone has asked His Highness to calm down, as they are waiting for a report to clarify the situation any minute. The tiger asked him how he could calm down if for 3 years he could not find traces of his beloved crown. He's surprised how Harley can be so calm when it's about his father and his daughter. Harley said that he and his wife, Alina, had been sad for a long time. However, as he watched his worries, he decided that he should show his strength as her father and as his minister. Tiger apologized and said they were probably having the hardest time right now. At this time, Harley recalled a conversation with his father on the eve of his daughter's emigration. Count Augustus had said at the time that he had information about Jame. If he goes with her, Ishtalika must accept them. Given that relations between the two countries are deteriorating, it is better for Krona to stay in Ishtalik. Who would have thought that Krone would be so attracted to this young man after a single meeting? His daughter begged him and his grandfather to let her go to him, and the Count decided to grant her requests. His granddaughter wasn't stupid at all. Harley's recollection was interrupted by an employee entering the room, who reported that they had tracked down the inn and carriage they had last used. He informed them that the individuals they were interested in were being sent to Euro. The third prince ordered the search to continue, then he turned to Harley and said that the day when he would be able to meet his father and daughter was not so far away. Harley thanked His Highness and assured him that when they found them, he would make his father and Krone thank him. Tiger smugly exclaimed that then he wanted Krone to be his wife. Harley replied indifferently that his help was invaluable, and that Krone would give him her heart. Tiger von Heim sat down in a chair and said that they would expand the search for Krone and his father, and in the meantime they would go to Euro. Then he told Harley to call Grint. The son of Lorgas is so talented, so he will become his guardian. When Harley left to do his bidding, the prince closed his eyes and introduced her. Her pretty and cute face, sparkling eyes, and soft hair. He swore to himself that he would find her. He was sure that by going to Euro, he would succeed. At the port of the Euro Duchy, everything was ready to welcome the honored guests. Cupid von Euro, the duchy's ruler, and Edward were standing on the pier and admiring the giant destroyer mooring. It was a white king created specifically for the needs of the lords of Ishtalika. Cupid asked Ed if he was okay with his appearance. Would he offend his excellency? Edward replied that there was nothing wrong with Duke Amor's clothes. Soon the gangplank was thrown down and Prince Ein von Ishtalika descended, accompanied by Chris and Dill. The young man introduced himself and said that he had come to Euro on behalf of His Majesty. The Duke also introduced himself and expressed the hope that their meeting would bring great results. And then he suggested that the young prince take a break from the road, accompanying him to the castle. Cupid noticed Ed's strange appearance and asked him what was wrong. His loyal assistant replied that it was nothing special, just that he was interested in Prince Ein. He doesn't seem to be holding back his abilities at all, so it feels like a huge monster is standing behind his figure. Admiral Christina Dono may be the strongest in a one-on-one battle, but His Highness is probably the best in a monster fight. The Duke expressed his doubts. It couldn't be that this boy was so strong. What kind of power is it hiding? When both parties arrived at the castle, the Duke was surprised to see that Prince Tiger and his entourage were there. He asked in surprise why he was here. Tiger asked Cupid, did he really start negotiations with other guests without waiting for him? The Duke replied that he had not made any arrangements with him. The third prince then stood up and announced that he had arrived on an official visit, and that his father's letter was proof of this. After that, he turned to the person standing next to him and asked him to show this letter to the Duke. In the young man, Ein was surprised to recognize his brother Grint. Tiger saw the confusion in Grint's eyes and asked, what's the matter? The young man replied by pointing his finger at Ein that this was his real older brother who had run away from the Reinhardt family. Ein calmly remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seeing how tense his escorts were, he ordered Chris and Dill to keep their swords with them. He told them that preemptive attacks were unacceptable. As the crown prince, he shouldn't go against the words of the dynasty's founder. Ein turned to Duke Ammer and said that now was not the right time to negotiate. He understands that they have arrived on an official visit, but apparently the matter is urgent. He asked the Duke's permission to listen to them first. He didn't mind. Grint shouted at his brother and told him to watch his mouth when talking to His Highness Tiger, because he was the third prince of the Haim family. Ein calmly replied that he was the crown prince of Ishtalika. Even small children know who is higher in rank, the third principal or the heir to the throne. Ein told everyone to be quiet and asked Tiger what his urgent business was. The third prince replied that he had only one reason for coming to Euro. He came for his promised future wife Krona August. She ran away about 3 years ago, and at the same time, the Euro Duchy began official relations with Ishtalika. He didn't believe it, but the Euro Duchy sold Archduke Haim and his granddaughter and ingratiated itself with Ishtalika. The Duke of Amor was outraged by such accusations and said they were not involved in human trafficking. Tiger asked him, then where did Krone go? Ein asked Warren what they should do now. At the moment, Cupid is being cast as a villain, so they can't stay away as their allies. Warren noticed that, as Duke Amor had said, they didn't practice any human trafficking. Tiger asked who he was, and the man replied that he was Warren Lark and served as a minister in Ishtalik. The third prince said that he needed it. He had to tell her immediately what had happened to Krone and her grandfather. Were they handed over to Ishtalika? Warren suggested calling it a deal, because for now they have cut off diplomatic relations with Haim. They don't have any need to spend their money and conduct an investigation, so this can be called a deal. Haim has unilaterally annulled all relations with them, so they don't feel any trust in the Haim royal family. That's why he asks them to announce their price of the deal, and then he will give them information about the crown that only they know. Ein realized that Warren was adding fuel to the fire. Tiger asked the Prime Minister what price he wanted. Warren thought for a moment and said they only needed a few heads. Will it agree to provide them? Tiger asked if they wanted the heads of Logas and his entourage. When he heard the answer in the affirmative, he shouted that he would not allow this to be done. Logas is the great general of Jaim. Warren sighed and said that then the negotiations were over. Grint glared at his brother and said that he was as pathetic as ever. He came here for a picture and blames all the work on his subordinates. Isn't it a shame for him to become a king in the future? Dill told him that he wasn't going to take any more of this stream of insults. Ein Sama single-handedly defeated the dragon and saved many lives. He is their national hero, so he has no right to look down on him. Grint spread his hands out in a comical gesture. His brother is a hero. Don't let them make him laugh. Dill stressed that he was just voicing the facts. Grint insultingly remarked that he must be the one lacking in firmness, since he couldn't accept it. At this time, Warren made a suggestion and asked the two young men if they would like to face off against each other for once. During this time, they will be able to spend time usefully and advance the negotiations, if they clearly indicate their position. It was a rather tense moment. Ein wondered if everything would be all right. Everyone hurried to the courtyard of the castle, where the duel between Dill Glacier and Grant Reinhardt was to take place. Warren noticed that he hadn't expected this at all. Chris was also surprised, but the prince was looking at it very calmly. Grant missed the first swing. Ein said he knew Dill would be stronger. Chris agreed with him and said that he was still one of the best swordsmen in Ishtilika, but it seems that his skill level has become even higher. The prince noticed that Dill took into account the age difference, and he was very worried about this. Tiger cheered up his henchman and asked him to give Dill a hard time. The opponents met once more. Grant now used his Holy Knight skill, thinking that by doing so, he would ensure victory. However, Dill easily stopped this attack and knocked Grant to the ground. After that, he turned to Ein and said that he dedicated this battle to him. The prince thanked him, and Dill said he hoped Grant regretted insulting him. He also noticed that this boy was not as strong as their guards, but despite his age, he was undoubtedly very gifted. No wonder he has the strongest skill for any swordsman, the Holy Knight. Ein asked him, "Isn't the Sky Knight stronger?" Dill replied that the Sky Knight has a very destructive effect, but you need to ask your father for more details. Warren came up to them and said that his heart was beating like crazy as he watched them fight. After that, he turned to Duke Ammer and offered to continue their meeting. He also asked the tiger, noting his age and poor memory, which he completely forgot about Lady Crone, and he should know her well. Tiger agreed to send the documents with all the details to the Prime Minister within a day. When the prince was alone with Warren, he asked him what he was going to tell the third prince. The old man smiled slyly and replied that in addition to being the most respected people in Ishtilik right now, he decided to add that they were on close terms with Crone. Warren added that he hoped the third prince wouldn't take these words the wrong way. Hein and Chris were standing on the castle wall, and the girl asked the prince why he suddenly wanted to see the city of Euro. Hein replied that he would like to understand what this country lacks. He told Chris that Warren-san had also told him that they should start trading wheat with Euro. Due to the sea winds, there is very little arable land in Euro, and agricultural goods are brought to them from abroad, especially wheat, which is imported here from Koima. And Haim produces the most wheat on the entire mainland. Expensive, but there is no other choice. Knowing that other countries are in need of wheat, he sells, strongly breaking the price on the whole continent. He wondered if they could sell Euro wheat at a reasonable price. In his opinion, this will be beneficial for both sides. I wonder if they can save them more wheat than they consume in a year. If Euro continues to sell surpluses to neighboring countries, then Haim will gradually be left without its trading partners. The prince said they were just thoughts. Still, he can't do it, and they won't be able to export that much. Chris pointed out that if he had carried out his plan, he would have put almost all the farmers in Haim into poverty. The prince had to admit that he really hadn't counted on it, but exporting wheat seemed like a good idea. It would be wonderful if the price of wheat in Euro also fell, and everyone would live happily ever after. Finally, Crown Prince Ein von Ishtilik's visit to Euro has come to an end. Before the delegation left for their homeland, Ed thanked Ein for the fruitful meeting and conveyed the words of gratitude of the Duke of Ammer. After that, he gave a gift to Ein, a statue of the guardian god, which they all worship in Euro. This statue is called the Scarlet Fox. It, according to Edward, attracts and protects the inhabitants of the mainland from misfortune. When the statue was shown to Warren in the cabin of a ship bound for Ishtilika, he unfortunately said that he was afraid it was one of the Red Fox's guises. Chris noticed that according to Kadima Sama's research, her henchman probably caused the Demon King's wrath. Then why is it revered on this mainland? The Prime Minister responded to play with his opponents. Ein held his head and said he thought she was just lonely. How wrong he was. His biggest mistake was believing her and taking her in. Suddenly, Chris couldn't move. Some sort of restraining magic descended on her. She was shaking all over. Ein said that this woman had been trying to get close to him from the very beginning, to break their bond. Suddenly, the prince was holding his dagger, which had been enlarged by a mechanical steel hand. He forcefully chopped the statue apart. The white ship's armor burst, and there was a monstrous explosion. The incredible power is out of control. Ein fell and lost consciousness. Ein was slowly recovering. He couldn't figure out where he was or what had happened to him. The prince heard a pleasant singing sound and the touch of gentle hands on his cheeks, but he still couldn't move. A voice told him that everything was fine now. The woman who owned that voice apologized for causing him trouble. She said that she would take care of everything from now on. Ein wanted to ask the girl who she was, but the stranger disappeared. The prince found himself in bed in his room. He remembered going on a mission to Euro, but what happened next, he didn't remember at all. He saw that a restraining spell was placed on his right arm, otherwise he didn't feel anything strange. Ein decided to call someone first. Just as he sat up in bed, Mom and Chris came running in. He told them that he had absolutely no recollection of returning to the castle. Perplexed, he noticed that the women were crying. My grandparents also entered the room. The king said he was very happy to hear his voice again. Ein was at a loss. He didn't understand anything and asked him to tell him what was going on. Olivia told her son that he had been unconscious for 6 months since he returned from Euro. Chris said he was about to start 4th grade. Laurel suggested that we talk about it tomorrow because her grandson needs to rest. When Ein was left alone, he realized again with confusion that he didn't remember anything since he saw that gift, the red fox. What the hell happened? After a while, Ein got into the wheelchair with Chris's help as he couldn't move on his own yet. The whole family was gathered in the hall. His Majesty suggested that we go to the throne room. Ein asked Kadima, who was walking beside him, what they would do there. The first princess replied that he would find out soon enough. Suddenly the carriage stopped, and the prince asked Chris what was wrong. She replied that it was as if a wall had appeared in front of her. Kadima said she needed to make sure of something, and Chris should try to force her way forward. The girl tried unsuccessfully to push the stroller, and the prince asked the first princess what she needed to make sure of. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the air, warning them not to approach. Kadima told Chris to get out of here as quickly as possible. After that, there was an explosion. The king turned to Kadima and said that this was the result of her research. Unfortunately, she was right. This is the Demon Queen Arsh. To the silent question in Ein's eyes, Kadima replied that the Demon Queen's stone was in the throne room. It alienates him. The princess handed the book to the prince and told him that they had translated it together with Chris. According to this book, Arsh was a very shy king. Arsh had only 2 family members, Dulanhan and the Elder Lik. They traveled through the demon lands together, and, meeting various species on the way, they began to create small villages. These settlements began to grow and become cities, and soon Arsh was chosen as the Demon Queen. After that, she began to rule the country. Ein realized that the Demon Queen wasn't originally a Demon Queen, but had acquired this status later. Kadima continued, saying that after a few years, this kingdom began to collapse and the queen fled. It was because of her confidant, a red fox. Seeing the red fox statue, Dulanhan lost control of his power. The demon queen started rejecting him, Aina, after he consumed the stones of Dulanhan and the Elder Lik. From all of this, it is clear that the attack on the demon queen was not planned by Dulanhan and the Elder Lik, but was all due to the influence of the red fox. The voice they all heard also rejected him, or so it seemed to her. After being silent for a while, the first princess said that she had looked at his status card and checked his stats without permission. Some of the letters on it are distorted. Ein asked as if he had really become a monster. Kadima replied that in any case, the demon queen Arsh was now rejecting him. The prince asked Warren how likely it was that he was cursed in Euro. The prime minister replied that he thought it was just a coincidence. After all, it would have damaged the relationship between their country and Euro. So first of all, they need to check his body, and then deal with the red fox. Kadima agreed with the old man and added that it was highly unusual for the queen to avoid him and his map to be distorted. This indicates that he is turning into a monster. It is extremely dangerous to leave it as it is. The king concluded that, after all, they were all very worried about him. A month later, Ein was returning from the academy in a carriage. He felt very tired. When the carriage arrived at the castle, Chris congratulated him on passing the exam. Ein thanked her, but said that of course he had made it, but now he would have to catch up on everything he had missed in these 6 months. Chris added that she was glad that Kaiser Dono had helped them write a letter to the head of the Adventurers Guild, and the prince said that they had just revealed secret information. Then he asked if they would go to the Majolica store. The girl replied that of course they will go, because they need tools for disguise. After all, he wasn't allowed to appear openly in public. When they arrived at the store, they noticed that there was not a single customer there. Majolica-san startled Ein by suddenly appearing from behind the counter. He said that he usually had the most visitors in the evenings. Chris noticed the strange pose of the salesman. He asked permission to close the store and then continue the conversation. After he performed this action, Majolica stated that they had not seen His Highness for a long time. He suggested that he had been resting all this time because of the changes in his body. Then he stared into Ein's eyes and asked if he was really the crown prince. Is he a man or is he a monster? Chris made a comment to Majolica, saying about how he could say such things, and Ein replied that a lot of things had happened, but he thought he was still human. He asked the salesperson if he would be satisfied with such an answer. Majolica apologized and said that as someone who understood sealing techniques, he could see that the crown prince's aura was just like a monster's. It was as if he ate the magic stones of monsters and became one of them himself. Ein stated that he was not mistaken. He really has that kind of power. Chris warningly raised her hand, but the prince said that he thought it was okay to tell Majolica-san about it. Ein told him about his new home and what had happened in Euro. After listening to the prince's story, Majolica declared that he was, in fact, like the world tree. They say the dryads are descended from the world trees. It protects nearby creatures and eats monsters, absorbing their power, something comparable to God. Majolica added that he understood everything. If they want to know about the Red Fox and the Crown Prince's body, then they should go to Magic City East or Adventurer City Bard. Ein asked why it was there. The magic stone vendor replied that East is a sacred land for researchers of magical devices. There you can find a lot of information on this subject. Bard is located near the Demon Queen's old domain. A long time ago, one of the first rulers killed a huge monster there, and now its remains serve as an ornament for the city. Chris immediately stated that she was against the prince going to Bart because she had been there several times to do research. She could sense the presence of a mysterious monster there. She admitted that she had never felt anything like this in her entire life. The prince said that in this case they will go to Ist. Majolica added that Ist also stores a lot of information about the Red Fox. He even volunteered to write Ein a letter of recommendation. Chris turned to Majolica-san and asked, since it was already mentioned, if he could find some kind of hiding device. The seller replied that, of course, he has something similar. He just got special robes. How much do they need? Chris thought for a moment and said they needed 3. For Ein, for her, and for Dill. Majolica charged them 15 million gold pieces. The prince asked Chris if the robes were too expensive. The girl protested that since they were special robes, they would still be cheap for such a price. Majolica noticed that this was a special order from Chris, so he tried to provide the best service. The prince asked if they really knew Chris for a long time. Majolica approached the girl and asked if she hadn't told him yet. Chris looked down and whispered that it was a little difficult for her to talk about it. In truth, her older sister, Majolica-san, and Kaiser Dono used to be in the same group. The prince was surprised and asked Chris, does she have an older sister? You said that she had a rather problematic older sister. Majolica confirmed Chris' words and said that it was true that she was always difficult to understand. She was much stronger than Lloyd-sama. Ein was even more surprised and asked Chris where her sister was right now. She apologized and said she couldn't tell him about her sister yet. Ein and Krone were sitting on the beach behind the castle, and the young man said that soon he would go to East. He asked the girl if she was mad at him. Krone answered, because he'd been busy all the time since he'd woken up, and there was absolutely no time for them to meet. While he was unconscious, she, Chris, and Olivia sat next to him, taking turns in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Ein thanked the girl profusely, and she asked the prince if he had seen Elle and Al yet. The young man replied that he had seen them. They grew very much in half a year and reached a height of 5 meters. Navigating the castle's water channels became difficult. Ein asked Krone to take care of them while he was away. The girl asked him, and how much will he be in Ista? The prince replied that he would be there until he gathered all the necessary information. Krone said that, in truth, she wanted to give him something. After saying that, she handed him the binding stone, an artifact that allows you to send voice messages to people who are far away. Krone added that initially it was possible to send only 1 message each way, but her grandfather improved it and now it can be used 3 times. Ein promised to make sure to contact her. Then he turned to the girl and asked her what she would do if he suddenly became a monster. He explained that he meant that he could become a completely different being. Krone confidently replied that she was sure that he would always be himself. Then she asked for another promise. Even if he suddenly becomes a monster, let him promise that he will give her the star crystal again. Ein replied that if this happened, he would definitely do it. After taking a new oath, Ein left the capital and went to East. The water train to East was already ready to leave. At the train station, Ein saw Krone off. As the train pulled away, Ein was surprised to find the first Princess Kadima in his luggage. She quietly hid among the things. The princess stated that this time, she also decided to go and use the knowledge gained from the Demon Lord's book. Chris noticed that they had one problem. Kadima doesn't have a robe to hide her identity. Dill offered the first princess his robe, but she declined and said that she had brought something of her own to disguise herself. Then she said that she couldn't wait for the train to get to East, because this land was sacred to explorers. The crown prince asked her not to be happy ahead of time. They would only arrive in the city tomorrow morning. The princess asked me not to treat her like a child. She knows that very well. The next morning, the travelers arrived in East. Of course, this was not the capital, but they were amazed at the height and grandeur of the Tower of Wisdom that was in this city. The Ista train station used magical automatic turnstiles. Kadima, with the air of a connoisseur, said that the most advanced magical technologies were concentrated here. East is the heart of magical research. The representatives of Ishtalika never ceased to marvel at the beauty of the Tower of Wisdom. It was huge, even taller than the royal castle, 50 floors above the ground. Pipes running from the tower stretched all over the city. They supply it with electricity from magic stones. Ein asked his aunt what was in the tower. Kadima reported that there was a laboratory in the Tower of Wisdom, but the maintenance costs are incredibly high, and the selection process is very strict, and only a few people can rent it. The Tower of Wisdom is a special object. Even the state has no right to interfere in its activities. Of course, the research of magic items involves the use of sea crystals. They are the best in this business. Ein emphasized that his mother got married to get the sea crystals. He knows it's the duty of a member of the royal family, but he's not comfortable with them being wasted like money, even for research purposes. Dilgracier suggested that His Highness go to the inn first and leave his luggage there. He said he would take them to a place approved by his father. At this time, Ein wondered if it was time for him to contact Krone. He took out the amulet he had received from the girl and made a connection. He informed Krone that they had finally arrived in East. It was colder than the capital, and the Tower of Wisdom was bigger than he had imagined. He shared with the girl that he is looking forward to interesting meetings and discoveries. The guests from Ishtalika were all wearing hooded clothing, because the stealth mode only works when the hood is on, and if it is removed, the wearer will be revealed. Finally, they came to the address that Majolica had written in his letter of recommendation. This was the Great Academy of Magic, as evidenced by the huge signboard at the entrance of the two-story building. It was a school attached to the institute, and the main laboratory was located at the end of the building. However, the guards stopped them and explained that no outsiders were allowed to enter the laboratory. This building is only accessible to adventurers. Chris provided the guard with a letter of recommendation. He studied it carefully, explaining that adventurers often brought fakes. When he tore open the envelope and looked inside, he loudly ordered Head Professor Oz to be called here immediately. Then he apologized to the guests from Ishtalika and asked them to wait a little longer. Ein noticed that the guard's attitude had changed dramatically after reading the letter. I wonder how influential Majolica is here. A professor of the Isto Academy came up and introduced himself. The prince apologized for the sudden visit and explained that he wanted to check something out. That's why he's here. The professor said that he was very grateful for their visit, and he did not expect that they would be sent to him by Professor Emeritus Majolica. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the guests, the professor found it appropriate to explain something. He said that Mr. Majolica was an honorary professor at their institute, and then he invited the guests to the laboratory. There, Professor Oz apologized to His Highness for addressing him simply as a guest. Since there were outsiders present, he did not disclose the contents of the letter of recommendation in front of them. The prince decided that there was no point in hiding his identity anymore and introduced his companions to the professor. Marshal Christina Verstein, Dilgracier, head of His Highness's escort, and Kadima von Ishtalika, first princess. Oz almost fainted. He found it incredible to meet the first princess in person, who was called the brain of the kingdom. The princess explained that she went with her nephew to help him. She expressed the hope that when they left here, they would have a lot of knowledge with them. After some mutual pleasantries, the professor finally decided to get down to business. He asked them what they needed his help with. Ein replied that it would be about his body and the red fox. The professor looked at the prince thoughtfully and said that he had a special physique. His field of study is the energy of magic stones, and he, like no one else, is competent in this matter. He paused for a moment, then said confidently that the prince had absorbed not only Dullahan's stone, but even the Elder Lick's stone. Oz got up from his seat and said that he wanted to show him something nice. Soon, he brought out a box containing a magic stone. The professor said that there was no need to worry, because this room and the box were sealed with a seal created by Professor Majolica himself. The magic stone's power can't escape. Moreover, there is something hidden here that His Highness is so eager to know. Oz asked the prince to take a look at it. When the box opened, the prince came face to face with the enemy's magic stones. On the silk lining of the box were 2 Scarlet Fox magic stones. Everyone present gasped. The Scarlet Fox magic stone. The prince immediately decided that he wouldn't mind having such a stone handy. As the senior Lick had said, he would hold off Dullahan. The young prince asked the professor, "Is this probably a valuable exhibit?" Majolica said he knew a lot about red foxes. Oz replied that this was true. This is the only stone that he managed to get hold of for his research. Ein turned to the professor and asked him to help him learn more about his body, as well as tell him about the results of his research. Oz kindly agreed, but said it would take him a couple of days to get all the paperwork ready for them. That was settled. The prince, in gratitude for his help, offered any reward. The professor initially refused, saying that nothing could be more valuable than a meaningful conversation with His Highness, but then he finally gave in to Ain's insistent requests. Oz asked the prince if he could ask for payment of anything other than money. Ain assured the professor that he could ask for anything. Oz said there were several cases of young children being abducted here in Ista. The victims were orphans from the slums, so this case wasn't taken seriously, but his heart aches for them, regardless of their status. The professor asked His Highness to give the order to send more knights to search for the assassins. Ain thought respectfully that the professor was truly a worthy man. He would rather help the orphans in the slums than accept the reward he deserves. After that, he told the professor that he would personally search for the culprits and make sure that his decree was passed to the knights. The professor was profusely grateful. Chris grudgingly told His Highness that no matter how many guards were around him, it was impossible. Princip replied that he didn't want to just give out orders. After all, they have free time while the professor collects the material. What would she say to that? Marshall replied that it should be so. It's better to be in league with him than to try to contain him. The professor then said a warm goodbye to His Highness and said that he would contact him as soon as he had gathered all the information. The prince, in turn, thanked him and assured him that he would make every effort to catch the criminals. The professor called the security guard to escort the guests and asked them to put on their hoods. Then he remembered something and said he had something for them. He pulled a large envelope out of his desk drawer and handed it to the prince. Ain asked what was in the envelope. Oz replied that these were old materials from secret research conducted in Ista, which were best taken to the grave. Perhaps the prince will find some clue in them. At this time, the security guard arrived, and before escorting the guests out, he handed the professor a letter. When the guests had left, the professor opened the envelope and read the letter. Then he walked wearily to the table and whispered softly that it was time. When the Ishtalika representatives were outside, Chris suggested that everyone go back to the hotel and take a break, because it had been a long journey, and they must all be tired. The prince agreed with her words, and Kadima said that she would go shopping. Gil volunteered to see her off. When Ain and Chris got back to the hotel, they found a fat man standing in the lobby, who was annoyed that the room he usually stayed in was currently occupied. The hotel employee apologized to him and said that another guest had checked in from today. The fat man shouted that he was willing to pay extra for them to evict this guest immediately. The girl replied that they couldn't kick him out. Ain and Chris realized that the man was referring to the room they were staying in. Chris told the prince that even if that was the case, it didn't seem like this person had reserved her, so they have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the fat man lost his temper and slammed his fist down on the counter. He declared that he would never set foot in this hotel again. He turned around and walked towards the exit, ordering the two knights to follow him. He threatened that they would regret losing a client like him. After all, he is the conqueror of wyverns and kraken. Chris remembered that the fat man's name was Sage. He's from a Viscount family. They have a well-known family with a long history. His predecessor was an outstanding man, and she thinks Ain would have liked him. The prince asked why he called himself the Kraken Conqueror. Chris replied that there was a trading company that sold monsters. Some aristocrats keep monsters that adventurers have captured for them as pets. However, the owner of the monster will be punished if it harms a person. Chris said that, oddly enough, since this man took over, their financial situation has gone downhill. She doesn't think he can afford a hotel like this. When Kadima entered the room, the first thing she asked her nephew, who was reading Professor Oz's papers, was why that wreck of a Chris was sleeping on his lap. The prince replied that she was tired too. The first princess asked where the marshal had ever fallen asleep on the crown prince's lap. Then she asked him if he had read any of the documents. Ain asked his aunt to look at them. Kadima quickly read the headlines. Cross-racial demonization experiments. The purpose of the research is to create an artificial demon. The princess realized that these were recordings of experiments on humans. She told the prince that she had heard rumors about it, but now it is clear why Professor Oz said that the research should be kept secret. The experiment is simple: dissolve the energy of the stone in the body of another race and artificially make it grow. There were times when other races were considered demons. People believed that if demons could become stronger by eating a magic stone, then other races could too. The prince said sadly, that's exactly what he's doing. Similarly, it absorbs the energy of stones and becomes stronger. Almost 100% of the test subjects are dead, and if there were survivors, once they gained their power, they got out of control and got rid of them. If the demonization continues to progress, then one day he will kill the people dear to him with his own hands. Kadima looked her nephew in the eye and told him not to let that happen, so they set about their research. She asked Ain what he thought were the disadvantages of turning into a monster. Did he assume that he wouldn't be able to speak human language later? Kadima shook her head. No, I didn't guess. If he suddenly evolves, he won't turn into a brainless fish that doesn't even know the language. Let him remember Dullahan and the Elder Lick. It's impossible to tell if they're demons when they're wearing normal clothes. If it comes to that, they'll just register him as a new race when he evolves. The prince noticed that she was going too far, to which the princess replied that a backup plan would not hurt. But don't get hung up on it. Ein cheered up and said that he felt much better now. Then he got up cautiously and said he was going to the bathroom. When the young man had gone, Kadima sipped her tea and told Chris not to say a word to anyone about what she had heard. Chris asked her in surprise, did the princess notice her waking up? Then she said that she was terribly ashamed. When she realized that she was lying on the crown prince's lap, she didn't know how to get out of this awkward situation. As for secrets, she's afraid that in her position, she won't be able to keep quiet if His Majesty asks her about it. Kadima assured Chris that she was sure she would, so she would make it easier for her. She officially addressed Christina Wernstein and said that she, the first Princess Kadima von Ishtalika, was issuing a royal decree. It prohibits the disclosure of any information received during their stay in Istar regarding Ein's demonization. No one should know, not even the royal family. Chris bowed and promised to obey the order. Then the princess laughed and said that it was very tiring for her to be serious, and Chris admitted that she did not expect that she would use the royal decree. Kadima explained that it was all for the sake of her cheeky nephew. Even Ein might want to hide it. At this time, the prince was washing his hands in the toilet and was surprised that the water was pouring out of nowhere. There was simply no faucet in the sink. Obviously this was also a magic item. When Ein came back to the room, you saw that Chris was already awake. She immediately apologized for her misbehavior. In the morning, Ein was late for breakfast. He apologized and said that, apparently, he was busy with the documents yesterday. Chris asked him not to overwork so much, and the prince said that he should try harder to catch the criminals. Then he asked where Dill and Kadima were. Chris said they'd gone to the grocery store and she was going to make something. When the girl left, Ein received a text message. Crone said she was glad that he was able to get there safely. She's only worried about their cold weather. She asked me to take care of my health and not catch a cold. Then she told me that she thought Grandpa was there, too. She asked Ein to talk to him if she met him. At the end, she asked Ein to call. She'll be looking forward to it. After breakfast, Ein and Chris set off for the city. There were a lot of people on the streets of East. There were also many tourists here, but it was very difficult to find information here. After a while, Ein and Chris found themselves in a strange place and realized that they were lost. There were so many alleys here that it must have happened sometime. Ein looked around and told Chris that he thought there must be a Tower of Wisdom nearby. Suddenly, on a narrow street, they saw a girl running away, being chased by 3 bandits. One of them caught up with the girl and grabbed her by the hair. He pulled her roughly to her knees and told her that she would now be held accountable for what she had done. His accomplices asked him not to overdo it, because they needed her alive. The bandits wanted to pick up their victim and leave, but suddenly everyone was on the sidewalk without feeling. Ein came up to the girl and asked if she was okay. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and fell into his arms. She fainted. Chris looked at her and said that the girl was fainting and very exhausted. Judging by the child's clothing, she was an orphan, and Chris offered to take her to their room. After a while, the girl woke up in bed. Chris had set the table for her to eat and rest a little. The girl replied that she did not have the money to pay them all this. The prince told her not to think about it, but to just eat. All this was specially prepared for her. With tears in her eyes, the girl pounced on the food. After she was satisfied, she fell to her knees and said words of gratitude. Then she said that now she owed them everything. Ein lifted her off his lap and sat her down on a chair, explaining to her that it was all free. Then he asked her if he could ask her something. Why were these guys chasing her? Girl, she said that when she got home, these guys were already there, and I think they grabbed her sister, and she ran away. She looked at the prince and asked him to save her sister. Even after receiving so much mercy from him, she thinks it's impudent of her to ask for it, but she made up her mind. Ein reassured the girl and assured her that he would definitely save her sister. After that, the prince explained to the girl that this room still belongs to her. She can use it as she wants. When Chris and Ein were outside the door, the prince said that this girl is quite a strong child. She can handle it. Chris noticed that it was strange that such children ended up in the slums. Bill soon returned to the prince's room and reported that these guys were hired bandits, but no one knows exactly how many people he didn't ask. Their special feature is that they catch people in alleys. A witness saw them on a remote street as they were heading towards the Tower of Wisdom. Chris guessed that the Tower of Wisdom was where they were hiding. There's clearly something wrong here. Ein and Chris were sitting in an outdoor cafe near the Tower of Wisdom, talking tiredly. The prince remarked that they probably wouldn't find any new information. Chris suggested that Warren Sama leave the matter to her. Ayn agreed, but said that he had promised that child something. Marshall suggested that they go to the hotel room. Maybe they can find out something else in addition. The prince suggested that it seems to him that these bandits go out to hunt at night, although they can be found during the day. Chris expressed her regret that when they arrived in East, they didn't even see any sights. After that, they went to watch the beast show. They looked at the stone monster and the small dragons. There was also a huge dragon and it looked very dangerous. It was the first time Chris and Ayn had seen such a wyvern. They decided to go down to the arena and take a closer look, because they were sure that no problems should happen. Up close, the beast was even bigger than they'd seen it from the stands. They were surprised by the power of this magical beast. Chris offered to leave because he seemed to sense their power. Suddenly, they were approached by Viscount Sage, who had caused a row in the inn about the room. He was surprised that his wyvern was scared. He introduced himself to the young people and thanked them for coming to see his show. Then he asked his assistants for his whip. After that, he ordered the animal to fight with him. He hit him with his weapon and asked him what he thought, how much money he gave for it. However, the beast was very timid. It was afraid to fight. The assistant thought it was suspicious. He shouldn't be so afraid. Sage threatened to ask who gave him the medicine. He turned to Chris and Ayn and said that they were looking at his wyvern. When the prince confirmed this, the Viscount ordered his men to open Chris' hood. But the girl roughly pushed away the hand of the man who was trying to remove her hood. Sage told them that if they obediently left here, they would be safe. Ayn stated that this girl is a close friend of his, so she is with him. The fat man was indignant and said how dare he raise his voice at him. He is ready to turn a blind eye to this rudeness, so he asks them to leave this place again. Then he ordered his assistants to return the magical beast to its cage. The prince took Chris's hand and led her home, telling her that there were very strange people here. The prince asked Chris if she was right when she said that Viscount Sage's finances were getting worse. Is it possible that the wyvern's condition worsened because of this? Chris thought about it and said that if you count it, then the nutrition and care of this animal will come out about 5 million. She thinks that if you still pay for the performance, it will be a little more. Ayn thoughtfully concluded that if that was the case, then where did this fat man get that kind of money? Suddenly, they saw bright and beautiful lights above the Tower of Wisdom. Chris said that when the time comes, the aurora borealis is automatically created and the sky is colored. The prince asked the girl if Viscount Sage could be related to this tower. Chris replied that the creator of this miracle was a very intelligent and educated person, and if someone like the Viscount owned it, it was unlikely that this tower would still exist. The prince was still in doubt. He believed that all these kidnappings were done in order to trade people and make money from them. Chris remembered that horse-drawn carts always headed in the direction of the tower, so the abducted children are delivered there by someone who can enter. For example, a nobleman who can afford it. Perhaps it is as Ayn suggests. Kadima sipped her cup of tea and told Ayn that he was suspiciously trying to get inside the tower. The prince asked her, isn't it logical that he would do it? The princess remarked that it was better not to do this. If the evidence is destroyed, the royal decree used will be revoked. If he sneaked in, he would be mistaken for an enemy. Ayn objected, because the Tower of Wisdom is a secret mess. We need to think of something. Kadima smiled and said that she had something that he needed to see one way or another. She showed him the inside plan of the Tower of Wisdom. It is held up by the stone inside the furnace, and if he destroys it, the tower will collapse. Kadima ordered him to be quiet. If he breaks it, then the city will start a real chaos. He'd better listen to her. Then the two of them went to the room where the orphan girl was staying and informed her that her sister was obviously in the Tower of Wisdom. They taught the girl how she can save her sister, whose name is May and she is only 6 years old. The prince gave his name and introduced Kadima, who, however, asked to be called Ketsi. Ayn said he had to leave, and Ketsi would look after her. When the boy came out, the orphan asked Kadima if they could really save her sister. The first princess was surprised that she was so incredulous. She said the guy who just left was Ayn von Ishtalika, and she was Ketsi von Ishtalika. The girl threw up her hands. Is it really Ishalik's family? The first princess confirmed that everything is correct. This child is the crown prince. Ketsi happily informed Dil that they were ready. The young man was surprised that it had happened so quickly, and Ketsi added that Ayn had done a good job. He must have been very interested in these kidnapped victims. First of all, they need to contact the station and warn them. In case there are unforeseen circumstances, you need to stock up on clothes. Dil assured them that he would help them in any way he could, so he asked them not to hesitate to ask for help. Ketsi asked him to write one letter as a member of the Leibniz Duke of Nei, so that no one would recognize the sender. Dill promised to do it. At this time, Count Augustus hired a cart. He did not believe that he agreed to this. When they were all seated in the cart, Chris said that she would like to go back to her room, and the prince remarked that it was not such a dangerous task. Nothing to be afraid of. Ein said that the count was saved by the fact that they met him. The fact that August expanded its sales channels made things worse. The count said that as soon as they found the stone, they should immediately hide it in a box. Prince understanding nodded, and Chris said that she would do everything herself. Ein should not risk himself. The prince replied that he simply could not sit idly by. The abduction of the child, the way they separate the family, taking the sisters away from each other, they seem to be laughing at him. He, as the crown prince of this country, must administer justice. Chris assured him that she would do everything in her power to protect the prince. They need to do everything to destroy this tower. In the palace of Augustus, Cronus sat alone, holding an amulet. She thought about telling him something before it was too late. She felt that she was jealous of Chris. Then she checked herself, because Ian had an important task and she shouldn't be thinking about it right now. I wonder if I can tell him later. First, she'll talk about going shopping with Oliver. Crone tried to calm down and lay down. She couldn't even control her feelings. She told herself to think straight and not let her emotions get the better of her. She really wanted to be close to him because she missed Ian so much. Suddenly, Crone realized that she had said all this while recording, and it was automatically sent. The girl was terrified. What had she done? What should she do now? She needs to come up with something. The tower guard reported to his commander that all was quiet at the post assigned to him. The chief listened to the report and told him to continue monitoring. Meanwhile, Ian and Chris crawled out of the narrow box they were hiding in, covered in rocks, and entered the tower's underground stone furnace. The girl asked the prince if he was sure that their plan would work. The young man replied that everything should work out. According to Kadima, the tower's energy is stored here, and it is created in 2 stages. They shuffled the magic stone to get more magic power. After that, they converted the magic energy with the help of a turbine into a central device. Therefore, first you need to overheat this central device. Ian used swirl magic. Although it was very dangerous, he wanted to raise the power, and when it reached the limit, the device would collapse. Soon, they saw that the turbine had stopped. It looks like their plan worked. The prince said that this is not important now because it can restart. During this time, they need to go higher. He ordered Chris to move faster. They went upstairs and stopped at the door, which was steeped in magic. Due to the shutdown of the turbine, it seems to have stopped working. Chris cast her magic and the door opened. In the room they entered, there were huge transparent flasks that contained various magical monsters. Their muscles looked unnaturally large. This was the outcome of the experiments. Behind these huge flasks, the young people saw a small door. They rushed there, and when they opened it, they saw a large cage where the abducted children were kept. Ian asked Chris to give it to him. He can handle it. On the table next to the cage, he found a list of victims. They were not only girls, but also boys. There was also a report on expenses and income. All the prince's guesses were confirmed. While Ian studied the documents, Chris dressed the abducted men in lab coats. It's time for everyone to get out of here. Among the captured children was May, the sister of the girl who stayed in the hotel room. She was very glad to learn that these gentlemen knew her sister. Suddenly, the exit from the prison was blocked by monsters. Viscount Sage followed with his entourage. He said angrily that some thief had broken into his lab, wondering who the culprit was. Ian pointed out to him that he was a child abductor and that this was a serious crime. The fat man smiled wryly and asked the prince, is this the only reason why he decided to destroy his precious laboratory? Soon after that, he ordered his henchmen and magical beasts to kill everyone. However, Ian and Chris quickly dispatched these animals. The Viscount was extremely upset that he had invested so much money in them. Sage couldn't believe what had happened. His accomplices were scared because these people instantly killed strong monsters. At this time, Chris pointed her sword at the fat man and said that she rarely does that, but she wants to chop him into pieces. The Viscount begged not to kill him and offered to negotiate. Unexpectedly for everyone, Sage sneakily used a toxic chemical that was in his ring. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, the Viscount freed the dragon trapped in the flask, straddled it, and the dragon broke through the wall, taking the fat man with it. Ian felt extremely tired. They all needed to get back to the capital right away. Prince and Chris barely caught the train. Kadima breathed a sigh of relief as they entered the compartment. Just a little more and they would have been too late. Ein apologized for being late and explained to Do that he didn't want them to be noticed. Then he said that he would like to know everything about the monster, what is happening to him. The first princess replied that the main thing is that they are in order and the rest can be dealt with. Ein said he hoped it wouldn't happen again, and then asked Dil where May was. He replied that the girl was in the rented room with her sister Bera. Thanks to his and the princess' efforts, the abducted children were rescued and taken to the royal orphanage. Barry and May had a special, strong bond. They are now planning to complete their training. After that, he turned to Kadima and informed her that he had received all the materials about those monsters from Professor Oz, as well as one of the Red Fox magic stones. The prince suddenly remembered that he had received a message from Crone the day before, but he was too busy to read it. He thought that if he told her that he had been inside the tower and wisdom, she would surely get angry. When the prince listened to a very intimate message to Krona, he was surprised. Did she have such serious feelings? He didn't even know what to do now. Suddenly, the glass in the train car shattered into small pieces. Ein and his team saw monsters moving near the train. They were on the loose and there was something wrong with them. The passengers couldn't leave the carriage because the monsters blocked the road. Ein realized that the monster's target was him, the Crown Prince of Ishtalika. He ordered Chris to head for cover, leaving it up to him to deal with the monster. The marshal said that she would not leave the prince. Together they would do better. Together with Chris, they went up to the roof of the train and saw the dragon approaching from the sky. From the time they saw him in the arena, he became even bigger. Sage was sitting comfortably on his back. Chris tried to chop off the dragon's leg, but the monster's skin was too strong and the blade only knocked out sparks when it came into contact with it. In addition, even the scratch that appeared after Chris' attack on the dragon instantly healed. It seemed to have become even stronger. They realized that if they couldn't defeat him now, he would definitely kill them. I knew that the dragon's weak point was its magic stone. The prince used the thick fog skill and the monster lost sight of them. Ein's phantom hands swung towards the beast, entangling its legs and wings. The prince saw that the magic stone was embedded in the dragon's forehead. He immediately informed Chris of this. The girl used a swirl kick, accurately hitting the dragon's forehead with her sword. Bright flames erupted from the monster's dying body and it fell into the sea, leaving Sage stranded far away on the shore. At this time, a huge kraken brought its tentacles down on the train, but two sea dragons that appeared on the surface quickly finished off the monster. Chris, watching this, said that their favorite food is kraken. She'd heard about it before. Ein asked thoughtfully, did they do this just for the food? Even so, they saved them. Lying on the roof of the carriage, the prince took out the amulet that Krona had given him and said that he also wanted to meet her. Sage came to and saw Chris and Ein standing in front of him. They informed him that he would not escape again and they would take him to the capital's dungeon. The Viscount burst out laughing. To the dungeon. Marbles hiding their faces behind hoods have no right to judge him. Ein took off his hood and asked, what if he's the judge? If he's an aristocrat, he should know about it. The Viscount confessed that he recognized his highness. The prince told Sage that he had committed many crimes and that he had better tell them honestly. Why did he kidnap people? Really for the money? Sage replied that it was the master's wish. He kidnapped people on his orders in exchange for a reward. Ein wanted to know the name of this gentleman, but suddenly the Viscount became ill and died instantly. While the employees repaired the destroyed tracks, Dill suggested that the prince rest in his car. But Ein couldn't sit still. He went into the bar and saw Chris there. What surprised him was that the girl was wearing an evening dress. He asked her why she was dressed like that. The girl explained that he had misunderstood everything. She only had this dress as a change of clothes, so she put it on. Ein said it suited her very well, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. Then he confessed that everything didn't end up as he would have liked. Therefore, he is tormented by many doubts and cannot sleep at all. Sage said he was doing it on some master's orders. In other words, someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Chris agreed with the prince's words and noticed that they didn't have a single clue. He dropped his tail like a lizard. Ein suggested that the Red Fox might be behind it. According to Kadima, he has the power to evolve and control monsters. He is most likely related to the Demon King. The monsters that the Viscount controlled gave a clear understanding about this. Ein promised that when he felt better, he would investigate the Red Fox case. Chris asked the prince again, is he talking about the fox? Ein replied that when he studied Professor Oz's material, he found interesting information. According to her, even after evolving, monsters no longer lose their will. I asked him if this meant that despite the appeal, he would still be himself. The prince replied that he probably would, if the evolution and appeal can sit for the same thing. Chris expressed her gratitude to Professor Oz and said that this was at least some good news. Ayn noticed that he was an incredible person. He cares about the orphans and the city more than he cares about his own interests. He's glad he came to East. Chris thoughtfully told the prince that he was getting stronger and stronger every day. Even in Ista, there are so many things. He's becoming more and more like the first king. Ayn asked her not to say that because it would embarrass him. The girl smiled and suggested that they go on a trip together again. At this time, incredible events were taking place in Professor Oz's laboratory. He stood among the many books and objects with a rock in his hand. He said it was a beautiful day. This pathetic little man was drawing on his strength, trying to make himself look bigger than he really was. Predictable results and punishment for him. Moreover, he managed to get rid of the dirty fox magic stone. What a wonderful day. The crown prince is majestic and beautiful as he is, father. It excites him immensely. After saying that, he licked the stone and said that it was the same feeling when he killed the fox that was hanging around him. It was the same feeling when he was drenched in his blood. His appetite was whetted. He longed to see the crown prince's twisted grimace. Then he leaned down, held his head in his hands, and whispered that he shouldn't do that. He should appreciate such a beautiful creature. Just then, there was a knock on the lab door. The guard left and said that several knights would like to discuss the matter of the Tower of Wisdom with the professor. Professor Oz asked the clerk to tell the knights to come to their appointed place tomorrow. The crown prince's carriage was approaching the bridge, and Chris happily informed Ayn about it. He said he hadn't seen him for a long time. Half a year had passed since Viverina's attack on the sea train. Ayn was 11 years old. Spring came and nature began to come to life. Today, the prince must attend the grand opening of the bridge once destroyed by the late Viscount Sage's monster. Ayn, sitting inside the carriage, noticed that today's journey was surprisingly quiet. He mentioned this to Krona, who was sitting across from him, and added that it was all thanks to his talented assistant. The girl smiled at the compliment. Krona is a graduate of the Lieb Women's Academy. Also, she was the only one who received a satisfactory score on the exam for the position of an official. And finally, she distinguished herself by becoming the prince's personal assistant. Ayn said it was a very comfortable carriage, and if he wasn't mistaken, it was rented from the August Trading Company. Krona confirmed the prince's words and added that this is a completely new model. She also talked to the girl to lower the rental price, so Ayn doesn't have to worry. Ordinary people's taxes won't go to waste. Then she told Krona that they would be arriving soon and that they had to get ready to go out. The girl carefully adjusted the clasps on Ayn's clothes. A large number of people gathered at the opening of the bridge. Everyone alive welcomes the appearance of the crown prince. After the grand opening, the prince went to the royal castle with Chris and Krona. There, Ayn was surprised to see his old friends Bats, Roland, and Leonard, who had arrived to attend a social science lecture that the royal castle had been declared the venue for. They told Ayn that they were very interested in seeing the inside of the castle. At this time, Dilgracier came up to them and apologized for waiting. It was he who was put in charge of the tour by Warren. The young man asked the young men to keep up with him and not enter the rooms without his knowledge. If they follow these rules, there won't be any problems. He also ordered them to call Ayn Your Highness. After that, the tour started. They were shown all the sights and even watched the Duel of Knights. After visiting the royal castle, the young people were invited to dinner. When Ayn came out for more, but said that their lives were very different from the prince's. He felt it when he watched the guards fight. He felt the meaning of a guard's dignity and fighting spirit and was struck to the core. Ayn looked on as if nothing had happened. Rulin noticed that this was not surprising. He's a prince. That's why it has such power. Bats explained that he and the prince had been in the same squad since first grade, and he was sure they were similar, but he was wrong. But he confidently said that he would never lose to him. He doesn't want to leave everything to Ayn anymore. He wants to fight alongside him. They need to get stronger so they don't embarrass him. The two young men agreed amicably as the prince came back with more food and asked what they were talking about so enthusiastically. Just then, Marka entered the dining room and reminded the prince of his afternoon plans, saying that she would be waiting for him in his room. The young people said goodbye to the prince and he went on business. Marka informed Ayn that Mr. Warren and Mrs. Krona were waiting for him in the conference room. On the way there, they met May, who greeted the prince warmly. She was now in charge of the castle's food supply, and Mark was assigned as her supervisor. Ayn noticed that the girl had grown a lot during this time. He asked the maid, "What about Bera?" The woman replied that the nurse works in the infirmary near the training ground. She asked for the position herself, and the knights are very appreciative of her work. When I entered the hall, the Prime Minister and Krona were already at the round table. Warren greeted the prince and invited him to sit down. The Prime Minister suggested that we start a discussion. He wanted to talk about the mission in Bart, the adventurer city. Ein suggested that this is an investigation about a red fox and turning into demons. Warren confirmed his hunch and said that based on the results of the investigation into the previous Viscount Sage's actions, he had also visited Bart in the past few years. Crone asked if it was the red fox who was behind Sage's missing people. The Prime Minister replied that this was apparently the case. Mrs. Kadama came up with the same results. Professor Oz suggested relying on the adventurers. In addition, they had done research on the Demon Lord's old territories. They check a huge number of books to find information about technologies unknown to them. They were looking for information about the Red Fox, as well as about turning into demons. After all, the lands of the past Demon Lord are dangerous. They plan to entrust the expedition to Mr. Lloyd so that the prince can concentrate on his research in Barth. Ein said with satisfaction, so Lloyd will help them this time. He is a very reliable person. Then the prince asked Crone if she would also go to Barth. The girl firmly replied that she would go. After all, she doesn't want to just wait and pray for his safety. She's His Highness' personal assistant. Warren said that he would leave the care of Mr. Ina Crone, and the girl assured the Prime Minister that he could count on her. The prince was happy to announce that Dill, Lloyd and Crone would be going with him this time. Chris will stay in the castle. After a while, Chris was crying in his office. She asked him how he could have left her. Ein apologized and said that if she didn't stay, he would be very worried about the guards and their country's subjects. Chris knew that if Mr. Lovett was going with him, then I didn't need to. The prince assured the girl that he was also sad that she was not going with them. Chris wondered with a strange feeling, why did her heart hurt so much? She found the strength to say that she was keeping a close eye on the castle, and would do her best to protect the kingdom in the prince's absence. Ein patted the girl's head and said that he could rest easy now. He smiled and promised to bring her lots and lots of souvenirs from Bart. Chris admitted to herself that she loved Ein's smile very much. In the midst of a blizzard and a terrible cold, the vague outline of a castle could be seen on the horizon. Drowning in the snow, a knight was walking to the side. He muttered that the owner of the vessel was here. It's close. Has it really been several hundred years? Time flew by in the blink of an eye. He understood that it was not right for him to go to this castle, but he would still carry out his task. He will wait for him to return. A blizzard echoed dully across the snowy plain. Finally, it was time for Ein and his team to leave for Bart. The time of the trip was in the middle of summer. It was very hot. You're always thirsty in this weather. Crone made him some iced tea. Ein thanked the girl for her concern and said that he was not worthy of such a wonderful assistant. Then he asked about Lloyd and Deal. Crone replied that they were in the front car, but this time it was decided to split up the guard and put them in the first and rear cars. Ein realized that it was just the two of them in this carriage. The girl asked the prince, does he really need someone else? Ein laughed and said that she was enough for him. They sat and stared out the window. Suddenly, Ein saw a bird that he had never seen before. Not only was it huge in size, but it also had 4 wings. Crone advised the prince to sit still. They were only a short distance away from Bart. Ein agreed with the girl's words. He really has been very energetic lately. I got involved in that incident with the terrorists, escaped from the castle to fight the sea dragon, broke into the Tower of Wisdom. Then Crone added that they were going to the first Demon Lord's land. Knowing how much he respected him, she shouldn't be surprised by his enthusiasm. She is also interested in the lands of the first Demon Lord. They are said to be worth quite a few secrets of creating a country. Did the Demon Lord oppress Ishtalika when it was created? Or was it founded as a single nation after the conquest of the Demon Lord's lands? Historians still argue about this. She also cares about one more thing. For example, why do members of the royal family have atavisms? Moreover, these atavisms are signs of a wide variety of races. Did members of the royal family marry representatives of other countries? Ein suggested that it might well have been. Monsters and other races have a core and magic stones inside them. But one thing distinguishes them from each other. This is the ability to talk to other people and prevent violence. By the way, the chronicles don't even mention the race of the first Demon Lord. What race did she belong to? Maybe she was a pixie, or maybe she belonged to the fairy family. Ein thought about it. Royal Gacha, what will his children be like? He told her that she knew more about the creation of Ishtalika than he did, and it probably took a lot of effort to become the person she is now. The girl confirmed his guess and said that it was very difficult. Every night she prayed to the stars, and since she was here, her efforts weren't in vain. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by a sharp push and a train stop. Immediately, there was a discreet knock on the door. Deal said they had to make an emergency stop because of the earthquake. As soon as they are sure that everything is in order, they will continue on their way again. Crone noticed that the bard was already very close, but she had a bad feeling about it. Ein agreed with her and said that he also had a bad feeling that something terrible was going to happen. It was very cold and snowing in Bart. The prince even wondered if they were exactly on the same continent. Well, this was the adventurous city of Bart. Crone asked Mr. Lloyd if Ein had never been to this city before. He asked the girl why she thought so. The girl said in confusion that the locals should have been warned about the arrival of the prince, but not a single person came to meet them. Lloyd said that was out of the question. He has great respect for Mr. Ein. After all, he's the hero who defeated the sea monster. He thinks it's because their people just didn't make it here in time. Lloyd Galatia turned to the prince and asked him to look at a huge skull that was located on one of the mountains in the distance. There is a legend that once a human village was attacked by a monster and the first demon lord removed it. The powers of this monster were so powerful that they could destroy mountains. At least that's what the legends say. There was a wound on that skull. The first demon lord defeated the monster with a single blow, destroying its core. Ein was surprised by this story, and Dill compared the demon lord to Lord Ein, who also destroyed the sea monster with a single blow. Then Crone suggested that we all go to the castle and have a good rest, because it was already quite late. The prince was very happy, as he hadn't expected to see something so incredible in this place. When they stepped out onto the castle's balcony, the view was incredibly beautiful. The sky glowed with colorful lights. The young man asked Crone if the demon lord had built the castle here because of the beauty of the area. The girl replied that maybe, on the contrary, the sky could change its color because the demon lord lived here. If that girl really is a demon lord, then this snow-white appearance was made for her. Crone reminded the prince that they were to go to the local ruler, Duke Barth, tomorrow. Since the prince was too tired after the journey, she made an appointment to meet him at noon. Ein thanked her for her concern and said that thanks to her, he would be able to have a good rest. After that, they went inside the castle to their room. Noon the next day, the scheduled audience took place. The steward of these lands, with His Majesty's permission, was Riser Barth. Print had heard a lot of good things about the man, so it was nice to meet the manager. He said that he liked the atmosphere of this city. It is said that the Bard is a shrine to all blacksmiths and would like to visit one of the local blacksmiths. Riser Bard expressed a desire to recommend one of the blacksmiths to the prince and thanked him for helping his younger brother in the capital. I asked him his brother's name. Riser replied that his younger brother's name was Kaiser Bart. I had apologized to the manager because he didn't know that Kaiser was a member of the Barth family. However, Riser told the prince not to apologize because his brother left home to become an adventurer. Ein shouldn't worry about that. Ein remembered that a year ago, Kaiser had helped him by writing a letter of recommendation. The manager was very surprised. The prince asked him what he had said that was so strange that it surprised Riser. He replied that he was very surprised, because his brother is quite an eccentric man. He expressed the hope that his letter helped the prince convince the guild to help him investigate. Ein, that Kaiser helped him out a lot back then. Riser Bart asked the prince what his business was in the former demon lord's lands. If he is really interested in something, then he is ready to provide him with some documents that may be useful to him. After that, he handed Ein a document detailing the road to the lands he was interested in. It also described the peculiarities of the local climate. The prince expressed great gratitude to the Duke of Barth. Then Riser said that he still had a letter for the prince, which he had to give him. This is a letter from Professor Oz. He was in town a few days ago to do some research. It was a pity that they couldn't meet him in person. After that, the manager handed over the letter. Crone expressed a desire to read it. Perhaps this is indeed a letter from the professor. He writes that there is a high probability that they will discover a lot of new things if they go to the old demon lord's land. Ein wondered if the professor thought the stones of Duluhan and the Elder Lick would react to something that was there. The girl asked Lloyd if he was sure His Highness should go there. He replied that it was still difficult for him to say. Research has shown that there may be some kind of strong monster living here. The prince asked, "What kind of monster is this?" He suggests that this monster lived during the creation of the kingdom. The principal asked the manager of the Riser for his opinion on this. The Duke replied that this monster was more dangerous than the sea dragon. Legend has it that he survived the battle with the demon lord and has been hiding in these lands ever since. In truth, the local monsters were much more worried after yesterday's earthquake. Rumors began to circulate among the adventurers that it was caused by that monster's awakening. Suddenly, there was a terrible roar and explosion. Ein asked Lloyd what had happened. It turned out that the roadways were destroyed, and Riser assumed with horror that it was an ancient monster that appeared here. Ice Dragon Upas Kamui. The town of Bart became restless. The garrison was preparing to fight the monster. Riser Barth asked if the guests from Ishtalika would take part in the battle. Crone replied that they had come here before exploring the domain of the last demon lord, so they had brought 10 magic cannons with them, which should be enough to kill the monster. Hertz warned the prince's team about the dangers of this event. They do not have to go there at all. He turned to Lloyd for support, even though he was bound to follow Mr. Haynes' orders, and they were also cut off from the capital. The prince said that they didn't have time to wait for reinforcements and had to leave today. Then he assigned Reiser and his adventurer to protect this city. After all the arrangements were made and they were ready to leave, Ein and Crone sat on a bench and talked. The girl said that in truth, she was starting to dislike the first demon lord. He was the one who left Yupa's Kamui alive. If he had finished him off then, Ein wouldn't have had to risk himself now. The prince asked her what she thought the Yupa's Kamui magic stone tasted like. Crone looked surprised. What does it taste like? He is as always in his repertoire. They were in such serious danger, and he was worried about the taste of the stone. Ein gave the girl a funny wink and said that they would definitely win and return home in triumph. The girl still answered the prince's question and said that she thought the monster's magic stone tasted like chicken. When she saw him, she immediately thought of it. Ein laughed and said that after her words, he really thought that Yupa's Kamui was a big chicken. City manager Bart Duke Reiser reported to Ein that the gunners had already moved to their positions. Crone asked Ein not to worry about the city, she would do everything in her power to protect it. After that, Hay gave the command to leave. During the journey, the prince noticed that it was very difficult to walk in the snow. Warren said that maybe he should have trained more in the snow-covered areas. Then he asked the prince if he would keep his promise. Ein replied in the affirmative and said that if Yupa's Kamui's target was not him, Thawne would humbly return to the city. However, he doesn't think he needs anyone else. This is too much of an unusual coincidence. First the earthquake at the entrance to Bardu, and then the sudden return of Yupa's Kamui, which has not been seen since the founding of the kingdom. And besides, he had the impression that he had deliberately destroyed the railroad to cut off the escape routes. Warren agreed with the prince that this is one of the most unpleasant scenarios. At the edge of the forest, they didn't meet an 8-eyed rabbit of very large size. Warren said that 2 guards could easily deal with this beast, and these rabbits have very tasty meat. But they are very fast, so they are very difficult to buy in the market. He suggested that the prince order rabbit meat when he returned to the castle. Ein agreed that this wasn't the best time to hunt. The rabbit, noticing the knights, quickly ran away, striking everyone with its unimaginable speed. Suddenly, everyone heard some kind of noise and shaking. Warren ordered everyone to run. It was a monster. Ein noticed that his eyes were red, just like the wyvern back then. He drew Lloyd's attention to the fact that one of his eyes was damaged and his wings were broken. The knight assumed that this was the result of a battle with the first demon lord. The prince said that the beast was injured, so they couldn't possibly lose. Dill drew his sword and shouted to the others to run without him, and he would try to buy them some time. The beast was so huge that Dell was a tiny speck of sand in the background. At this time, the swordsman pushed the monster away with a single kick of the ball. Ein didn't expect anything else from the youths. Lloyd ordered everyone to run again, even if their feet were stuck in the snow or even if the monster was about to overtake them. Lloyd was determined to fight the Yupa's Kamui and took up a fighting position in front of him, drawing his sword. He already knew that he needed Mr. Ein, but he wasn't going to lose just like that. All the former marshal's skill had done was break through just a few scales on the monster's body. He didn't understand how someone like that could be killed. He also had a broken sword. At this time, the young prince appeared in front of Yupa's Kamui, separated him from the knight. And when the dragon turned all its attention to him, the shots of magic cannons were born. Just as the prince had planned, the monster was lured out of the frozen lake and used the sea current skill to block the dragon's movement. Warren shouted that they might not be as strong as the first demon lord, but they had achieved a lot in a few hundred years. This is the embodiment of their wisdom and they know something. After surviving the battle with the first demon lord, it was the dragon's turn to face death. The ice under the ice dragon collapsed and the deep lake swallowed it up. Dill exclaimed with joy that they were able to kill Yupa's Kami. Warren exclaimed with satisfaction that everything had gone smoothly. A perfect win. The prince remarked that it was all thanks to their help. But Warren claimed that they were just following his orders. Wasn't he the one who came up with this plan? Wasn't it the principal that suggested setting up cannons and luring the monster to the lake? Dill turned to his father and asked if they should make sure the monster was dead just in case. Warren knew remarked that it would be quite difficult. You'll need a boat to reach the dragon. Then they heard a sound and realized that the lake was already freezing back up. The sun has almost set below the horizon and the air temperature has dropped, which led to the freezing of water. It was freezing too fast for the prince to notice. He exclaimed that it wasn't over yet. Yupa's Kamui is still alive. Olivia noticed that lately Chris has been restless, so she asked Marika to take the girl 2 buckets of fresh fish. The maid found the marshal pacing restlessly at the castle door. Marika turned to Chris and said that she had been too restless lately, so Mistress Olivia had assigned her to feed the twins. Chris asked the maid worriedly, "Is it really that obvious?" Marika replied that it was obvious that she went back and forth to the places where Mr. Ein often visited. Chris picked up the fish and went to the pool where the dragons were frolicking. She decided to distract herself a little. Marika, looking after her mistress thoughtfully, thought that she saw Herr Ein as a man, even though their ages were different, but she could not laugh at her feelings. Meanwhile, Chris went to the pool and started feeding the twins. She noticed that the pool was already too small for the dragons. "I wonder if they'll get as big as that water dragon." Chris patted the twins and asked them to pray that she would go with Mr. Ein next time. The girl fed Ale and now all the fish, still thinking about the prince's return. She longed for him to return safely. Strange things were happening on the ice lake. It looked like the monster's favorite element was ice. The dragon was gradually climbing out of the lake. The prince asked Warren what was going on with the guns. He replied that the cannons were frozen, so they couldn't use them. The old knight ordered everyone to prepare for battle, because they must protect Lord Ein even at the cost of their lives. The warriors charged at the monster, and Ein activated his phantom hands to help the knights. However, the dragon was very strong. The prince knew that he would kill them all at this rate, but he couldn't give up. He willed himself to think. They can't use guns, but they need to find other weapons that can injure this beast. You need to find a big strong weapon. Then his eyes fell on the huge skull they had told him about the day before. Ein told Dill that he had thought of a way to defeat Yupa's Kamui. The principal asked the young man for a favor. Only he can handle this job. He asked Dill if he could carry it. The young man replied that it was not difficult, but asked why he was the one. Ein replied that he could only fight at full strength because of him. Then Dill assured the prince that he could count on him and he would carry him anywhere on his back. Ein started to draw the Yupa's Kami's attention back to himself, heading in the direction of the huge skull. For a moment the dragon's body sank under the ice, then it came up and ran after the prince. With great speed, he reached the place where the legendary skull rested. The young prince then applied visibility to the dragon. He shouted to him that he was right in front of him. The maddened monster lunged at him. Ein deftly climbed to the highest point of the skull, attracting the dragon's attention. He lunged forward recklessly, his head caught in the huge jaws of the skull. There was a terrible crunch and the dragon, caught in Ein's phantom hands, fell to one side. This was the end. However, the prince was surprised to see that the monster was still breathing. The beast had an incredible will to live. Then Ein saw his magic stone and realized that now the monster is definitely finished. He took the stone in his hands and thought that he must tell Krona what it tasted like. Dill barely managed to catch Ein in his arms. The prince, exhausted, fainted. Dill actually carried Ein on his back all the way to the castle. Ein woke up in bed and couldn't understand at first. Where is he? Then he heard the voice of Krone, who threw up her hands in delight. He was finally awake. The young man asked her how long he had slept. The girl replied that he had been asleep for 24 hours. Krone went to Ein and hugged him gently and kissed him. She told him that she was very worried. Then she said that while he was sleeping, they received a letter from the palace. Ein replied that for some reason he didn't want to read it. Still, he picked up the letter and read it. He said that the capital agreed that the situation required extreme measures, so they did not intend to punish him. But something tells him that when he returns, he will still have to listen to lectures. He informed me that he was also allowed to go to the old demon lord's land. Why would that be? Krone assumed it was because of her report. She told them about Professor Oz's letter and also about the victory over Yupa's Kamui. Ein thanked the girl for that. Krone told the prince that if he had absorbed the monster stone, his stats must have changed. Ein took out the card and at first glance, nothing changed. Then he noticed that he still had a new skill. Ein, as if remembering something, told Krona that she seemed to have made a slight mistake about the Yupa's Kami stone. It tastes like a great steak. 2 days later, Ein and the knights once again set out on their trek to the old demon lord's land. It was cold again. The prince felt that he could fight another ice dragon right now. Lloyd informed Ein that Duke Bart, when he heard that Lord Ein wanted to go to the old demon lord's domain, was very surprised. After slaying the dragon, it was as if Ein's skill had gone up another notch. Dill told the prince that they had asked the local adventurers and found out what they thought of him. They believe that he is the only worthy king who has surpassed even the first demon lord. Lloyd noticed that no matter how strangely they expressed themselves, he understood their feelings. The prince said they would be ashamed to say such a thing. At the edge of the forest, they met the eight-eyed rabbit again, and the prince thought about hunting it. Ein led the rabbit hunt. Lloyd suddenly felt that someone was watching them. Ein objected and said that it looked like no one was going to attack them. Lloyd reported that they were already close to the old demon lord's land. When the party reached one of the mountains, Lloyd held out his hand and said that this was the domain of the old demon lord. There in place, the prince looked around at the panorama before them. He said that this city is like a human city, and it's just unbelievable. Only he thinks it's too warm in here. Lloyd noted that there was also no wind blowing, no snow falling, and no sense of monsters. These lands have been abandoned for several hundred years. The prince added that it was as if time had stopped in this place. Then he asked Lloyd what kind of castle they could see in the distance. The knight replied that it was the demon lord's castle. Ein got a good look at the structure and exclaimed that it couldn't be. Why does this one castle look like their family's castle? The prince was also surprised by the feeling that came over his body. It was his first time in this place, so why was there both melancholy and joy raging in him at the same time? Dill, as if listening to Ein's thoughts, said that if he wanted to say one word, he would let him do it. The boy said they were at home. Suddenly, the wind picked up and the castle gates opened. Lloyd was very surprised, because the gates of the castle had been closed for several hundred years. The party set up camp in front of the castle. Ein, lying on the bed in the tent, thought that he felt at home. Magical artifacts are just something. Tomorrow they will go to the castle. What is waiting for him behind the suddenly opened gate? Suddenly, he heard the sound of a knight's armor. Ein sat up in bed and asked who was there. However, no one answered him when he came out of the tent. He saw two dead eight-eyed rabbits near it. Lloyd and Deal followed the noise. It seemed incredible to them. Both rabbits were killed by a precise blow to the neck. It was a very delicate piece of work. But who did it? The prince said that no good is lost. He suggested we consider it a welcome gift. Warren said this wasn't the time to relax. Ein looked at the rabbits and came to the conclusion that there were no signs of poisoning. Now that I have the chance, can I cook them? He asked Lloyd to cut up the carcasses, and Lloyd agreed. The prince suggested that a delicious meal would immediately raise the children's morale. After the rabbits were cooked, the whole party had a delicious dinner. As he lay in bed, Ein thought how much he had eaten. When he woke up in the morning, he didn't know where he was. Gradually, he realized that this was his room. He remembered eating dinner with everyone yesterday and returning to his tent. He didn't understand anything. Suddenly, he saw a man in black armor in the room. This knight was carrying him a cup of coffee on a tray. He apologized for bringing it here on his own. He introduced himself and said that he was the deputy captain of His Majesty's bodyguards. His name is Dark Knight Marco. Race undead. Subrace, living armor. Ein realized that the mysterious Dark Knight Marco had simply stolen him away. Moreover, he did not notice at all that someone had crept into their camp. No one noticed, not even Lloyd. This monster is stronger than anyone he has ever encountered before. Judging from the view from the window, he's currently in the Demon Lord's castle and doesn't seem to have a chance to escape. Marco set the teacup and teapot on the table. After that, he invited the prince to have a treat. Ein thanked him and sat down at the round table in the center of the room. Marco said it was tea made from the leaves of ancient plants. Century-old plants can live for thousands of years, so their leaves are very much appreciated. Ein thought that this was a very warm welcome for the undead. The prince turned to Mr. Marco and asked why he had brought it here. The Dark Knight promised to answer this question if the prince would taste his tea. Ein tasted the tea because he wasn't affected by any poisons. The drink tasted very good. After that, the knight answered the question asked. He said that he brought the prince here to warn him about one thing. His suck is extremely unstable. He advises him not to give in to the illusions of these places. Right now, the prince's power may be out of control, as it happened with his mistress. Furthermore, the beast's curse still hadn't left this place. Ein thought that the knight was obviously talking about Ash. But what kind of animal is he talking about? The prince looked over his head and asked if the beast he was talking about was a red fox. Marco replied that the prince was absolutely right, but asked him not to say the name out loud again. The tea that Ein just drank has a protective effect against the curse. He prepared it to avoid any accidents. The satisfaction of knowing that he hadn't sensed any hostile intentions from Marco in the first place. He doesn't seem to be his enemy, at least not for the moment. His thoughts were interrupted by Marco. He suggested that his subordinates were worried about him and suggested that the prince escort him outside. When Ein followed the knight outside, he realized that he was not in the castle itself, but only inside the walls. Marco explained that his succor is still not ready to enter the palace. Ein asked the knight a question, and he asked Marco if he felt lonely here by himself. He said that he didn't have to worry about it, because he had a very important task to do. If the prince wants to find traces of the beast, he advises him to go south. After the war, they set sail from the human village in the south. Ayn exclaimed, "Did she swim across the ocean?" Marco explained that during the war, they secretly prepared the ship for departure. It was a very clever and well thought out plan. Suddenly, something happened to the knight. It felt like he had lost his mind. Marco mumbled incomprehensible words and the prince called out to him to bring him back to consciousness. However, the knight kept saying that she was beautiful. Ayn asked in surprise, "Isn't she the demon lord's worst enemy, who drove an entire kingdom to destruction?" The knight objected and said it was absolute nonsense. They love her. At the same time, Marco's armor was in a kind of chaotic motion, as if it was beyond the control of thought. The prince called the knight's name a few more times, and the knight finally came to his senses. I asked him if it was the beast's curse that caused him to lose his mind. Slowly recovering, Marco advised him to be extra careful. All this time, the beast had been waiting for him to come, to finally take revenge on the Ishtilik royal family. The prince saw that it was difficult to speak and asked him not to force himself to do so. He wondered uneasily what had happened between Ishtilik's family and the Red Fox. In the meantime, Marco escorted Ayn to the gate and indicated the direction with his hand, telling them to follow this road. It will lead to the camp. After that, he said that he wanted to give the young man a gift. The knight presented the prince with a box and said, "That is, this can make a good sword." Ayn thanked Marco for the gift and asked why he was helping him, since he was a member of the royal family of Ishtilik. Marco replied that the main duty of knights is to serve the king. The prince quizzically asked, "Aren't the demons and Ishtilik sworn enemies? Is he so true to his chivalrous principles? And by the way, what about research groups? If he wasn't mistaken, they had come to the demon land several times. Why didn't he hurt them?" The Dark Knight replied that he had promised not to harm ordinary people under any circumstances. His mistress bequeathed that you need to live together. After saying this, the principal said goodbye to the amazing knight, thanked him for feeding the maid-eyed rabbits, and left. The room was filled with cheers for the prince's return. "Lloyd, where has he been all this time?" Ayn replied that someone had dragged him to the demon lord's castle. His loyal allies fell to their knees and asked for forgiveness for not protecting him. They were ready for any punishment, but the prince assured them that nothing terrible had happened, and ordered them to search the entire circle. It is possible that this monster is still nearby. As the warriors surveyed the area, Ayn thought of a demon who follows the principles of chivalry and wants to live together. This is somewhat similar to the first demon lord's teaching about the prohibition of invasion. What an unusual demon she was after all. Crone was surprised that Ayn had returned with a souvenir. When they opened the box, they thought it was a head. It looked like a knight's helmet. Ayn informed Krona that Marco said it would make a great sword. The girl replied that she had already prepared a letter asking her to invite the blacksmith. The prince thanked her and remarked that he had expected nothing less from her. Krone said that Bard is a shrine to blacksmithing, and she asked to invite the most skilled blacksmith. His name is Mountain. Then she asked Ayn if he would like to go to his smithy. Ayn gladly agreed. Soon they were at the door of the blacksmith shop, a sight that did not impress the prince. He asked Krone if the blacksmith was really as good as she described him. Lloyd volunteered to go in first and ordered Dell to keep an eye on the entrance. However, the prince noticed that it was he who came to the blacksmith with a request. It wouldn't be nice if he didn't say hello to him himself. When I looked inside, he saw that the blacksmith was working with his apprentice and scolding him with his last words. The prince excused himself and asked what was going on in this blacksmith shop. When Mountain recognized the prince, he apologized for his rude tone and said that his words were referring to his student Emema. He claimed that the prince was their first customer in 3 years, and Emem added that the last person who visited them was just looking for shelter from the rain. The blacksmith asked Ayn if he probably wanted them to do something for him. The prince replied that he needed a sword and had the materials for it. Mountain categorically stated that he had a principle of taking up work only after checking the raw materials, and his sword would not be an exception. When the prince opened the box, the blacksmith was delighted and said that the raw material was a helmet made of living armor. The prince had time to think that this meant that it was indeed the helmet of one of Marco's own kind. He asked the blacksmith if he had seen such things before. Mountain replied that it was the first time he had ever seen such a helmet. But he had heard a lot about living armor. They never part with parts of their armor, and only when they die do the living armor leave a helmet behind. Blacksmith Mountain's apprentice asked, "So this is a very valuable raw material?" He replied that such trophies can be considered a national treasure. After that, he turned to the prince and said that he would take the job, but he would have to find something else. To process such materials, you need to preheat the oven to fabulous temperatures, and this requires the use of magic stones. Crone asked the blacksmith how many stones he needed for this job. The blacksmith said he needed 50 million stones. Besides, it's not a simple order, so they should remember to throw him another 20 million for the job. Crone nodded her head and wrote down in her notebook that the total order amount was 70 million magic stones. Ein, hearing this amount, rushed to the crown and said that it was too expensive. He's a prince, of course, but that's no reason to spend the entire treasury of the kingdom. The girl calmly told him that he had not yet received the money for selling the sea dragon carcass, or the reward for all the work he had done. This money will more than cover all his expenses. Lloyd also had his say. He asked Lord Mountain, "How about we use the bones and scales of the sea dragon to create a sword hilt?" The blacksmith replied that it was not worth asking for the best. He asked the knight if they had brought a dragon with them. Lloyd said they hadn't brought the dragon with them, but he could send someone to pick out the best materials for the sword. Mountain, however, stated that he wanted to choose them himself, although of course he wouldn't want to go back and forth a million times. Then Crone made an interesting and unexpected offer to the blacksmith. She asked him, why wouldn't he forge a sword in the capital? In truth, she is the granddaughter of the head of the August Trading Company. Their company can provide him with everything he needs: housing, tools, and transportation of raw materials. Therefore, he can easily forge a sword. Of course, she will calculate all the necessary expenses. This way, he will be able to study the raw materials without any problems. The prince thought with admiration that not only was Crone doing an excellent job as the prince's personal assistant, but she also managed to manage the affairs of her company. This is a real talent. The blacksmith Mountain agreed with the girl and said that she was free to use his money. Let her prepare a new shop, house and oven for him. Crone asked him if he was sure it was worth going to such extremes. Mountain replied that this was a good chance to open a new shop in the capital. They didn't have any work to do here anyway. Then he ordered his assistant to pack her things for the trip to the capital. He told the prince that he would forge him the best sword that ever existed on Earth. Lloyd noticed that the blacksmith was a very energetic man. He dictated his terms to the last. He liked it very much. Ein asked Crone if she was sure that everything would be all right. Buying a shop in the capital is not cheap. The girl replied that she would try to study the real estate market and compensate for the additional costs. After a while, a feast was organized in the capital to celebrate the triumph of the crown prince and his loyal knights. Everyone had heard of his highness feat in Bart, first a sea dragon, and now in Yupa's Kamui. Truly the prince is the strongest warrior. Ein replied to the delighted members of the ball that he would never have made it without the help of Lloyd and a squad of knights. The audience couldn't believe that the prince wasn't proud of his feat, but rather exalted his subordinates. They were all deeply moved by his generosity. The guests raised their glasses to the glory of Ishtaliki and the crown prince's health. Ein modestly told Olivia that it was possible to do without a holiday. However, the mother told her son that this was no good. Considering all his exploits, she would even say that this is too modest a feast. Besides, if they hadn't held this celebration, my father would have been displeased, and I don't want to upset him. Ein looked around and asked Olivia what she thought he should do with the elf who was hiding shyly behind one of the ballroom pillars. My mother replied that it seemed that she had not seen her master for so long that she had completely lost faith in herself. The prince asked Olivia if this meant that he should approach her himself. The woman replied, "Why don't you let him cool off on the terrace? Let him try to force the conversation on the girl," as she forced him to relax on the terrace. Ein walked over to the pillar that Chris was hiding behind and said that he wanted to freshen up a bit. Could she go with him? As they stepped out onto the terrace, Ein noticed that Chris had let her hair down. She said she did it for the occasion of the banquet. He noticed that it suited her very well. He even feels sorry that he can only see this beauty on special occasions. Ein asked what had happened in his absence. Chris replied that nothing special had happened. The servants in the castle were working as usual, and the two sea dragons were even nicer. However, this place felt completely different without him. She was very worried about the prince. She recalled the explosion on the school campus and during the battle with the sea dragon, during the wyvern attack on the train. She told the prince that she was always there for him in those moments, but this time, when she heard that he was fighting a life and death battle somewhere far away, she was disgusted with herself. Why was she sitting here instead of fighting alongside Lord Ein? Her heart was really hurting. The prince told the girl that she was a knight marshal. She must not allow herself to be self-willed. But Chris replied that she still wanted to protect him. She asked for his forgiveness and said that she understood that this was an unforgivable act for a person and her position, but she just wanted to tell him about her feelings, and now it was much easier for her. After that, she gave him her hand and wanted to say goodbye. Abruptly, Ian recalled the last events of the past few weeks in full detail. He reached out to Chris and said he didn't think he'd found the best way. However, it's time to get your reward. Ian asked for an audience with the king and grandfather Silverd von Ishtilik. I told him that I was in front of him, and I thanked him for agreeing to talk to him at such a late hour. His Majesty asked your grandson what reward he wanted to talk about. The young man pointed to Chris, who was standing behind him, and said that he had asked her to come with him. The king said that there was nothing wrong with that and wished that I would get down to business. The young man turned to the king and said that before that, he would like to ask that his grandfather reward Lloyd Greshner. It was only because of his vast experience that they were able to defeat Yupa's Komui without losing a single soldier. As a punishment for letting Lloyd escape from the castle during the Sea Dragon attack, he removed him from the position of marshal. But it seems to him that he fully redeemed his sin in the treasure trove in the battle with the giant dragon. He would like His Majesty to return him to the position of army commander. Silverd grudgingly replied that he recognized Lloyd's services, but the position of marshal was already taken. Ian agreed with his words and said that in order to fulfill his request, Chris would have to leave his post. So as his reward, he wants the king to appoint Chris as his and mom's bodyguard. The king looked annoyed. Remove the rats from the marshal's position to bring Lloyd back to it. This is not something that is done because of the whim of an immature boy. He advised not to waste his time. At this time, Prime Minister Warren turned to Hayne and said that this request was really very strange. Ian forcefully cut him off and said that it was extremely disrespectful to interfere with the king and crown prince's conversation. Listening to these words, the king thought that his grandson had a strong self-confidence. Without a doubt, he is worthy of the royal throne. Meanwhile, the prince said he understands it's not easy, but this is necessary for the safety of Ishtilika. He believes that Lloyd is the best candidate for the post of army commander. Chris, on the other hand, is most suitable for the role of a bodyguard. Assigning them to the right posts will benefit Ishtilika the most. The king hesitated at these words and noticed that the prince's words made sense. Laurel suddenly chimed in. She pointed out to His Majesty that there was no way Ian would back down from his words. The king thought for a moment and then ordered Warren to prepare the documents for Lloyd's appointment as marshal. Then he turned to Chris and said that he was removing her from her current position and ordering her to protect Ian and Olivia with her life. He expressed the hope that the girl will meet his expectations. Chris assured the king that she wouldn't let him down either. Outside the throne room, Ian turned to Chris and thanked her for going with him to Grandpa at such a late hour. She expressed regret that he had to spend his wish on her, but the young man said that she should not worry about this, because he himself wanted her to be close to him. Chris said sadly that the prince had only recently been a small boy, to which Ian replied that he would soon be as big as she was. At these words, he came close to the girl to make peace with her height. After that, he apologized for getting too close to her. The girl replied that she did not mind it at all. I asked the prince's permission to ask me about one selfish thing. She expressed a wish that he would address her less formally. He promised to call her by her first name and said he was counting on her. Chris said she wouldn't let him down. 3 months later, in mid-November, Ainu was informed that his sword was already waiting for him in the capital's blacksmith shop, which Crone had purchased for Mountain and his apprentice. Soon the prince and his entourage were there. The blacksmith apologized for the long wait, but expressed 100% confidence that this sword was his best creation. With these words, he opened a large case in which lay a real work of art. When the young man took it in his hands, it seemed to him that the sword shuddered slightly. The blacksmith explained that this weapon has its own will. Most likely, the helmet they brought him was a very confident guy. Mountain expressed confidence that this sword would never fail the prince. After swinging the blade a few times, Ian found it easy to handle. It feels like he's adjusting to his movements. Mountain expressed regret that he did not have time to prepare the training dummies. He suggested that the prince use the sword on the sea dragon's bones. I asked Chris how hard they were. The girl replied that they were much stronger than armadillos. I thought that he didn't doubt Mountain's skills and Marco's faith, but he didn't want the sword to crack. He only decided to poke lightly at the dragon bone. Surprisingly, even a light touch instantly destroyed the bones, and the prince almost did not apply any strength. The blacksmith was very surprised. He said that even he who forged this sword didn't understand anything. He asked his assistant Amim if she understood anything. The student replied, if he doesn't understand anything, then she certainly won't understand it. Mountain said that he has not yet applied the engraving, so he can do it himself. Ian wondered why he shouldn't ask Marco about it. I wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Then he remembered the moment when the beasts will almost broke the Dark Knight, but he was very resilient. He kept repeating that he hadn't completed his assignment yet. Ein made a firm determination to wait until he met him. Ein was sitting at his desk in his office, signing papers. He told Chris that she didn't need to be so afraid. The girl replied that she couldn't. What if it swallows her magic stone? The fact is that at night tree roots sprouted in the prince's room and he almost absorbed the magic stone of Kadima, who came to the noise. According to Olivia, only adult dryads can grow such roots. My mother was very pleased with these beautiful roots. She said the prince was now of legal age. Ein turned to Chris again and said that he hadn't absorbed Kadima's magic stone, so everything will be fine. Besides, he wasn't interested in other people's stones, so she had no reason to worry. Just then, Dill came in and handed the prince a letter from His Majesty. Ein opened the envelope and read that today was the anniversary of the last king's death. He asked Dill if Grandpa didn't usually do this alone. The young man replied that it was true, but today the prince had come of age. Also, he will be the next king of Ishtalika. Ein and the king went to the cemetery where the previous rulers of Italika are buried. He drew the prince's attention to a large slab belonging to the first king, Jael von Ishtalika. Then Silverd von Ishtalika said that today was the anniversary of the death of his father, the last king of Ishtalika. They should honor his memory together. The king told his grandson to repeat his words after him. He ordered him to raise the blade in front of him and close his eyes. The young man followed this order and suddenly, the sword that he was holding lit up with a bright glow. He asked me what kind of light it was. The prince apologized and said that apparently, this sword starts to glow when it is near people's bones. His Majesty replied that he had heard that the undead had similar abilities. It looks like the same situation here, but they made sure that his father's bones were still there. Ein asked him what it meant to be a king. Grandpa replied, meaning that he was already starting to think about it. The young man confirmed his guess and said that lately he had often heard other people's thoughts about what a king should be like, so he was curious. Silward von Ishtalika replied seriously, it means to own the life and death of your subjects. This is one of the king's duties. Ein nodded in understanding. That's why being a king is so hard. An egoist can never become one. His grandfather informed him that he still had plenty of time. After that, they left the cemetery. The prince could not sleep, and as he strolled alone through the palace, he reflected that he had done everything to find out the truth about the first king. Not all of his actions were mistakes, but isn't that selfish? While his mind was occupied with philosophical questions, Chris came into the room and asked what was bothering him. Just because the demon lord's magic stone was brought to another room doesn't mean he has to walk around the throne room. Ein apologized and said that he was a little lost in thought. He is tormented by doubts if he has the right to be king. She went to the prince and took his hand, placing it on her chest. She claimed that her magic stone belonged only to him. Then she asked Ein if he would mind if she touched his chest too. The principal replied that he didn't mind, but would like to know what all this means. The girl replied that it was a long-standing elven tradition. However, now it looks a little wrong. She explained that the elven magic stone is located in the right side of the chest. Touching in the chest, the elves show that they fully trust each other. Then she said that Ein was a prince charming, for better or worse. She would always be there for him, even when he was king. The young man replied that he could always rely on her. He thanked her for her participation and said that he felt much better. At this time, the king and the prime minister inadvertently overheard their conversation. The king told Warren Lark that the chair seemed to be true to the prince. Warren replied that His Majesty had done the right thing by appointing her as Mr. Ein's bodyguard. Then the king remarked that he had not heard that the elves had such a tradition. Is this really true? The prime minister replied that it might be true, but he thought Chris meant something else. The king agreed with his words and said that Ein had really grown up. On the way to my room, I met Lloyd. The marshal noticed that the prince's face was beaming with joy. The young man replied that it was because he was glad to be back home. Then he asked Lloyd if he could join him for a little practice. Together they went to the arena and Ein told Lloyd that with him, he could not be afraid to use all his strength. After that, they started training. They fought until their swords collapsed. The prince thanked Lloyd for the training and said that now he knows the limits of his strength. The marshal replied that he was always happy to help him. The prince apologized for the destruction of the training field and went about his business. At this time, Dill came up to his father and asked him what kind of power it was. He replied that it was simply an incredible power, but he is sure that this is not all, and the future king will become much stronger. Ein approached the tombstone of the first king of Ishtalika with a bouquet of flowers. At this time, he noticed his grandfather standing next to the grave with Prime Minister Warren. Ein asked him what he's doing here. The king replied that he wanted to talk to him. His Majesty asked the prince if he knew what it meant to be a king. The young man replied he finally realized that he had been following the right path all along. so he wanted to tell his feelings to the first king. Grandpa nodded and said he really admires the first king. He also respects the first king and even envies him at times. Ayn assumed that he could never be as great as he was. Grandpa confidently replied that he would definitely be able to. He should show him some respect. After these words, the prince laid flowers and asked for forgiveness for coming so suddenly. He turned to the first king and said that he had always respected him and that this sometimes pushed him to do crazy things. There are people who always support him, so his feelings for the first king don't end with admiration alone. Ayn swore that he would definitely surpass the first king. After that, he took his leave and left. As he was leaving this place, he thought that something was wrong. He had done the same thing as his great-grandfather's graves, including the sword ritual. Well, it was supposed to react to the skeleton inside. So why isn't it shining? Is the first king's body not here? He thought he should ask his grandfather about it. At the same time, if he had known, he would have said it right away. On the slab was written that Jael von Ishtalika, a king who loved his homeland, was buried here. The prince thought hard. Is the homeland that the first king loved not here? When Ayn returned to the castle, I asked him if he would like to rest. He replied that everything was fine and suggested that we continue talking about the nobles. The girl reminded him that they were talking about Viscount Sage's domain. They still don't have a tax owner, so the lands are temporarily transferred to the royal family. The prince asked Crone if she would go with him. The girl replied that she couldn't this time because she promised to help Mistress Chris and Olivia with their affairs. Ayn decided that meant he would have to take the cases. He asked where these lands were located. Crone replied that these lands were located between Ist and Barth. Most likely, he will have to spend the night on the train. Ayn said it was even better that way. After that, he asked the girl to say hi to her mother. On the first day of his tour of Viscount Sage's former estate, the prince visited the fields, the market, and the city. Dill told Ayn that he had done a great job. The train won't leave for the capital until the next morning, and if nothing happens, they'll be in the capital by lunchtime. Then Ayn handed the sealed letter to Dell and asked him to give it to the train driver. The prince stressed that this letter is very important. I got it, and Dell went to do his bidding. Suddenly the train started moving. Dill asked Ayn what was written in this letter. The prince apologized and said they were going to Bart. He needs to check something out. It has to do with the royal family. He expressed the hope that His Majesty knows about this. I advised His Highness to rest, because they would not arrive in Barth until closer to dawn. The prince asked Bid if he would stop him. He said he couldn't do it. Ayn stated that he was glad that he had brought him with him. When the prince awoke, he saw that he was not on the train, but in a forest clearing. A knight pointed a sword at him and told him to get up because he had something to talk to him about. I was surprised to recognize this knight as Dullahan, and behind him was the High Lick, smiling. Ayn frantically wondered what Dullahan and the Elder Lick's goal was. Do they want to take his body? Suddenly, a man who looked like Dullahan said his name was Ramza and the girl's name was Misty. He reassured the prince and told him not to worry. They weren't going to steal his body. They don't have much time. Suddenly, the prince was wearing the armor of Dullahan himself. Ramza told him that he was lending it to Ayn for a short time, that he would need it even if he couldn't die in this world. The young man asked what he meant and what about his armor. Ramza replied that he didn't need it. Today he couldn't beat a child's fencing technique. Ayn interrupted the knight and said that he wouldn't let him mock him. With that, he charged at Ramza. At the same time, Kadima was standing in front of the cage with the experimental giant bee in the castle. She said that if her theory is correct, then this bee evolved into a king bee. This is a great success. Then she put the insect to sleep and began making quick notes in her notebook. For the evolution of monsters, a higher level stone is needed, so that transformation into Ayn's monster can also be considered an evolution. I had absorbed quite a few magic stones. If it encounters a special catalyst, it will evolve into something else. The only question is what exactly. The first princess looked out of the window and saw the starry sky. She wondered why she was working at this hour. The prince managed to start eating magic stones. Ayn's fierce attack ended in nothing. He was on the ground in front of Ramza. The knight said that he was sorry for speaking ill of him. The prince had to admit that he was as strong as 2 sea dragons. Misty told the boy that she was going to fix him. Ramza lowered his sword and said that the prince had no talent for swordsmanship. He's too direct, but instead, he has a strong will and will never give up. He should be proud of it. Right now, he doesn't use any special techniques, like a monster that rushes into battle driven by instinct. Ramza stated that he wanted Ayn to defeat her not by force but by intelligence. Misty asked the knight if he could give him better advice. Ramza helped Ayn to his feet, but Ayn asked him not to treat him like a child. The man replied that he was a child, compared, of course, to him. He ordered the prince to take the sword and start with its proper grip. You need to hold the copper tighter. When fighting it, he tried to look for its weak points and attack in them. That's what the strong do. You can't give in to your opponent. You need to cross blades with him and do not take a step away. Ayn had a strange feeling, as if this man was his father. Ramza started the next step in his training. He asked Ayn to try to memorize his techniques. They raised their swords and began their training. The prince noticed that it was much easier to hold the punch than last time. But that wasn't the end of it. Ramza noticed that he was fighting very nobly, much nobler than all the knights of Ishtalika. He's as strong as Chris and Lloyd combined. He can't even relax even for a second. Ayn, at this moment, gave his all to this battle with the mysterious knight. He finally began to feel everything that was happening around him. After training, Misty told Ayn that she had cured his real body of fatigue. The prince thanked the girl and turned to Ramza, saying that he didn't really understand what happened, but he helped him become a better person. For this, he thanks him from the bottom of his heart. The knight said that he was doing this because he had a request for him. Ayn said, "What does he want?" Ramza paused and said that if he suddenly encountered an opponent against whom he would have to use these techniques, then let him tell him so. Then Hay woke up. He noticed that he was in a bed in a train car. Dill was standing next to her. He informed the prince that they had arrived in Barth. After getting out of the car, I headed towards the forests. Dill warned him not to go too far from the city because they might be attacked. However, the prince reassured Dill and said that he thought if they went a little further, they would meet his friend. After walking a little further into the forest, the prince stopped and said that he didn't expect to find it so close to the city. The familiar silhouette, blurred by the snowstorm, belonged to the loyal knight Marco. Dill, seeing an unknown knight behind a tree, blocked the prince with his body and drew his sword. Marco calmly said that there was no need to be careful. He only came here at the summons of Lord Ayn. Prince apologized for calling him out so suddenly. He asked the Dark Knight if he would mind if his bodyguard went with them. Marco didn't mind. The knight also reported that the prince's vessel was strengthened and his power would soon blossom. After that, he suggested that Ayn take him to the castle. Dill was confused. Was the prince planning to go to the demon lord's castle? Ayn confirmed his guess and said that he wanted to visit the graves that are there in the royal family cemetery. Thanks to Marco, they won't be attacked by local monsters. As the three of them headed towards the castle, Ayn saw purple smoke rising high into the sky. He asked Mark what that smoke was. The knight replied that it was a poisonous swamp that even Mistress Misty avoided. Guess what it looks like in the center. That's why he doesn't recommend it. They soon arrived at the demon lord's castle. They walked down a long corridor until they left for the cemetery. Before entering, Marco warned the young men that right behind these doors was a small room that the truly beautiful lady had created. They need to be careful. However, he doesn't think they will lose. Ayn thought about how he had been uneasy from the start. Marco, a knight from the demon lord's castle, has gotten close to the city and has an unusual way of speaking. Besides, his last words were strange. The prince assured the knight that he would be careful. After that, Ayn asked Dill to wait for him at the door and Marco to go back to the main hall. Then Respect opened the door. The gloomy room smelled strongly of something. The prince sensed that there was someone in the darkness of the room. He suddenly saw a chained girl, who, seeing the young man, stretched out her arms to him and moaned. Ayn rushed to her and began to calm her down. He said that now everything will be fine and nothing threatens her anymore. Suddenly the chains that bound her hands fell to the floor and she asked Ayn to love her. After that, the girl disappeared. The prince stared at the shackles in amazement. What was that? An illusion? Or maybe one of the Red Fox's curses? There was an uncomfortable feeling about Aina, but he knew he had to move on. He suddenly felt very tired. Finally, he opened another door and found himself in a graveyard. The tombstones here looked exactly the same as in the capital's graveyard. This is clearly not a coincidence. He came to the tomb of the first king. Ayn apologized and laid flowers. Then he read the inscription on one of the stones, Child of Ramza and Misty, Second Queen. Jail von Ishtalik to rest at dear Ishtalik's side. Ayn thought that if there was a second one, then the first one was the demon Lord Ash. He also thought of Ramsay and Misty. The fact that each of them bears the surname von Ishtalika means that they could not go against their family. It probably was, but he is sure that they did not break up because of a quarrel. After all, Queen Jane buried their bones here. Then he went closer to the Queen's grave and saw that there was something written next to Mrs. Ravailla's name. It might have been her maiden name, but the inscription was erased and it was hard to read. After taking a closer look, Ayn was very surprised and hurried to the exit. Dill, who met him on the way out, anxiously asked him if he was all right. The prince replied that he had learned everything he wanted to know. Then he turned to his bodyguard and suggested that we go to the main hall. But before that, he wanted to tell Dill something. No matter what happens, he must never draw his weapon. When they arrived at the main hall, They saw the Dark Knight standing there. He told the prince that it looked like he was done. Ein confirmed his guess and said that it would be dawn soon, so they should return to Barth. Marco didn't argue and volunteered to see them off again. As they headed out, the Dark Knight asked Ein if he liked the cemetery. The young man said no, but the knight said it was a beautiful place. Then he asked her what the prince thought of the room she had made. Ein replied that this room was terrible and he did not understand the hobbies of its creator. Suddenly, the knight changed his behavior and said that it looked like he was ill, and that he wanted to take him to his home, because he had a lot of medicine. The drugs he used to hurt himself and bring back his sanity. He stressed that he does it only for his own sake. He ended his words with a wild and sad howl. Dill told Ein that it looked like Marco was crazy. The prince ordered his bodyguard not to approach him. He would fight Marco. It's his duty. At this time, a dark knight with a sword at the ready rushed at Ein. He shouted that he was ready to show him his home. Watching the match, Dell noticed the incredible speed with which the opponents moved. Princip thought it was a knight's technique, just like in his dream. Even in this state, Marco remained true to his sword. He recalled the instruction of his recent teacher that he should not give in to the opponent, cross the blade with him, and not take a single step back. The Dark Knight asked in bewilderment, why is he conceding? The prince fights just like a captain. Then he said he didn't have enough faith in her, and he's a loyal knight. Just then, Ein's sword chopped off the living armor's arm. The knight said that how could he be loyal to someone like her? Print asked Mark if he had regained consciousness. The knight suddenly excused himself and expressed a desire to show him his dwelling. He charged at the youth with one hand. He shouted that he would punish and cure the prince. Ramza put a hand on Ein's shoulder. He asked the prince to ease his suffering. Ein told Mark that his last opponent would be him. Suddenly the castle shook and Dill shouted that an earthquake had started. Ein said that now Marco will see what he has decided for himself. With that, he plunged his sword into the Dark Knight. Just before he died, Marco regained consciousness. He said the captain beat him. He whispered that Ein had become much stronger. The prince asked him if he had regained consciousness. The knight replied that, unfortunately, this would not last long. Ein asked him to wait a bit while he found the magic stone and cured it. Marco refused and said that he had beaten him with the captain's technique. This is quite enough. However, Ein stated that it was his duty to follow his orders. It was an order. The Dark Knight collapsed on the ground and said that he couldn't take it anymore. The captain is no longer there, so he asks the prince to let him rest. Ein remembered Ramza's words later, that if he encountered an opponent against whom he had to use these techniques, he should tell him about it. Ein leaned over and relayed the words to Marco. After that, he thanked him for his loyalty to the mission over all these centuries. The knight said that he was extremely happy. Finally, he asked the prince to tell him his name. The young man complied with his request. The dying knight remarked that his name was simply beautiful. Everyone in this world should hear it. With the words, Hail Ishtilik, he handed the prince a letter. The letter asked them to protect the capital and their home. It was signed by Ramza von Ishtilika. All these centuries, he kept this letter to himself, continuing to carry out his orders. Dill stared at Ein in surprise and asked, is that him? The prince replied that he was the one he knew. The bodyguard asked, but how did his body mature so much? He was even taller than him. He said he had a theory about what happened to his body. He promised to tell Dill when they got back to the capital. Then Ein saw purple smoke rising from the swamp. Dill warned him that it was dangerous to go to him, to which the prince replied that he was too curious. Besides, the poison doesn't work on him. He ordered Dill not to get too close, because his body was unlikely to be able to handle him. The bodyguard sighed and said that this smoke smelled very nice. He can't believe it's poison. He told the prince that if he needed help, let him call him right away. Meanwhile, Ein had entered this swamp. In the middle of it, he saw a pink flame blue rose. The flower was quite unusual. Obviously, it was the poison from this flower. He thought that if she was the same as the fiery blue rose, then maybe he could do the same. The prince plucked the flower and sure enough, it turned into a pink star crystal. Ein decided to take it with him. After a while, he and Dill boarded a train that left for the capital. The faithful bodyguard suggested that the prince take a good rest, and then he would come for him. Dill walked out of the room where the prince was and thought that there was nothing he could do but stand to the side, watching their battle. He doesn't deserve to be called Mr. Ein's bodyguard. He needs to get stronger, much stronger than his father. At this time, Ein was also having various thoughts. The case is rubbish. He knew, of course, but how could he tell the others? If it has evolved. The prince took out his skill card and saw that the name of his profession had changed. He became a demon lord. Olivia asked her father what that meant. Why hasn't Ein returned yet? He was supposed to be back at the castle this morning. His Majesty calmed down Olivia, Crone, and Chris and told them that the prince was making a mess again. He decided to stop by Bart's of his own free will and asked him not to tell Olivia anything about it. At this time, an exclamation rang out from inside the castle. Mr. Ein is back. And indeed, the prince appeared in all his glory before his relatives and allies. He apologized for growing up a bit on the road. His Majesty and all the girls present were astonished. Ein asked his grandfather to retire to his chambers. The king did as he asked, leaving the impatient girls outside under Lloyd's guard. When they were alone, Ein apologized for asking him so abruptly to speak in private. He asked if this was interfering with his plans. The king replied that of course, but he would sort it out somehow. He asked his grandson to tell him what had happened in Bart and why he had changed so much. The prince immediately told him everything. The king put his hands to his head. According to him, the first king of Ishtalika was a demon lord who, according to legend, was killed by the king. I noticed that there were no remains of the first king in the tomb. He asked Grandpa if he knew about this. The old man replied that he didn't remember anyone telling him about it. Then he asked the young man if he had told Dill about it. Ein replied that he hadn't told anyone about it, but he had seen his battle with Marco. He probably figured it out for himself. He would personally order him to keep quiet about what had happened. Then the king asked me to explain what had happened to his body. Why has it grown so much? Instead of answering, the prince handed Grandpa a map with his characteristics. When the king looked at her, he couldn't believe his eyes. It was unthinkable. His grandson is a demon lord. The grandfather grabbed his grandson by the shoulders and asked him how he was feeling. Ein replied that he didn't feel any changes. Then he smiled and said that there was still one change. The king asked anxiously, "What is it?" Ein calmly replied that he was feeling a little tight on these clothes and would like to buy a new one. The king replied that he could choose his own clothes tomorrow, and he wouldn't mind if Ein called merchants to the castle. He also wouldn't mind if he went to the city. The prince asked his grandfather, but how would he explain his appearance to others? The king replied that he couldn't say that he had become a demon lord. Let him say that it happened after absorbing another magic stone. He will announce that these changes were caused by the dryad blood that runs in their veins. They had just recently held a coming-of-age ceremony for the dryads. There shouldn't be any problems. And as for his new skills, he didn't have time to figure it out himself. He advises you to contact Kadima with this. After the audience with the king, Marka brought Ein a robe, the only clothing she could find. The prince calmed her down and told her not to worry. He likes the way these clothes fit him. The maid informed him that if he needed anything, he should not hesitate to call her. After that, Ein called his girls and said they could come in. Chris and Crone immediately threw themselves into the prince's arms. They kissed and groped him. Finally, they were convinced that it was true, Ein. There could be no mistake. Crone stroked his long hair and said it was so beautiful, just like Lady Olivia's. Then the girls began to discuss whether to cut this hair or put it in a ponytail. In the end, the girls braided his hair and fell asleep in the prince's arms. After all, his body had changed, but his mind remained the same. The man found himself in a cave. He didn't understand anything. What is he doing here? He looked at his bone hand and asked, "Who is he?" The girl who appeared in front of him said that it looked like he was engulfed in miasma and turned into a monster. She addressed him as a young skeleton and greeted him. She asked him if he couldn't speak yet. Obviously, he was lonely, but now everything will be fine. She handed him a magic stone and asked him to help himself. Then she said that the cave might collapse at any moment, so he should go with her. She wasn't sure where she was going yet, but at least he wouldn't be so lonely. Then she said her name was Sylvia Misty. Misty asked him his name. When there was no answer, she said that his name was Ramza now and she was glad to meet him. Ramza was on his knees, washing his face in the river water. Misty asked him to come to her. He walked over and saw a little girl. Misty asked him what race he thought the child belonged to. He said he probably went to the succubi, but it's still very small. The girl replied that they should not be judged by the cover. It is not a faceted gem. It's sure to get big soon. Misty asked the girl what she was doing here alone. The girl replied that she had no tail or wings. She's not like everyone else, so Mom got rid of her. That's all. Sylvia suggested that the girl go with them and asked what her name was. She said she didn't have a name. Ramza suggested Misty come up with a name for her, just like in his case. Misty called her Ash. After that, they held hands and walked like a family. When Ash was elected prefect, she said it didn't make any sense, so why her? Misty replied that the appearance, strict character. Ash said that in all respects, Misty's sister is better suited. However, Ramza said that Ash is the strongest among the three of them. As a demon, she is best suited to be a prefect. He's sure all the demons they save think the same way. He said that they would do all the necessary work for her. She just needs to ascend to the throne. Ash said she was just a succubus. Ramza's little brother evolved into Dullahan, and Misty became a great lick. She can never compare to them. Ramza said that if he did something wrong, everyone would start hating them. And Misty said she couldn't go on living. Ash smiled mischievously and said, "Don't worry so much, because they are one family. They need to come up with a generic name." Ramza said that he sees no reason to refuse. Everyone agreed with him. Misty asked if they knew the name of this continent. Ramza replied that he thought it was Ishtar. Ash said that was true. It is not known who gave him this name. Misty suggested combining it with the word Rikwa, which means family in the language of the gods. Ash found the word difficult to pronounce. Then Ramza suggested simplifying it and calling it Rick. So they named a new surname and gave rise to the path of the Ishtalik family.